All right. I think a couple of technical difficulties with the stream a little bit when I went to go set it up, but I'm here. I hope everything's working and whatnot. There is a little bit to talk about for context. So, someone by the name of Locka Mocha Locka. That name may be familiar, considering if you've seen. Oh, hi, chat. Hi. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna wait till some of you guys get in here before I explain this, because then I'll have to explain it again later if I. So I'm just gonna wait. Oh, 10 viewers already. Okay. Wow, we got the big numbers, huh? I'm going into these new updates completely blind, bro. What another VC who's joining this one? So this call, from what I'm aware of, it involves like doodle tones, laka mocha laka. You guys, sorry you're late. No. I'm the one who's late. I said 1 p.m. and I pushed it back to 2. But I'm not all that worried about it. I don't think you guys care like that. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you too. Mocha, what the? Okay, laka mocha laka. I know it's like a mouthful. Yeah. Hello. So this call, actually, let me let me figure that out really quickly. Hold on. That is a good fucking question. It was before their videos came out. That I can guarantee you. It was before Doodle Tones and Lyle's responses came out. That I know for a fact. Actually, I should link it to you all. I'm gonna throw it in the description really quickly, so if you guys would like to watch it yourselves at any fucking point, you can, because it's now been fully publicized. Aside from Locka's stream, which I would go ahead and watch. I should probably link that down below too. Um, so it wasn't in the server. Are you gonna be? Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be talking to. No. This isn't a call. Okay, we aren't doing a call here. Um, I did. I know what you're talking about. I did invite Doodles to come on stream. Doodles has ignored it my 2 or 3 times now. I've extended the invitation, so I think it's pretty obvious that Diaper Shitter is not coming on. No, which I would love, because we can have that conversation. You want to say that I'm not willing to hear the other side out, despite the fact that I address everything that you've said. Okay, well then come on stream and, well, why not have a conversation? And it's really interesting too, because Doodles is willing to have all these conversations with other people about it, um, but wants to avoid me essentially. Doesn't want to have that conversation with me. But I think we all know why. Just keeping it real. But let me link this in the description really quickly for you all. And so if you ever just want to look at it yourself, because the call's very interesting. I took a peek at it before this, and oh, oh my God. I'm not going to spoil that. I'm going to wait till a few people get here, then I'll explain the context, and then I'll get into it. But before I get into that, I actually want to show you all something I didn't notice when I talked about Lio's video. So that's what the first thing we're going to talk about. Okay, we're going to talk about Lio's video addressing things very briefly, because there's something I noticed that I found really funny. And I didn't notice it until watching Just a Robot's recent Hopeless Peaches video, and it was like, well, hold on, why didn't I talk about this in my video? Hello, in-law. The furry is in the chat. We got a furry in chat. I'm guessing you're not going to let me save the. Oh no, I guess I can't save the changes yet. Awesome, that's nice. I'm just going to throw it in here if it'll work. Are you? No, I'm not. I'm not talking about Jar. Well, okay. The only issue I have with Jar's video, uh, the only issue I have with his video, the only thing that I have is that I think, hi. Welcome to all who's here. The only issue I have with his video is that there's like a, how do I put this? Like he doesn't seem to understand, at least in the video, why people are upset with Peaches and the other people that knew of the minors. It's not that, they accidentally had slip ups with minors in the chat. That's not like, he doesn't seem to grasp that it's this, like, the sheer hypocrisy that, because we all know if I did this shit or if anyone else did the shit, in fact, when other people did do it, guess who was jumping down their throats? Guess who was immediately, pointing the finger at those people and saying, you know what, you're a piece of shit. You shouldn't do that. So I plan on making a video on Queen Serafina. Um, he just has to ride the fence like it's paying for his dinner. It's the sheer hypocrisy. It's not even the hypocrisy itself. It's the level of it and the dishonesty that comes with it. Because these are the same people to condemn and crucify literally anyone else. If think about it like this. If this was an entirely separate group, okay? Think as if say that the FCK is still around in this hypothetical. And this is an entirely different group of people. They would have hopped on this like a bitch in heat immediately. They would have rode it all the way up and then straight into the ground. All of them would have. Just as they rode the Madame situation and the previous bandwagons before that. Hopeless Peaches did how many videos getting onto people for grooming-esque behavior or shit like this, the FCK server, and suddenly I have no memory. And here's another claim. I want you all to. I'm going to preface this by stating that I have no evidence for this. Okay, I have no evidence, but this is purely a claim that has been given to me. But after I asked Peaches about the FCK server, she allegedly, I'm not going to name who in particular or anyone, but I was told that Peaches wanted information on me. I'm not going to say who. I'm not going to get any specifics. I have no evidence. Take that with a massive grain of salt. But it's a little suspicious if this is true. If this is true, let's preface that. If this is true, it's a little suspicious if you don't remember to go around wanting information on me. On top of the fact that Lio in his video shows some interesting DMs in his addressing things video. So I'm going to actually pull that up really quickly. Um, and show you the part that I find really interesting. Um, if Spock defended Peaches during her first drama, instead of defense setting criticizing her emotional skills, would Peaches have defended him holding CP instead? I still can't donate. I will. Okay, I will fix. I will get around to doing like the whole fucking AdSense shit so that you guys can do that if that's what you want to do. I keep. I think of it. I'm all over the place here. I think of it and then I forget about doing it. One of the reasons I haven't done it is because these people love to say that I'm like trying to profit off of this shit, even though I haven't made a fucking penny. So I just do it out of spite. That's probably one reason why I forget about it. I mean, here's the thing with like the whole prison mate Luke shit, and like Spockter, profit off of it anyway. I could. Remember, guys, sharing logs is morally wrong until it isn't. Look, that's 100% true. That is 100% true. They do. They play a defense for each other. Um, hi, Blake. But the second, here's another thing too. Actually, this is a perfect example of this because you guys remember my predictions for my TISM reports. Well, another one turned out to be true. One that I didn't even realize in regards to the FCK and Lio and all of them. It completely slipped my mind when I was watching the premiere of his video and when I watched it for the second time whilst making my video in response, which is unfortunate, but I'm going to show it to you all now. Hold on. How do I? That's right. I keep forgetting how to fucking use this. Present. What's on the menu today? A little bit. Two things mainly. Share screen. Yeah. All right, folks. Here it is. Let me make sure you all can see it. All right, let's can I is it going to work full screen? Yes, it works full screen. I was a little worried that it was going to like throw a hissy fit, but it works. All right.
Break that, or the consequences would be dire. He called Nezzy, though like Harley, not art commentary, the R slur and racist. Peaches held
so so hold on, let's
a grudge against the Harley, not art commentary.
I know Akumu is known for being creepily persistent, but I also know Nezzy is quick to be offended and reads into things a lot. There's some truth there. I mean, they get offended. I don't like anime. I never called you racist. I just heavily implied it through saying you're painting all one ethnicity with the same pedo brush. That's textbook racism, Nezzy. You have to be intentionally lying or retard to not know what that means. And this is a slight nitpick, okay? But it doesn't actually this isn't my main point. Listen to this.
The R slur and racist.
You can tell from the context of this.
He called Nezzy, though
Not calling Nezzy racist. Peaches is taking issue with what Nezzy. Look, I mean they got offended I don't like anime. So this is right here saying I don't like anime, and then this is going over Peach's reason as to why she doesn't like anime, because anime, I guess, like the lolly shit, and so she's taking issue with what Nezzy implied, not what like this isn't Peaches calling Nezzy a racist. It's saying that Nezzy was trying to Peaches in this clip. Oh my god, fucking autism moment here is trying to say that Nezzy was trying to call her racist. I know it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but you can tell from the way that this conversation's laid out. But to give Peaches some credit, Nezzy is a retard, and I'm not saying that because she recently came out as like possibly being autistic. I'm saying that because she she's a terrible liar. You guys have seen it firsthand. She's a horrible liar. It's 1 minute to be, and here's I think the most damning thing about it when she tries to lie is that she always makes not just one mistake. This isn't like a Lio situation where it's like one slip up. It's multiple. Like here, for example, do you guys remember the Senate call with Nezzy Monster? Before that Senate call was held, this will come up in just a moment again when I get into the call that Locka Mokalaka has put out. That uh before the Senate call was held with Nezzy Monster and Doodle Tones, Nezzy Monster actually reached out to Teddy the Draws to apologize to Teddy. Then they did calls trying to align their fucking stories. Why would you need to align your stories? Why are you suddenly reaching out to someone to apologize to them? Conveniently, the individual that was supposedly the sexual harassment victim, even though she never said it was sexual harassment, just that she was uncomfortable. And you reach out to apologize to this individual for essentially using them as a means of coming at me, unless the apology was for something else, which means that that's unaccounted for. And then you you conveniently want to apologize right before a call that's going to be vaguely talking about them, and then you try and align your stories with that individual. And then the most damning fucking part about it is they couldn't even align their stories because you had Nezzy Monster and Doodle Tones contradicting each other in that call. But let me get back to the main issue with the addressing things video here.
like Harley, not art commentary, the R slur and racist. Peaches held a grudge against a child who played into his drama and
Listen
encouraged me to
closely.
block them. This was Musikenna. He invalidated the trauma of others, saying they could just block people harassing them while he was openly and publicly talking about Kai and Omnia.
Invalid. Okay, keep in mind, did you see the screenshot he just showed on screen?
Some of you just block people harassing them while he was openly and
Invalidated the trauma of others. Oh, what are you asking me about, Emma? How close do the times match up, though? How long was it between when you asked about the FCK and when she started doing this stuff? I'm trying to get the specifics on that, but again, this is a claim that I have no evidence for. So again, take it with a massive grain of salt. But yeah, he's saying invalidated the trauma. Okay,
publicly validated the trauma of others,
let's
played
go
into
back
his
a little
drama, and encouraged me to block them. This was Musikenna. He invalidated the trauma of others, saying they could just block people harassing them.
Invalidated the trauma of others by saying that they could just block people harassing them. And her evidence for this, his evidence, I mean, that he puts on screen. is shit to do with me and Nezzy Monster. And so here's the thing. If you don't remember from watching my TISM reports, go back a little bit. I called this. I flat out said that they were going to try and paint Nezzy Monster a victim. Now, he doesn't directly state it, but he's stating traumatic. He's saying that it was traumatic harassment that that Nezzy received. And he's showing the screenshot on screen, so that has to be what he's referring to. So yeah, it seems from my POV that Nezzy jumps into shit they clearly can't handle as they try and look for offense when there's none to be had. Realist fucking summary of Nezzy Monster so far. So you have Akumu, who's all offense and is persistent as fuck. When Nezzy being too woe is me offended, just block the moron. Could I be wrong? Sure, but that's what this call is for, right? This conversation between Lio and Peaches was held before the call with me and Nezzy. No doubt. Even though we can't see the exact date on the screenshot, I'm willing to bet that. I'm willing to bet money on that. That it was held before the call with me and Peaches. And not me and Nezzy Monster. And just to clarify this, I want to state that I'm fairly certain that call was a setup. And I say that for numerous reasons. I'll break it down and you all tell me if I'm like being schizophrenic with this. But we go in there in this call. You can listen to if I have to link it down below, it's on my channel. If you guys have seen it, every time I brought up something that Nezzy Monster did, lying, false accusations, admitting to shit being wrong privately, but for refusing to do so publicly, every time I brought stuff up like that, it was immediately shafted, thrown to the side, specifically for my mean comments. So there's that. That's the first thing as to why I believe it was a setup. Secondly, why was Nezzy Monster and Doodle Tones trying to get Teddy on their side and trying to get an aligned story for the call just days before it? And on top of the fact that you had Lyle, who was upset that Teddy wasn't present in the call, on top of the fact that they weren't surprised that I had the FCK server at all. And me and Lio agreed not to tell them. And he denies, if you guys have seen my stream with him, he denies telling them, but I don't believe it. Until I see the DMs between him, Nezzy Monster, and Doodles around that time, I'm not going to believe that because they weren't surprised at all when I said it. In fact, they had an immediate response of that was just the kind of the environment Toasty was made, meaning that they had that in their head already lined up, especially because when I show you this call that was released relatively, actually yesterday, I think, when I show you this call, you're going to see a contrast in behavior when it comes to Doodle Tones. So there's that. Then there's the fact that you guys know how Lyle's big number one rule is. Don't lie to him and call, right? Don't ever lie to him and call. You do that, you don't want to see him when he's angry. And you don't want to see him when he's angry. So don't lie to him and call. I proved that they lied on the call. I brought evidence pointing out that they said in the call, mind you, he has the recording of the call. And I pointed out the fact that 1 minute the story was Nezzy Monster deleted our DMs and she didn't know how to get them back. That was her reasoning for not giving Mad Libs all the screenshots. Then the story changes later because they made a slip up and turns out they actually still had our DMs. So then Doodle slips up and says that Nezzy thought she deleted our DMs. And I even provided evidence that Doodles gave to Kumo, by the way, of a screenshot that was taken right before the Nezzy call, a few days beforehand, of a screenshot from Nezzy Monster's DMs between me and Nezzy Monster. Nezzy Monster gave that screenshot to Doodle Tones, and Doodle Tones sent that to Kumo. So if she deleted our DMs, how does she have them? How did she have them back? They had their stories set up beforehand. That's why they did the calls with Teddy. It's at least to me, it's fairly obvious. Maybe I'm being schizophrenic here. So Kumo reached out wanting to know the context with the whole sexual harassment accusations and Nezzy Monster lying about it. And he went to Doodle Tones asking them about it. And Doodle Tones gave screenshots of me and Nezzy's DMs that were taken recently. We're talking like that year, 2023, recently. Probably, I think it was like the same month, a couple around the same time as the conversation with Kumo and Doodles was being held. So if you didn't have the DMs and you deleted them, that's what you first state in the call. How did you recover them? We don't share any. We don't share any mutual friends, any mutual servers, or any mutual group chats. That too. Because, oh, we didn't know what Toasty was doing, but then your immediate reaction to finding out that I have the FCK server, as a reflex, mind you, it instantly left Doodle's lips. No surprise. Of that's kind of the environment Toasty Vanilla made. What a crock of shit. But we didn't know. We didn't know about Toasty and what kind of person he was. But there's DMs of Nezzy Monster and Toasty on August 17th of 2020, where she knew a lot. Yeah, you're right, PP. Here's the problem though. Me and Nezzy did not. It was on my Noodle Cup Boy account. My Noodle Cup Boy account doesn't share any mutual servers with her or any mutual group chats. We don't even have mutual friends on the Noodle Cup Boy account. It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't my main account on Discord. It was my alt account. There would be no fucking way for her to recover the DMs if she deleted them. He denies it being like a fetish thing. Here's the thing. I've heard this vaguely, but the age regression thing's fucking weird. Anyone that tries to argue and say that is a normal coping method, it's just not. It's just not. It is not fucking normal at all. It's telling that their gut reaction to hearing you were in a server where things were being said with minors is, and it's just, yeah, exactly, Enla. But I think it's funny that they insisted, guys. They told you all how many times that I was well poisoning, and yet my prediction about Nezzy Monster that Doodles hates, that she knew a lot more than she let on. That was right, thanks to Doodles providing us the fucking screenshots. Genius move, thank you. And then the prediction that they were gonna paint Nezzy Monster as a victim. Did it right here in this video. I mean, it slipped my mind initially. But remember, I'm just well poisoning. I was right about what they were going to do in the responses, but I was poisoning the well. All right. Now on to the next thing, because this is the piece of what's the this is what takes the cake. This is the main thing. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. So, the main thing that I wanted to talk to you all about was this call that Locka Mocha Locka put out. Now, if that name sounds familiar, that is the individual who uh, Lio said that Lio told in the DMs, the February 25th DMs, that I was withholding it from everyone. Oh, hold on. Is it better now? Oh my God. Hold on. We need to have a harvest. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'll fix it. Okay. Is it better? Is it working? Okay. Is it? Come on. I got to know here, guys. Is it better? Oh, fantastic. All right. So, Laka Mocha Laka, if the name sounds familiar, is the same individual that Lio spoke with on February 25th when they joined the FCK server to get their own screenshots. Now, apparently, Laka had a call with Doodle Tones and Nezzy Monster and Ellie Momeli and I think Teddy the Draws. I wasn't using a voice filter. It was it's the headset itself. For some reason, every once in a while it does that, and so I have to plug it. I have to take it out and plug it back in. But welcome to the new people that have joined in here. Let me just fucking present this. All right.
Here we go. Do. Oh shit! Hold on. One moment.
Corpse mode engaged.
Apologies.
I'm so sorry, I forgot to add you.
Apologies.
I was like, everyone was disappearing on me. I was like, what the fuck's happening?
Sorry about the wait. I just had to look at the context to be more informed so we could properly discuss everything in context because it's improper to talk about a subject without properly looking up what's going on about it. But hello, it's nice to meet you both. Today we're gonna have a little discussion about certain things and hopefully clear up the air a bit. It sound agreeable to everyone here?
Yeah.
Locka, I know you.
You blocked me, so that's now a thing of the past. I'm just kidding, but listen, like,
The person talking is Laka Mocha Laka. They recorded this from their own perspective. I think these people were aware that it was being recorded. So, anyways,
we're gonna talk out some things here because, like, I'm looking at the context of the server, and I do want to ask a little bit of questions. But in the meantime, I was told that there was misinformation being spread, and I want to know exactly what's being spread so we can discuss and find out what the truth is in all this.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So
So where do you want to start?
Well, I want to ask about that Nezzy call because I saw it and I'll make this up front.
and for the new people that are here, this call was held before Doodle Tones and Lyle put out the response videos. So keep that in mind as you watch.
Made this up front many times. I'm not associated with Akumu. I'm not friends with the guy.
Oh, just wait.
He doesn't like me. I don't like him. We don't even talk. We have an intermediary to talk because that's how much we don't like each other. But let me explain the situation. I saw that call, and Akumu had asked both you and Nezzy directly about the exchanging of porn in the server. And this call happened on May of 2023. And Lio has been saying like he was not informed of really much about that server, but that was said in front of him. and I'm having the concern of
Just
how long was this information known about? I'm curious, how long was this known?
it wasn't. So Lio hadn't actually looked at any of the logs out.
It wasn't, but the second I said it in the call, the Senate call that Locka's talking about, by the way, they immediately said, "Oh, this is the environment Toasty made," and then you release the DMs like an idiot. So this is a lie right here. Listen to this.
Outside of just to see what Peaches had done, by his own admission.
Okay.
He kind of skimmed over the logs. He didn't really look into them. It wasn't until February 27th, 2024, that he dropped the logs that Akumu, or not even that Akumu gave him, that someone gave him, because apparently Akumu actually never really did give him the logs.
Okay.
Apparently. This is more something that you would have to ask Lyle more directly.
Okay then.
But he dropped the logs that he did have into a hidden Senate chat, and then told me and a handful of other people to go in there and comb through everything. That was when I started looking into the. That's when I started looking into the logs. Was at February 27th and onward. I
Okay.
spent a few days on that with a few other people. We made an entire fucking.
I want you. Oh, in quick comparison for all of you, go to the Senate call. Back to the Senate call with Nezzy Monster, where Doodle Tones is in it. That call is where Doodles thought that they had a gotcha on me. Thought that they had evidence proving that I was editing the Nezzy Monster DMs. Like I was going back and editing my messages in the DMs. So if you listen to the voice, you listen real closely to the voice in that Senate call with Nezzy Monster and Doodle Tones, and listen to it now. There is a massive contrast. Yeah. So Lio did have a spy actually in the FCK server before February 5th. That is true. That's true. And he admitted to it too on stream, like an idiot. Pink Ranger based was in the FC. Hold on. Actually, I'll give you guys the specific fucking date that they joined. I will give you the fucking date that they joined. And they lied to me too. Of course, we're not going to talk about that though. But hold on, I'll tell you when they joined. Well, hold on now. Well, hold on. Did they leave? Don't tell me they left. Oh, did they delete their fucking account? They did. They deleted their account. Funny enough. Okay, so let me go scroll up. Since they deleted their fucking account. That's not suspicious at all. It's totally not suspicious. But yeah, they were in Pink Ranger base joined at the end of 2023, by the way. So I know that for a fact. So hold on. Let me scroll back a little bit. Oh, they were in there before February 5th though. But they hold on. They joined. Fuck. When was it? I'm trying to remember when they joined. Yeah, they were in there earlier. They were in there at the end of 2023. That I can fucking promise you. The Lio's spy deleted their account. Lio's spy, Pink Ranger based, the one who went in and exported the server, is the one that individual yeeted their fucking account. But anyways, back to the call.
Spreadsheet to
Okay.
catalog like what was in there, what it was said, and the inappropriate stuff. We also cataloged the who, like obviously we cataloged the who was in there, the date that they joined, their in relation to their last message as well, because I think that's something that's important that nobody's really talking about.
Okay.
The few ages that were stated in there, because
Listen
Kumu, I know,
closely,
has
listen to this.
gone on record saying that ages were very commonly talked about in there, and that's not exactly true. Only like maybe 7 of them, or 7 ages were actually confirmed in the chat.
Mind you, Those were all minors, as Doodles admits in the video that later came out. So 7 minors were confirmed. That's that's the gotcha. That's the gotcha. Oh, well, we only knew there's 7 minors. Like, that's the gotcha. We only knew that there was 7. There was only ever 7 clarified. And if you watch Doodle's video, if you actually watch the video, Doodles goes, well, none of the adults' ages were ever known. You really think that the adults need to date their ages? The public figures, the YouTubers? Oh my god. Again, this fucking microphone. Hold on. Problem after problem. Okay, is it better? I like this headset. Okay, I like this headset. Oh my god, hold on. I don't know what this could possibly be. My Wi-Fi isn't showing up any problems. Okay. Is it better now? It's not. Okay. All right. Oy vey. Okay, finally. I don't know what's going on here. I don't. I have no, like, my Wi-Fi isn't popping up any issues on my end. So, okay. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. There's only 7 ages, okay? There's only 7 minors clarified. We had no idea. It just happened to be that 7 minors' ages were clarified in the server. And then if you watch the video, if you watch Doodle's video, Doodle goes, well, no, none of the adults had their ages, stated hardly in the server. The adults, the public figures that everyone knew were adults. You think that that's like your gotcha? You know what? Listen. I get you. You guys are saying the jack. It might be. This thing is fucking falling apart. I'm gonna be honest with you. This laptop, even though I've never dropped it, never damaged it, nothing, it is just falling apart. Yeah, no, they did. They did. September, they could grandstand, other people and be sure to whip out the minors' ages, like fucking Uno cards. Like, oh, but this minor was 15 that you went after. But conveniently, when you have that minor in a server where you're showing them fucking porn, it slips your mind. It slips your mind. Mind you, mind you, mind you, these people continuously brought up their ages. What was it? Nezzy Monster in the 2-part collab on me whipped out James's age and knew that James, he was a minor, and Slummers in the 2-part collaboration that came out in March of 2020. Somehow it somehow slipped their mind though. Honestly, Inla, you'd have to be really fucking retarded to not be able to remember that, because every fucking individual that made a video on the Slummers Madame shit made sure to mention that she was 15. Every single one of them. Every single one. And that's fine. That's okay. Right? You want to clarify ages? All right. But why is it that suddenly why is it age is only relevant when you want it to be? You had Nezzy Monster that said in I think it was part 2. I could be wrong, maybe part 1, that she wanted to protect young artists. She says that verbatim, by the way. in either part 1 or part 2. But why wasn't that sentiment there in the FCK? What happened to protecting the artists, such as the same artist that you were coming to bat for, Slamurs, when Toasty was wanting her to draw porn of him? Oh no, they never bothered with my age. That's the best part. You see, here's the thing. 15-year-old, it's you cannot vilify and lie about a 15-year-old. You cannot do that. You're not allowed to do that. But 16, now that's where it's magically different. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. At the very least, yeah, that. But for some reason, despite the fact that they're admitting in this call that 7 ages were stated, and Doodles says later on that those 7 were of minors. Yeah, that's exactly it. My age was only relevant to these people when they could demean me for it, and say that I shouldn't be taken seriously because of my age. That was an argument that they actually made in the Ponder videos, that I shouldn't be listened to, that my opinion is it should be valued less than, and that my age should be heavily taken into consideration in regards to my opinion, but not them lying about me and falsely accusing me. That didn't matter. But it mattered in the Sashley video, by the way. The Sashley video that she made October 26th of 2019. So the same month that she started working on the 2-part collab on me. She could emphasize that ages mattered, that Sashley's age mattered. But it didn't matter with me. Oh, and she could also clarify that doxing is of information that's private. So if it's already public, it's not doxing. But when it came to me, no, don't. Why clarify that? Why clarify that? Anyways, back to this call. Hold on, let me get the, Yeah, this pretty much sums it up. Yeah, that's exactly right. She made it very clear in the Sashley video. Actually, I'll give you guys the timestamp. An hour and 3 minutes into the Sashley video that was released in 2019, October of 2019, she clarifies that it's not doxing because the image was made public. Sashley was like, okay, yeah, 11, yes, but the point is, age was important there in the video. She emphasized it, but with me, she only used it to try and shit on me. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. They didn't like me and they hated me, and because I was able to infuriate them as much as I did. But remember, I didn't bother them. They didn't take me seriously, guys. I'm just a joke. That's the thing that this community will tell you. And I wish they would pick one because I don't mind if you like it's their own prerogative. They don't have to take me seriously. But they've told you all and the Art CC audience 2 different things that contradict. 1 minute, I am a joke that they don't take seriously. The next minute, I am fucking Satan. I am the Satan of this community. I have doxers that do my bidding. I am harassing people. All this other shit. Which is it? Like, which is it? You've made several hit pieces on me that are movie length, but you don't take me seriously. But you took me seriously enough to contradict every moral standard, that almost every single moral standard that you wielded against other people. Which is it? Like, pick one. Oh, so hi, Tommy. Yeah, whole cinematic universe, even. No, even afterwards, they didn't want to mention me by name. Even afterwards, they were like reluctant to do so. Fuchsia, for example, was saying like, "He who shall not be named." Like, this is crazy. But yeah, let's actually, yeah.
Where they were when they were stated and in what chat they were stated.
Yes, but the issue there is the ages were still stated, and many people involved were also aware of some of the ages.
Okay. He does not make that clear. He just said that ages were stated. And
I'm not talking about Akumu. I'm talking about in general. Because, like, most people in that server were aware of the ages, as a problem is all of you had made videos around the time about
That is Locka Mocha Locka talking. Here's the thing: you will barely hear Nezzy talk in this call. Quiet as a mouse. Okay, very quiet. Um, I'm trying to think of an instance where I do hear Nezzy talk, but that is Locka talking.
the Slimmers incident, clearly
have not.
remarking about
I did not.
Okay, then. Well, a lot of people in that situation of the Madam situation made clear videos remarking that Slimmers at least was age of 15, many of them including Nezzy Monster herself. Which, and also in regards to that, I read
Himself, themself. They prefer to go by.
I do apologize. I was informed their pronouns was any. I do apologize for that. I will make a correction. I do apologize.
It's any. It is any. Any can get, you can get away with any, but they prefer either they or he. They don't like just defaulting to she.
Oh, okay. Prefer he or they.
Listen. It's he, but they don't really care about what you use. Let me stop you right there. You may be talking about the fact that minors were shown porn, but let me stop you right there. You better get the pronouns right, buddy. You better get the pronouns right. Oh my god. Oh, if you think that's Doodles panicking, just you wait. Just you fucking wait. Oh my god.
Sorry, I'm just making notes so I don't mess up that in the future. I do apologize. Okay.
Yeah, Locka wrote them down.
So, there is issues, as I read through on the live stream the first half of the server, like a little bit of it, and the ages of some of the minors, one of them reiterated they were 17 right off the bat, and another one, like Summers, also reiterated they were 15. And I've looked through multiple points of the server where they've reiterated their ages. Even there was
Where's
jokes made about those ages, about being a lolly, going to jail for the age of consent clause. Like they made it known that these people were not adults at several different points.
Okay. But that's not an inherent.
Yeah, but okay, that's not an inherent. What the fuck do you mean? If you're agreeing, that contradicts your point, you idiot. Like you have to be really dropped on your head to say you're bringing this up to contradict my point, and I'm agreeing with you, but then I'm going to say it doesn't contradict my point.
I want to put that out there. It's not an inherent. As far as the lolly jokes, I did not actually realize that was the reason those lolly jokes were being made in there, was because one of the members was 13. Mind you, I didn't see it at the time that I was in there. Actually, during the time that I was in the FCK, I don't even think Slimmers was there.
They were, because I just read through the chat log, and their reply was just a few things below yours. Like,
I've never met Slimmers. I never talked to Slimmers. I never was in call with Slimmers. I did not know Slimmers. And again, for a little while, I don't even think they were in the chat, because I distinctly remember a conversation between Toasty and I, where Toasty had said something along the lines of Slimmers no longer being in the chat.
So here's what Doodles is saying. Well, I don't think that Slimmers is in the chat at the time, because Toasty told me that Slimmers used to be in the chat. So you knew that Slimmers used to be in the chat that was riddled with fucking porn. Okay. Oh, all right. I'm trying to figure out how this is like supposed to make it better, but okay.
Well, when you were active in this chat, Slimmers was indeed active as well, because I can see the messages, and I see you in here along with them, and I also see Ellie as well. That's why I'm having a little bit of difficulty, because I do think that there is a little bit of do you remember everything that happened in the server? Just to verify, and just so I can get an understanding of like how aware currently are you of the situation even prior to researching? Like, how much did you remember?
So I remembered there was the Ben the Looney stuff, and I remembered that Toasty did have kind of a bit of a sex pest streak. I did remember a little bit of that
Okay.
because I remember when they found out that I was trans, they
Oh, what were you saying, Inla? I'm trying to watch this. Oh, Ellie was in this call. That's even more interesting. Oh, so I guess so. Yeah, I confused it for that. All right.
they centered on me not having bottom surgery.
Wait, where's
and
Locka's comment? I will
had
throw it up on
posted
here.
like an image, something along the lines of, "I didn't just drink cum for a guy."
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So these were things that I did know that Toasty had kind of a problem with that. I also knew that the chat was spammed with porn. I also didn't know anyone in the chat outside of like maybe a handful of people. That was actually the first conversation that I had in the FCK, and that is something that
I knew the chat was spammed with porn. I knew that Toasty had a bit of a problem, and I later found out that there were multiple minors in it, but I still didn't talk about it. Huh. It's weird because in 2023 you were aware that there were minors in it. You weren't shocked at all when I brought it up to you. That's odd. Could have talked about it then.
put out like last night before I went to bed because people keep fucking hounding me about it. I only knew maybe 5 or 6 people in there at the time that I joined. I named Just a Robot, Manga Common, Ben the Looney, and then Toasty pointed out that obviously by that point I had also known Ellie, Junkie, and Nezzy. Ellie wasn't even in the chat by that point. By the account of Toasty, who had said Mavi was also in here. She just kind of vanished. So I didn't know anyone else. I especially didn't know the ages of very many people. In fact, out of everyone that I knew, you can see that there's a recurring pattern that everyone that I knew was over the age of 18. When I got in there and Toasty basically said that they just spam porn everywhere, I kind of just assumed that it was an 18+ server.
Okay.
I did not know anything beyond that point.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. Alrighty then. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure of your awareness of the situation because I just want to verify things first. So you were aware that they were a sex pest.
Yes.
Beyond what happened, like was there anything else you were aware of their behavior at the time? Like were you aware of what was going on their
Nope.
channels or no? Okay.
Nope. I had dipped in like May when I figured out that they were kind of being excessively weird around children.
So you left around May of 2020 because you knew they were being weird around children. So you knew, you didn't just find out in 2023. You knew in 2020. Like, how is this supposed to help you? In what way is this helping your case here? Because I thought that you found out at some point, 2021, 2022, at least 2023, because you weren't surprised when I brought it up in call. Yet you're saying because you left in May of 2020 that you found out May of 2020 that they were being weird. You are outright admitting that you knew they were being weird around children and still never said anything these 4 past years. I'm actually at a loss for words here. This doesn't happen often. Why do you people like? I'm not going to complain that you're shooting yourselves in the foot. I'm not going to complain about that. I'm just astounded at how you keep doing it. You thought that releasing the Nezzy monster DMs were going to clear Nezzy's name. And oh well, Nezzy said something to him, but turns out she was only looking at it for optics and wanting to protect Toasty from being seen like V Omega, despite knowing that what V Omega was doing was bad and comparing it to Toasty. It's this. Oh my god. Listen, I didn't know, but I also knew for at least 4 years. But I didn't know, guys. I had no idea. I may have known for 4 years, but come on. I didn't know. Like this I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say here. Aside, I mean, I honestly shouldn't be this surprised though, because this is the same individual that like slipped up and made a mistake in the fucking call, like and fucked Nezzy's whole narrative in the Senate call. This is the same person that blew that entire thing up in the call. I didn't notice until afterwards, unfortunately, but it actually is just fucking insane that these. Thank you, Locka. Thank you for publicizing this. Someone clip this. Someone clip this. Or I'm gonna have to clip this and post this because this helps further contradict Doodle Tones' most recent video on the situation, trying to paint it as though they knew very little. You knew since May of 2020 that they were being weird of children. You admit it. It's straight out of the horse's fucking mouth. Real, very real. Clef is right. We do have to, at the end of the day, we have to thank Doodle Tones. We have to thank Doodle Tones for the DMs proving that Nezzy Monster knew more. We have to thank Doodle Tones for fucking stating this. That is insane. Hold on. I need to I need to make a note of
in
this.
like May.
I have to make note of this right here.
No,
Hold on.
I had dips in like May when I figured.
So 10:03. All right. 10:03. Just gonna clip that real quick. Just gonna
out
grab
that
the
they were kind
timestamp.
of being excessively weird around children.
10:03 to 10:10. I'm just gonna copy and paste that, and I'm gonna throw it into this. Oh yeah. That'll do for now. That'll do for now. Okay, let's keep going.
Well,
Holy
I
shit.
think that was around the time. I want to say that was around the time that Gal released their video.
okay, so you dipped around that. When was this? Do you know the date?
I think. I stopped posting in there May 23rd, 2020. So
Okay.
somewhere around there.
Now, I have to ask a follow-up question because you just said like you were aware of the posting, like you just said that. Why?
I think that was the reason I did it. But yes.
Okay.
What do
if
you mean you think that was the
reason,
reason? First, you outright state that was the reason. Now that Locke is taking issue with that and pointing out that you just contradicted the whole I barely knew anything, now you're trying to walk it back and say, I think that was the reason. Why didn't you say that initially? Why are you now walking it back that Locke is acknowledging that? That's a little weird. It's a little odd.
have to ask, like, why was no further things done afterwards if that was the reasoning? Because this is a question I do want to ask Nezzy as well. If you're aware of the children being harmed in that, like being affected in that way,
Nezzy,
like no,
Nezzy did do stuff about it.
Oh, I know, but I'm asking, like, after you guys left, why wasn't anything further done?
Listen, guys, Nezzy did something. She messaged Toasty, and she said, listen, that chat dedicated to a minor's pornography, that might become a problem in the future. You should probably delete that. Oh, that's really doing something. Or was it when Nezzy complained that he was sending porn in her own server, not spamming the FCK server, but spamming porn in Nezzy's server, which, fun fact, was public. She wasn't complaining about the FCK server and the porn being spammed in there. She complained about him sending it in her own server because it was public, because it risked reputation. The same reason why 3 days after Ben the Looney threatens the group, 3 to 4 days, she then messages Toasty and says, hey, you know that chat of the dedicated to that pornography from a minor? You should probably delete that. It might become a problem. Why would she say something after Ben threatened to expose that same thing about the FCK? A little odd. But yeah, definitely did something. Totally wasn't doing it out of the worry of optics.
Because you guys are aware that this stuff can have effects on children. I'm wondering
Well, because
why
the
wasn't
stuff that the stuff that I heard about that Toasty was doing was in an entirely different chat.
Well, fair
and
enough.
I wasn't in that chat.
Well, fair enough, but why didn't you do follow-ups and make sure that, like, you heard children possibly being harmed? Why wasn't anything done to, stomp
I
on
wasn't
that and
in
stuff?
the chat. Like,
Well,
I don't.
no, I'm saying,
I
like,
don't
why
know what
didn't you
more would
investigate
expect
into
me to
it?
do.
Investigate into it and talk about it. Like that.
Oh, what? Just go to Toasty and ask them, hey, we heard you're a potential fucking predator. Like, can you give us access to your chat?
This is the same individual, mind you, that is saying that I don't care about the victims and said that I need to make more videos about Toasty. Same person, by the way, that insisted I needed to make more videos about Toasty. Well, hold on now. You're saying that you found out at the end of May about how Toasty was being weird. Why didn't you ever make a video? I made a video. I pressed him on this. Oh, that's right. That's right. The FCK said that was harassment, and they said that I illegally recorded the call. That's right. I forgot about that. That almost slipped my mind there.
Is that what you're asking?
Doodle, I'm going to respectfully say this. If you heard there's a rumor of something bad happening going on in the community, you don't have to ask them directly. You could just say, can I just be let into your chat just to look around to verify things? Because this is concerning that this was happening for 4 years. And this apparently...
No, hold on.
I wasn't saying on your end, Doodle. Doodle, I'm saying that these kids were affected for 4 years.
I didn't say no. Oh my god. Like, seeing the complete contrast between the way Doodles was acting, that pompous pride act that Doodles was putting on the fucking call with me, only for it to go absolutely fucking nowhere. Trying to suggest that I, edited the DMs, right? That prideful gotcha. Go back and listen to it. It'll give you a fucking laugh comparing Doodles in that call when they thought they had something over me to now. It's oh my god. It's one of the highlights. Aside from Doodles admitting that earlier 10 minutes in, this is a fucking highlight.
I'm saying these kids were affected for 4 years. I'm asking on the basis. No, I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm saying
Wait, no, hold up.
What?
Wait, guys. Because it's two separate things. Because Nezzy and Doodles had different things. Because Doodles was only aware of things.
Who is
Doodles
drinking?
did not know about the grooming stuff or anything until Gail made those posts. Of course, they can't do anything until then. Nezzy is a whole other different situation when it came to that.
Yeah, I didn't know that they were a groomer. I knew that they were being inappropriate around kids, and I dipped from the...
Hold on. Which is it? You knew that they were being weird around kids, or you didn't? Did you catch that? First it was I knew, that's why I left. Toasty was being weird around kids. That's why I left. Then it was, I think that's why I left, when Locka starts to press that and notice that. Then it's, I left because I knew that he was being weird around kids, but I didn't know he's a groomer. It's constantly flip-flopping.
Server by that point.
Okay, so when did you figure out that they were being inappropriate with children, and then you dipped?
Again.
When was that?
Again, it had to have been around May. It had to have been around May 23rd, because I was in...
On 2023
when I was
or
actually
2024?
in there... 2020.
2020. Oh, damn. That's... Damn. Okay. That cheated a bit.
Yeah, I dipped, like, way before any of this, like, had actually really started. I had heard that Toasty was being inappropriate around kids. I didn't know that they were a groomer.
Okay.
Well,
and from what I remember, again, all of that was happening in a chat that I was not in. So I didn't know exactly what to do in a situation like that. So I'm not
didn't
sure
know what to do.
I understand.
Okay, that's the reason.
I
Okay.
didn't.
I was asking, like, why...
It's like...
Shh. Okay, you're cutting each other over.
Sorry.
Stop that.
This is just fucking pathetic. It's hilarious, but it's pathetic. Especially because, you know what? Before I even get into that, I'm gonna let this continue. Before I even get into that, I'm gonna let this continue.
Yeah, no, it's like it's like I guess if you were asking, yeah, if you're trying to ask me like why I didn't do like this large scale investigation on Toasty, yeah, I wouldn't have known what to do at the time. Like this was
Oh my god.
this was like 4 years ago, and I definitely didn't have any like I guess experience in situations like this. I wouldn't have known what to do. Obviously I had dipped. A handful of other people had dipped. We were all kind of like very against Toasty just collectively. I didn't know anyone who kept in contact with them after this point.
So here's the question then. You all do retrospectives all the fucking time. All the time. You all do retrospectives on old shit. So why is it in the last 4 years, hear me out on this, why is it in the last 4 years you all didn't think, maybe we should have looked into that? Why has it only been me? Why has it only been me? Hold on. Endless said she sent me something. I gotta open Discord real quick. Let's see here. I'm gonna let this play while I check.
So
Okay.
I don't
Just
really
so we can
know
verify
what
ages.
more there was.
Because I know Nessie was 19. How old were you at the time?
I was 23. So I definitely like if I had gotten involved in the stuff in that server.
Inla. Seriously, Inla. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. You're absolutely right. That's fucking hilarious. That is oh my god. That's funny. Thank you, Inla. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I would absolutely be a problem, but I did.
Chad, do you guys want to see what Inla sent me? You guys want to see what Inla sent? A meme? You guys want to see it? Send a 1 in chat if you send a 1 if you want to see it. And then I'll throw it up. Okay. All right, Inla. I gotta clue them in on what you just sent to. It's fucking fucking hilarious. Okay. All right. I will switch it over and I will show you all. Oh my god. Okay, can you guys see it?
I did not! Mr. Electric, send him to the principal's office and have him expelled!
That's Endless saying that's Doodles. Yeah. Doodles right now. Okay. Shit's it almost made me wheeze.
There's like maybe one conversation that we had about some people drawing porn of YouTubers in there, but that conversation was already happening by the time I entered. And
Okay.
again, I also didn't know the ages of anyone, so
Okay.
I don't know what you.
This is a lie, by the way. I just want to clarify that right fucking now. This is a lie. There is no way that Doodles did not know about Slimmers being 15. There's no fucking way. And I actually said this in my video on Doodles, but if you go to the wiki or if you go on Doodles' channel, the best list, 2 videos ended up on that list that reiterate the fact that Slimmers is a minor and that she's 15 multiple times. The first one being Ponder's video on Madame that came out in 2019. Hold on, my fucking chest and throat. Hold on. Yeah, I know. And it's even more damning because, I didn't know any's ages, but I watched 2 videos back to back, 2019 and 2020 that stated that. In fact, just to make this even worse, Doodles commented on the premiere, not on the premiere, but on the video that was made on me, on Nezzy Monsters Part 1, early. Doodles got to watch it a month early in February. so so this idea that you had no fucking idea that there was at least one minor in there, at least two, because in the collab they state that James is a minor multiple times. Multiple times. They always have memory issues. Yeah, it's like, I'm starting to think that there's like a computer like screen version of dementia that like targets art commentary people, and it symptoms only appear when they're backed in a corner, it or when they're being questioned on something that is inconvenient for them. It's like that's when the symptoms kick in. But magically, they can remember other things very specifically around that time too, that are like minuscule in nature. Yeah, no, that's the video actually, Deep Sea Monster. That's the video that Doodles got to watch a month early. Yeah, because Nezzy Monster had the video done beforehand. It's actually stated in the FCK server that the Nezzy had the video done beforehand.
I think the best
Didn't know
tier
what
for
to do with
that.
that.
How about this? It's clear that you didn't know how to handle stuff like that because you never dealt with it at the time. I will say there is. I don't think you're
Yeah,
a
I
horrible
didn't-
person or anything. Wait. No cutting off. Remember, let people finish.
Okay.
You're not a horrible person. You're not someone that was egregious, that was actively trying to like do all that stuff. At the time, you were 23, and you weren't dealing with that stuff before. There is the raise of the eyebrow over time when you realize stuff like that wouldn't be appropriate, and more if you've seen, because you've been around this stuff like that. We're not saying that you're. I'm not saying that you're a horrible. Not saying that you're a horrible
Hold
person
on.
or anything like that. Well, I'm
Let
still
me-
going.
Let me clarify, please.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
clarify for us. Let us know.
Okay. So yeah, it was a situation of like I didn't know what to do. Yes. Furthermore, I don't even know if there was anything that I could have done because by that point, Gal's video would have probably have been out. If I'm remembering the timeline right, Gal's video would have been out by that point.
Can
I
I interject?
may?
Because I've been
No.
waiting.
What? No. That what? My that doesn't make any sense. So my video on Toasty came out. Then Gal's video came out. That wouldn't have been May. That's a horrible excuse. That's a horrible excuse.
Patiently. You wrote the script and stuff for the Spocter video in regards of that situation, and I'm saying like when you say you have no experience, that's not entirely
Wait.
true. You were a part of that situation, and you weren't part of that investigation. That's why I'm saying I'm
Wait,
confused on
what?
that. You were the scriptwriter for the
I
Ponder
wasn't.
Sprocket video involving the Spock, the giant video that was clearing
No, I
Spocter's
wasn't.
name. You
Oh,
weren't?
No,
Doodles is
I
denying
didn't do
it.
anything. No, the only thing that I did was I read lines and I think did a little bit of did editing of
So Inla,
like one
this is a
or two of
perfect
the
time.
parts.
This is a
I didn't
perfect time for
actually-
your
I-
tism. Do you have any evidence to back up that Doodles helped Ponder with any big videos like this? Inla, it's your time to shine, furry. Okay, yes, you can come in. You can come in. Let me send you the link. This is going to be a solo stream. Here. If you're cold, she's cold. Let her in. She's what? She's a fucking stray cat, I guess. Me running to Ponder's descriptions to check. Oh, there's Inla. All right. Hello.
Okay,
Shalom.
I promise I won't like talk too much. So this will still mostly just be a solo stream.
Okay.
But I do want to say that it's really funny that she says, all I did was read lines, but also like edit a couple of things here and there for the video."
But hey,
Oh, okay.
you know,
Well, I did
didn't
edit
know.
like portions of the video.
I didn't have any involvement in the actual script writing itself.
Okay, then that information must have been false. I will regard that and fix that information.
Actually, actually, during the whole Spocker thing, I actually distinctly remember that when Pentagram and Stories videos came out, I didn't really know what to do with it. Ponder was the one that was like,
hold on.
"Oh no, this is terrible.
Well, hold on.
I'm gonna write a script on it."
Mage of Doomsy says it's still in the description. Can you tell me what video it is? Give me the title and I will go find it and show the chat.
Down the Spocker hole. I don't know. Are we talking about the Ponder video?
They're saying the Spocker video.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, yeah, that would be Ponder's video. Yeah, one sec. Spocker Theory, Gone Wrong, Gone Smexual, Atari Pentagram Stories, Question Turkey, Ghosty. That's the name of it. But
Yeah, the description. Let's see. We're gonna find out. We're gonna investigate this shit.
Special thanks to Autumn Kohai, 83, Voice of Pentagram, Slayer the Lolly, Boon Slayer, Scarlet Otaku, and Doodle Tones. Fill-in voice for Jetatura Stories. Edited by Doodle Tones.
Oh, so a little bit more than just recording lines. Yeah.
So you were the editor.
Huh.
On it. Like,
listen, I didn't know how to make content like this. I didn't know how to make content like this. I just know how to edit content like this. I didn't know how to make a video like it. I just know how to edit it. Okay. All right.
she did all of that on her own.
Okay.
The only thing that I did was read lines and edit the video.
I
So
do
I
apologize.
did
I
not
was
have any-
informed that you
any
had some
experience of that.
involvement with the script writing and stuff like that. I do
I
apologize.
wonder
for
if
that.
Doodles has ever done any script.
Because that's what I was
Unfortunately, yeah.
informed of. Because I was looking into everything as well, of like regards of you being involved in situations like this, which is when you say you have no
No,
experience. Like
The-
I was trying.
I have no experience with videos like those, but I can edit it. I know how to edit it, and I did some lines too. So you couldn't have just done what you did in the editing? Like you couldn't have. I did it, and I have little to no experience with videos like those. So it's a dog shit excuse. So the same person telling me that I need to talk about Toasty Vanilla more, that I need to make more videos on Toasty, that I don't care about the victims if I don't because I'm talking about things that are inconvenient for them, who edited videos regularly, okay, that were lengthy, unlike me, by the way. My Toasty videos, what, 30, 40 minutes at most? And yet couldn't ever produce a video on the FCK ever. Like, okay, what was it? Me and you, Inla, we it took like almost a week or two, and I think I edited the whole thing. I don't think I had help.
Yeah, I just helped you comb through stuff and take screenshots, but
Yeah,
you
and
did
and
all.
decide what was like should be in the video. Yeah.
You did all the script writing and the editing and everything. You did ask for my input, but I was just like, nah, you just do you.
Well, Deep Sea Monster. It's not that she's staying quiet, but she's provided comment. Her rationale for for why she's not talking about it is because I'm going about this in a destructive way. That's what she had to say in regards to why she won't acknowledge anything to do with me. But let's keep going.
To make sure like that was
the experience that I started having was around the time that Cloak and Dagger happened, which was last year, and that is an SCC related situation. Completely.
Fun fact: that was after the Senate call, where the FCK was brought up, and yet Doodles decided not to talk about it. That's weird. Why is it Doodles decided not to talk about it? Nezzy Monster decided not to talk about it, despite what we know they knew since 2020, thanks to their own fucking lips. Up until my videos came out.
Attached from this, or at least I hope it is.
Okay.
That's when I started getting like any sort of like experience in actually dealing with situations like this.
Well,
And even then when it comes to those kinds of things, again, who do you exactly turn to in a situation like this when a video is already out there claiming that Toasty was being inappropriate with minors?
well,
Like at that point,
Ponder.
that information.
Well, hold on now. If you're going to cite my video, why are you bitching that I should make more? Which is it?
Like,
No,
Again,
like
I think it was Gals.
Okay, so it was
Okay.
gals. That,
So,
Again, I
because
think
Gal's
if-
video
if, again,
posted.
Yeah, sorry. It's if I've got my timeline right by the time like after the point that I had dipped from the Fruitcake Club, or around the time that I dipped from the
May.
Fruitcake Club, somewhere in that time span, Gal had released a video, and I know Gal released a video.
well, no.
Specifically because
Gal
it was
released
about
video late 2020. After my video came out, and my Toasty video came out. Hold on, I'll actually tell you all when my Toasty video came out. Because it was not in May. It was not in May. Hold on. Content. My video on Toasty was published August 28th of 2020. And it wasn't until after my video, we're talking October, November-ish, that Gal publicized their video on Toasty. So how in the fuck, okay, how in the fuck do you conflate something that happened way later as some rationale for some shit around like fucking May? That doesn't make any sense.
Junkie and Toasty specifically, and it
When
was
was this video? When was this video posted?
Oh no, sorry. It was Toby and Toasty, and I know that was. I don't remember the exact when they posted that video, but I do remember that there was a video between about Toasty and Toby. That's what it was. It wasn't about Junkie. Junkie was a different video.
What was that video about?
It was about the Toby's situation, and then they started talking about how Toasty was inappropriate. I don't remember all of the details because I don't even think that video is still up.
You mean the part where they excused Toasty by brushing off my video and saying it was nothing? Like, you can go and watch Junkie's original video on the Toby situation. He acknowledges it very vaguely and tries to pass it off as my video's nothing. He doesn't actually get into any of it. The only mention of it is in the parts of the interview with Toasty Vanilla that were not in the video, where he rants about me for like, what, I think 20, maybe 30 minutes, something like that. But that's it. They brush off my video unless this is still being talked about Gal's video, which I think is somewhat discussed in that.
Do I have it? I don't know. It's been a while since I've watched it. Point being, So,
Wait,
but I
can
do
you pause
remember
real
it
quick?
being
Pause real quick because Teddy wants to say something.
okay.
Okay, I'm very sorry. I didn't want to interrupt anybody. I feel like people keep missing the point. Just because someone is there doesn't make them complicit in the actions that were being taken place. A lot of the grooming that was happening to me, especially, was inside DMs and in the different group chats. Just because someone posted that doesn't make them complicit. Okay?
Yeah,
I think that
Yeah,
needs
like,
to be
that's-
said.
Well, that being the case, the issue I'm having is
Like if you're
like you were around
No,
people.
Locka said first. No, wait, Locka spoke first.
I was
Locka.
going to say you're around people that has dealt with these situations. When you became aware of Toasty being inappropriate around minors, why wasn't this brought up possibly to them? Since you said yourself you didn't have the experience, why wasn't this brought up in regards to them?
Oh, why?
Don't remember. There was probably a reason though. I mean, it's been 4 years, Locka. like there's gonna be some gaps here of knowledge. The only reason that I know the stuff that I know that happened in the server, like to the extent that I do, especially again specifically in the Fruitcake Club, is because I went back and looked at those logs.
Okay,
But like,
but-
but I had heard that Toasty was inappropriate with minors, and I dipped. Like
Okay, so which
Okay.
is it?
Mm.
Like, there's a constant flip flopping when it comes to that.
well,
I don't know.
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not like I had kept Toasty around. I think I still have them in my friends list, but that I didn't keep them around. I haven't fucking talked to them. I haven't added them to any chats or
That's
anything
not what
like
people are
that.
saying. No.
Haven't.
No. That's not what people are saying. If I was in call, I wouldn't have. No, that shit wouldn't fly. That's not what people are saying at all. No one is saying that you're still friends with fucking Toasty. No one is saying any of that. People are saying that you knew and you didn't say anything. It's like this subtle redirection of like what the issue is.
Spoken to them since. Let me. Spoken to them since July of 2020. Wait,
July of 2020.
no, hold on. I might have my wires crossed here. I might
Okay.
not have the timeline right, but I definitely know I left the Fruitcake Club May.
Well,
that I can confirm.
Okay, so you left May. You just went and checked your messages with Toasty and said July. Did you guys notice that? Like, you can hear Doodles goes and checks the messages, but then says, "Well, I spoke to because here's the thing: May, June, July, right there." So Doodles is saying 100% I left in May, but then just slipped up and said that they were speaking to Toasty still as of July, so 2 months afterwards, but said that they left in May because they knew he was being weird around minors, but still chose to speak with him July of 2020. But then because that slip up that came out, because I'm willing to bet if we ask for the fucking DMs, Locka, go and ask Doodles for the DMs with Toasty. Because if I'm wrong, I'll gladly retract this claim. Go and ask Doodles for their last DM with Toasty. I want to see the date. Because I guarantee you that right there was a slip up, and it actually was July of 2020.
Though
And
keep in mind that Doodletones is able to delete messages from her side of conversations and DMs.
That is a fair point, but
So if there are any messages that she might have sent Toasty that Toasty just never responded to, then she could say like, "Oh, I've never said anything to Toasty since that." Well, I'm just saying there's the possibility.
yeah, there
I
is
know
a
it's a
possibility.
stretch, but
I definitely think that was a slip up because you can hear Doodles clicking and going to check, and he's like, "Wait, let me go check," and then says July, and then walks back because they realized, "Oh wait, July's after May." Definitely ask for those
That was
DMs,
around the
Locka.
time that I left the Fruitcake Club. I'm not sure about when I learned about Toasty being free, because now I'm starting to doubt because I hadn't looked at the.
Oh, now you're starting to doubt. Now you're starting to doubt after you've slipped up and said that you were still speaking with him as of July. Now it's the doubt that you know. Jesus Christ.
This.
Okay, then. So you're not sure of the timeline of that either. Well, I like
No.
I
thought I did. I thought I did. I did not. I will apologize.
but yeah, that's still an unopen question of like if you had no experience, I understand like you didn't say anything about that, but I'm wondering like why wasn't
This
anyone
call is
else
almost
told
2
about
hours
that?
long.
You're
I
not
won't be
aware of the
listening to the whole
reason
thing, but
because
it's interesting.
like did you warn anyone of this possible behavior?
What do you mean warn people of the possible behavior?
You were aware that he was being inappropriate
Oh, my
around
goodness.
minors. Did you possibly warn other members of the community about this? Did you warn children? Did you go, "Hey, this person has
Well, I mean,
like this does this?" Like did you do that?
No, Gal actually did. When it came to people in the SCC, Gal was in the Cloud Palace at the time and posted the video in there. Ooh, actually, that might be able to get the timeline on that.
All right.
Give me a
Feel
sec.
free to get that timeline, but because I won't assume anything until you do. But yeah, that's my question, because it's like, even if like, okay, because you admitted you were aware of some form of upsetting behavior to a point that you left, but that leaves the empty plot, like the empty hole of like, why was no one, like, you knew this was a problem, but why was no one else informed and stuff? So I'll let you get a timeline of
I'm
that.
way off. Yeah. Hold on, I'm way off actually. See, the thing is I wasn't expecting you to actually be asking for a direct timeline for this kind of stuff. So that's not the stuff that I had. I thought we were just going to be talking about Ellie's
no,
post.
that's not what. It only went to this direct timeline thing because you keep dancing around the main fucking question of why you said nothing.
I just say get ready for everything, guys. For both sides.
I thought we were discussing both. I thought we were discussing both, like the FCK in general, Ellie, because this is all related. I do apologize. I thought that that's what our discussion was.
I was not informed of that. I was told that we should have gotten ready. So I grabbed a bunch of stuff that I thought was going to be related. None of it is.
Right. Well, if you want to talk about Ellie, we can, because like if this conversation is like you need time, like we can give you time.
Guys,
I'm sorry. I'm
not.
not.
We're on a trail of thought. We can work this out together. I don't have anything to hide. That's my
guys.
I don't have anything to hide. I can
just to have it clear of what we're gonna do though. This call is gonna be for everything that you guys need to talk about. That's why I said for both of you to get ready for anything, to pack up all your stuff, because this conversation can lead to any and everything.
I didn't realize that like I was going to be pressed on like timeline of events and stuff like that, because I don't have the timeline of when I knew Toasty was inappropriate with minors. Apparently, I just went back into the Cloud Palace to find the video in question, and that was posted in October. So I don't fucking know why I left the FCK, actually. I thought it was because of that video. It's obviously not.
Or perhaps, hear me out on this. You slipped up. You slipped up and admitted multiple times that you left because of what Toasty was doing. It was being weird around minors. And now because you're saving grace because Gal's video hadn't come out yet. Okay, so let me explain this very, very autistically, but in detail, so this will make sense. Doodles was originally saying that they left May of 2020 because they knew that that Toasty was a creep. Okay, they left May of 2020 because they knew that Toasty was being weird around kids. But then goes back and checks and sees that the Galbanum video on Toasty didn't come out until October of 2020, which means, wait a second. That means that I knew before this video, which is the crutch here that Doodles is relying upon. So now it's being changed to, that's probably not why I left. There's got to be a different reason. That is interesting.
Well, I'll give you some time to figure out why. Like, that's what I was trying to say earlier. I wasn't saying anything else, but like, I'll give you some time to figure that out. Like, you're free to, because like, I'm not here to grill you.
And we never got an answer for this. We never got an answer for this in Doodles' video. Not once does Doodles provide an answer. In fact, Doodles actually does the opposite of providing an answer, and instead attacks the notion and attacks the audience for bringing up the hypocrisy and the fact that they didn't know. Doodles specifically states in the nuance segment that they don't like the fact that people are questioning the FCK for why they knew and never said anything. That is flat out said in Doodles' video. Doodles attacks the audience for questioning the FCK members for knowing and never saying anything. We never get an answer as to when Doodles found out, or why they never said anything. Instead, they go at the audience for asking about it.
Yeah, I'm just here to figure out what the hell is going on with all this stuff. I'm trying to figure out your mindset in this, Ellie's mindset in this, everyone's mindset, because I'm not here to be like. I'm trying to find the truth in all this. I'm not here to go fuck the FCC. Like, I'm trying to find out, like, hey, why wasn't this really dealt with?
Then if I may, why were you so hesitant to talk to us to begin with? Because I can help you figure out. I'm literally helping Thuman. I've made that
I can help you investigate myself. Okay. All right.
public.
I was hesitant because I explained this to them in the call before we just got in, because when Teddy's not in a good mental state, and I was worried that being in a call with them while we discuss these issues would cause a relapse and possible self-harm. That's why I was hesitant. I'm willing to talk to you face to face. I'm doing that right now.
That's not what we were told. Yeah, that's not what
Why would you be unwilling to speak with me? Meanwhile, I don't give you straight answers. I dodge your questions in this conversation, and I tell half truths, if not flat out lies. But why would you not be willing to talk with me?
we were told, though.
Teddy,
No, but that was exactly what happened. Okay. That is indeed what Locka said within the call. I don't know what Teddy said, but Locka did express that the reason why they are hesitant was because me and Teddy were going to be involved and they know our stress thing. That's what Locka did say.
yeah,
When
because
we jumped into the call with Locka.
Okay, that's fine.
yeah, so it's not
Yeah,
it's
I
not
can-
hesitance of like I'm
can
willing to talk to you. The hesitance is when they're both in the call, like stress levels
then-
can make them have issues, and that's what I'm worried about. The reason why I
Well-
agreed to let them in here is because they're gonna keep each other to prevent any issues, and I trust them enough to do so.
From what I was hearing, you were claiming that I had logs since May and just kind of sat on them, which is not
Log
true.
since May. No, I didn't say you had logs since May. I was saying there was a call in May that said that's the one I referenced earlier with Nezzy.
Yeah, so
That was the one of like.
the call
I'm sorry about that.
the
Go
call
ahead.
between Akumu and Nezzy was to try to work out things between them because Akumu had been harassing Nezzy for 4 years.
Oh, the victimization. Oh, the poor victim. Here's the thing, and why I find that hilarious. This is what we went over, because they did the same thing, and Lao did it. I didn't notice that until recently. The only thing I've done to Nezzy is give her a taste, okay, of what I've dealt with. And I've been far more fair than her and her audience. I have brought up what she lied about, what she did, and how she's been lying about it for 4 years. And throughout the 4 years, she's consistently lied about it each time that I've brought it up, resulting in me continuously bringing it up. I've documented every single time I've done this, by the way. It's all on my channel. I have nothing to fucking hide. So, with that said, I don't have to lie about her when I've done all this. I don't have to. But it's okay when her audience continuously accuses me of trying to dox Flamers when I didn't. But it is a problem if I continuously bring up what she did do with undeniable evidence. That's harassment. Not what her audience in the FCK did to me. That wasn't harassment. But me daring to give her a sliver of a taste that's far more fair than what she gave me. Oh my God, it's the end of the world. And on top of this too, that's not what Locka's point is. Like, Doodles is yet again dodging Locka's point here. Locka's bringing up the call because in the call, they admit to knowing about the fact that there were minors in there being shown porn. They're not surprised by that. They're not shocked at the slightest. They literally admit to it. That's why Locka's bringing this up.
Okay. Well, but that
that
section
is-
of the call is what I'm trying to talk about. Like the rest of that section, Akumu's battle and Nezzy's, that is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the section of the call
but
where
it's-
there was a direct
But
addressment.
it's related.
Yes, it's related, but that's not the subject of what I'm talking about right now. We can address that in a minute, but I'm trying to tell you my main focal point of the matter is there was a section of the call that Akumu directly said to the both of you, like there was porn and stuff being sent in the FCK. You guys, and you noted that the
Hold on. Someone said check DMs. Oh, you're claiming I've had logs since May sounds like a slip up. It's a potential one. I'm not going to assume that there, but that does have some merit. Because ultimately, it's just about the call in May that was held between me, Doodles, and Nezzy.
there was the inappropriate culture that Toasty had promoted and stuff, and that told me like
'Cause
you
we
were at least
knew that,
aware
like,
of the inappropriate like culture that was promoted, and that's why I was asking the questions earlier.
Yes.
Okay, guys, can I quickly
Yes,
say
so-
something real quick? No, wait. You guys need to stop interjecting each other immediately. You're just gonna have to wait until that person's finished because you're gonna.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, as far as that goes, right? As far as like all of that goes, that comes back to the fact that I did not know any of the ages of the people in there. I did not know that there were minors in there.
You knew Slimmers was in there. Okay, this is irritating me. You knew Slimmers was in there. You had 2 videos in your back-to-back list that repeatedly state that. And you're lying, essentially. Oh, I don't care about the victims, but Teddy's in this call, meaning that you're lying to fucking Teddy. Okay.
By the way that chat was portraying itself, I was under the presumption that it was a very 18+ server. It obviously was not.
Okay.
You were under that assumption, but then you say that Toasty told you that Slimmers used to be there. So clearly that assumption had to have changed. You're dancing around the main fucking point here again.
Toasty kind of just posted porn anywhere, so I knew that that was the environment that Toasty was creating. And it wasn't the first time that I was in an I was in an 18+ server or like an NSFW server.
Shocking.
Because I was also prior in Chaos 55T's private like 18+
God,
server.
I
and
wish
I don't
we
know
had
if there was
logs of
any
that.
like under
I really wish we had logs of that.
18 people in there either. These were not servers that I had control over. These were not servers that I ran. These were not servers that I even moderated. These were servers that I was invited to, and you know, saw like a bunch of NSFW and porn being spammed in the chat. I didn't know fucking anything outside of that until
Porn being spammed in the chat. You knew Slimmers 15, knew at one point she was in there. You previously admitted to the fact that, oh my God.
again about I want to say Gal's videos, the one that I put in the chat there, which apparently was posted in October. So there has to be a point where I removed myself from the FCK at sometime, as I said, about May, maybe June, if what Teddy is telling me is any indicator. But in any case, it's still these things. Like there's still that time gap, so I don't fucking know.
Just to go.
It's been 4 years.
Okay.
I thought that I knew. I thought I had everything in line. I thought I had a timeline of events. I did not.
Okay, so because there's 2 things with that call. Because I think I know what Locka is trying to say. There was 2 things with that call within Doodles. Why I said your name, you, Nessie, Leo, and Akuma within that call. Okay, we talked about your past with the server. That's fine. The secondary thing is because that call that was made that had Akuma in there was it back in 3. I think another thing Locka was trying to say was the fact that why to that day, even though it expressed that there was inappropriate images sent with minors at that point, and both you and
I
Leo
didn't have the logs.
Wait. Yes, don't have the logs, but are being told inappropriate stuff was happening within the server at 2023, where both you and Leo are very known about inappropriateness of minors shouldn't be around that stuff. I get what Leo was trying to also say. With Locka, because I'm gonna let you know, because what Leo said as the reasoning behind it is because Akumu did not express there was grooming, only expressed there was only inappropriate images sent near children within a server, and
did you specify
Leo?
I don't remember specifying.
Yeah, in the call, Akumu has expressed with minors that was being adults sending images within the server with minors around.
Thank fuck I recorded that call. If I didn't record, I'm glad that I did. Oh my God.
And in front of you, in front of Nezzy, in front of Leo. Now, Leo has expressed with me and Teddy in the call that the only reason why they didn't go further within that is because there was no words of grooming. They didn't take that as priority. From what Leo has said, if I remember correctly from the call that we had with
He also didn't have the time.
Didn't have the time. That is what they expressed in there. The only issue would have been just the sliding off of the inappropriate with minors since 2023 and ever since those months.
he had
Nothing.
no problem getting on other people for being inappropriate around minors, though. Throughout this, apparently, he doesn't have the time to do so. He had no problem either watching it take place. Again, the ammo call that I referenced that the Senate did, where they got onto ammo for doing exactly what multiple people in the FCK did. Hopeless Peaches was the one that recorded that fucking call. She took it down, but I have it saved. If I need to re-upload it, I will. It's insane. And he was actually listening to it. He was there. He says something at the end of the call. And that was while he had the FCK logs. So while he had the logs and knew that there were adults showing minors pornography, but that wasn't that big of a problem because grooming wasn't mentioned, they continued to go at people for doing similar shit. So I don't know how this magically changes the point.
Really, truly going on with that. But
He's had
like
a lot.
expressed,
Lio has
Doodles, I'm not done.
Sorry.
Yes,
I just
Leo, Doodles.
Sorry, I don't mean to
Sorry,
interject as frequently as I have been. But
I'm gonna
the
keep
problem
doing it.
is like it seems like you're making a statement and then adding another statement and then adding another statement. So I'm trying to
We'll keep adding more
unfortunately,
statements
that's kind
because
of-
you keep cutting me off each time.
That's
and then
how
you're adding stuff
sentences
to that
work,
when you cut
Doodles.
me off, and then I have to
Yeah.
answer the cutting off.
It's
and
already
that answer
public.
where
It's
you're trying
linked.
to get
It'll
into.
be linked down the description, and I'll link it.
So
in
it keeps
chat.
going on and on.
Fine. Just
Let's tone it down. It's all right. Let's let them finish, and then we can address it. I'll write it down for you, and we'll repeat it if anything needs to be gone over. Okay?
Okay.
Very skittish and fucking.
I was just clearing up exactly what I think Leo was trying to say, and then what was said between all of us within the other call, which is what Leo was trying to say. Because yes, Leo didn't have no time. In fact, Leo only had themselves and another member named Asuka. But Asuka was also working on different other cases at the same time, with like the grooming cases, and so that also didn't give them enough time to look into a log that's full of a lot of things as well.
Okay. Well, okay. Now, Doodles, you can resume from where you were speaking because you wanted to say some things. Let's hear you out.
Yeah. So yeah, when it comes to us being made aware, for Nezzy, neither of us had the logs, so we can just take that off the table right now. Like neither of us had any
You were in the server?
like, information on that.
Okay.
Lio didn't look into it because he was busy, as you just acknowledged. So that's why that didn't happen.
Busy with what?
Outside of that, you'd have to ask Lio. Because Lio was the one that allegedly...
Here's the thing. He's so busy, and yet the dude will get in calls while he's at work. In fact,
didn't they wait 7 hours for Colano-fan to show up to their Senate call? Wasn't he up late at night playing Among Us with Peaches and getting into drama with Peaches? He's so busy, guys.
Logs for a while.
So busy.
I'm
guessing that has to be like he takes a certain amount of time, that like his zen of peace where he just like stuffs his face full of food. And like that's his priority. And so you cannot bother him during that because you don't want to see him when he's angry. I think that's what's going on here. Or maybe it's he prioritizes the age regression of Peaches, right? So he would dedicate some time, right? Where she do the ducky shit. Like otherwise, I don't fucking know how he'd be busy.
He certainly had the time to build all those Hatsune Miku models.
Yep.
So
Miku month. It's Miku month. Okay, you're gonna have to wait.
Beforehand, but I don't remember if I did or not.
Fair enough. I would verify if you did or not before making those claims, just to make sure, because just to get all the ducks in a row.
Because the thing is I know I asked for them around the time because I was looking for information on the Toby Majestic stuff. And I know obviously it happened there, and I wanted to see if I can maybe get the logs for that. So that way, when I make a video on Spopter, or at least that's what I was initially trying to do, I could have that conversation and go over what was actually discussed in that conversation. From what I've heard, apparently it is in a different video, which is good. I can just use that.
Can I ask something, Akumu?
So I might have been given it maybe like a month.
Ask away.
When What was the general time frame of when Doodle Tones was looking into the Toby Majestic's drama?
That was for the video that was done with Jar.
Was that 2020 or 2021?
Hold on, because I gave Jar. Hold on, actually, I think it's in the DMs between me and Just a Robot, because we spoke a little bit about it because he wanted my copy, and then it turns out the Doodles had a copy of it. Something
Okay.
like that. Let me go to our DMs real quick.
Because depending on when that happened, it may or may not be important, but we'll see.
$2021,
What month?
November.
Oh, okay. All right. And you're saying Doodle Tones went back to get FCK logs during that time?
In 2021, I wouldn't know.
Okay, so they at no point during 2021 Doodle Tones like went back so Toasty wasn't involved in that drama, right?
In which drama exactly?
The Toby Majestic drama.
He was involved in the Toby Majestic shit, but he wasn't. I don't think he was remotely involved in like the collab with Just a Robot and Doodles.
I'm just saying it's hard for Doodle Tones to make the argument that they just didn't know how to handle these situations.
Considering in 2021 they went back and did the collab on the Toby shit, which is, by the way, Toby shit is far more complicated than this.
That too, but I also had found that they left a comment on Ponder Sprocket's Cosmodor video in April of 2021.
Oh.
Yeah, I can send that over to you. I don't know how relevant it is, but I took the time to look for shit, so figured I might as well. Ah! Sorry. Here you go.
Oh, so this is another video that Doodles got to watch early. So Doodles says, I watched it when it was unlisted, but I forgot to leave the comment. Leave it to Empty Brook to make a video about child grooming allegations of Vibe. So why not go to Empty Brook to make a video on the FCK? Since everyone believes that she's unbiased and always does her research to make sure everything she says is correct. That was a funny comment that I saw in Jar's video. Let's keep going though.
Before or something like that. No.
Month before what?
Wait.
Like
Did you call? Is that what I just heard?
No, not a month before the call. I want to clarify that. I definitely did not have the logs before the call with Akumu.
No, it's not that. We're not saying that Ponder's making a video. We're saying, why didn't Doodles go to Ponder?
No, I didn't fall, by the way. I just dropped my phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe a month or two before, like, it actually became like a deal, like an issue.
What do you mean by a deal or an issue?
When Lio sat us down and was like, "Hey, look through the logs," so that February.
I will go ahead and take this moment to promo that my part 2 will hopefully be coming out this month. So just wait for a little bit. I don't want to make any promises here, but it's on its way.
Before then, like maybe I'm up this year.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to get a proper timeline. So I do apologize. This is mainly for note taking, just to make sure all the information is correct. Okay.
Okay. But yes, I started looking through them in February. I was maybe giving them like a month or two beforehand, possibly. Maybe, if I'm gonna be generous, maybe 3 or 4 months beforehand. Point is, it was not before the Akumu call for sure.
3 or 4 months. That's being generous, by the way. That's apparently being generous. 3 to 4 months, and that's being generous to Doodles. Now, I don't know, does Doodles mean that's being generous to themselves or being generous for Locka? That's the real question, because 3 to 4 months is fucking insane. to have the logs and just do nothing with them. Meanwhile, insist that I talk about Toasty Vanilla and only Toasty.
Because by that point I didn't even know Lyle had the logs.
All right. Didn't have the logs prior to then. All right. Alrighty then. Okay. Thank you for talking to us about that. I just needed to just see your side of that statement.
Yeah.
Here's one thing I do want everyone to think about, because the people that warned me, such as Kumo and others, that Lyle was going about this in a route specifically to protect Peaches, that was 100% fact. So I got to give those people their credit. Okay, they were right. The dude's even gone as far as admitting it on my stream, that he was biased for Peaches, that he was white knighting for Peaches, that he lied for Peaches. So that was right. So think about, if I did trust Lyle and I did give him the logs, just how much would have been covered up. Just think about that for a moment.
He was even saying that, before the big breakup between him and Peaches, he was saying that in the call with Peaches, that Peaches showed as, proof of him abusing her, quote unquote, where he says, like, what did he say again? He says something like, I've changed. Fuck, I can't remember now. I can't remember the exact quote, but he's like, everything I change and do is for you.
Yeah.
Like,
so there's that statement, the fact that he's lied for Peaches, the fact that he, like, just imagine it would be a shit show. It would be a complete shit show. And a lot of the shit would have been an even bigger mess, because then I would have had to come back. If I just handed it off to him, I would have had to come back and essentially break it all down on I got to give Kumo his thanks. I have to credit Kumo. I mean, other people told me not to trust him too. There's about 3 or 4, I think. But Kumo was one of the main people that said that I shouldn't give it to him. And other people, I trusted my gut. I trusted the people around me, and thank God that I did, because this would be vastly different.
That's mainly why I'm asking, because
Yeah.
like I don't like I'm not associated with Akumu. I'm just being upfront. I'm not. I don't trust him fully. That's why I'm asking for like what's going on, kind of, from the extent. Like, I do know, like, the conflict between like Nezzy and him, like Nezzy's getting harassed. I don't approve of that at all. But I'm trying to focus on like the FCK stuff, because that stuff, like, Nezzy's going to have more information on that, because they unfortunately have experienced that for 4 years. And it's why I'm trying to like just start to talk to them about
This right here is like the sad fucking truth. This community is the type where every comment, every movement interaction has to be written down 4 times to survive. With how fucking dishonest it is. Yes. Unfortunately, yes. Because these people will lie about the tiniest fucking things. For example, I had, like, when I was like getting on people's streams, I had started recording myself just in case, because the FCK started lying about my involvement, trying to paint it as though I was raiding their fucking streams. And thank God that I did, because then Kai Wise claimed that I raided his stream. So I recorded it from my fucking perspective, because these people constantly lie or twist like what specifically happened. So you honestly, if you're going to be involved with this community by any fucking means, and you're going to interact with, if you can't trust the individual 100%, like, document that shit, write that shit somewhere down, because you have to. It's just an ugly truth when it comes to dealing with this community. Otherwise, later on, they will fucking try and twist it. The same thing happened in Slumber server, when Slumber was essentially acting as a spy for the FCK. Thank God that I screenshotted all of that.
like both the FCK stuff and that, but I'm focusing mainly on the FCK to begin with, because that is a much more pressing matter due to a lot of kids were hurt. There are still minors that have been.
I mean, think about if I didn't record the call of me telling Lio about Fuchsia's server and how the FCK was in April. I wouldn't have anything to I wouldn't have much to really disprove him claiming, that I didn't, pushing the notion that I didn't talk about Fuchsia first. I'd only have my word. So yeah, at the end of the day, you have to be very fucking careful with these people. The dishonesty is rampant, and that's why they hate why my series focuses on that. They hate it because it's making more people aware to it.
Been affected by this. There's 2 of them that still aren't 18. So I'm just trying to get all sides of the story. I'm not here to combat you. Like, I know you're nervous, so you can breathe. It's all good. Like, I'm not here to rip your throat out. I'm just confused on some things.
Yeah, no, I won't deny the fact that of me being a little combative and me interjecting a lot more is coming from the fact that I don't know what your goal is. You're telling me what you're telling me this goal, but I don't know you. This is
Why do you have
literally
to
the first
worry?
time that we
Hold up.
interacted,
Why do
period.
what?
So I don't know what
Sorry. Why would you have to worry about that stuff if you're being honest, Doodle Tones? You don't have to worry about how they're going to perceive what you're telling them or what story, if they're going to buy this or that, if you're telling the truth. You shouldn't have to worry about any of that stuff.
And on top of that, why not only like why are you worrying about that? Even to add to Endless point, why were they like frantically trying to figure out who my sources were? If I was wrong, or they were doing nothing wrong. Okay, so 2 things against them stack here. If I was wrong, they could have used that against me. Turns out I predicted a good majority of it. But secondly, if I was right and they saw that they were doing nothing wrong and that they weren't being dishonest, why would they worry about who my sources were? If they thought that there was nothing wrong with what they were getting up to plan their videos in response, Lio's video and Doodle's video. If there was nothing wrong with it, why are you worried about people telling me? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know what you're up to. I don't know what your motive is. I don't know what your motive actually is, rather.
Well, I'll be upfront with it.
So,
It's to make sure that these people are properly represented with their stories, the stories properly accurately represented, because I'll be upfront, like, due to the fact of your involvement in the situation, people can say that your perspective on the matter is going to be skewed both in favor of you and your friends. So I'm trying to find the accurate perspective. Basically, I'm showing exactly what happened, explaining exactly what went wrong, because if you watched my first live stream, I gave Peaches credit for even trying to defend Teddy. And I've called out the people for using these people's situation as a backdrop to fight Lio and Peaches. It's wrong. Like, I've been very upfront about that. My motives are solely to help these people.
Well, if I may, right? Because I have not watched your content. I just don't know anything about you.
Fair enough.
So I wouldn't have known that stuff. But yeah, of course, I'm going to have a little bit of a bias swinging in favor of my friends. I know that much. However, I've also gone through the logs and have written down names of my friends in like a whole fucking spreadsheet of just everything that was like inappropriate, like anything that even could be remotely skewed as inappropriate.
You're saying that you've gone through the logs and that you're also wanting to hold your friends accountable, right? That. Yet why is it you downplay what they do? In your video, you do so. You try and paint it as though Nezzy knew very little. You try and make the excuse that, well, Nezzy was 19, so she didn't know any better. She was a 19-year-old. 19-year-olds don't know any better. And yet, why is it that a 19-year-old, why is it she knew in 2020, the same year the FCK shit was taking place, that it was wrong for what V Omega was doing, an adult outside of the FCK server? She condemned him in the DMs for showing minors porn. So why couldn't she condemn Toasty publicly, but she could do so? Why is it she could accuse him of sexual harassment privately when she had evidence for it? Yet a minor 7 days later that she has no evidence for, she accuses, who conveniently happens to associate with me, who she's conveniently lied about, saying that I sent him after her to spy, which is completely out of character for me because I've always done my own spying. Unless people come to me with shit, such as the sources. None of it makes any fucking sense, but why, if you're wanting to hold your friends accountable, are you downplaying their involvement? Why is it you thought stating that her being 19 would help Why is it you thought releasing those fucking DMs would help her case at all? Why is it actually you show the DMs but you don't actually read them on screen? That's another question that I have. Why didn't you read them?
It's just wild to me that Doodle Tones can try to say that people's content or commentary about the situation is wrong without actually having seen it.
And not only that, but okay, Doodles did all of that work for the sheet, right? Yet almost none of it came to use in the video. Doodles doesn't
True,
get into
yeah.
the FCK stuff and whatnot. And hard, I mean, Doodles talks about it, but Doodles doesn't like do a breakdown to their audience. Doodles dances around the fact that Nezzy Monster knew there were 2 minors in there. Nezzy Monster doesn't admit that in her Twitter feed either at all. It's because what these people want to do is they want to give the appearance of being open and being clear with everyone and wanting to take accountability. They want to give that appearance. So they make it look like they're acknowledging their fuck up, but then they get into zero specifics. And the reason they don't get into any specifics is because they know if they do, it's going to change how people view them. And at the end of the day, that's all these fucking people care about is optics. That's all they always cared about since the fucking beginning. And if it was any other way, and I'm wrong about this, then why can't they be open about these things? It shouldn't be hard. You're more than aware of them. You're more than aware of it, especially now. So why downplay it?
Within there.
Well,
Because I
that's-
don't know what.
Oh, go ahead.
Because when people are talking about this, they never really like strictly like acknowledge what they see as inappropriate. Or are we just stopping at like obviously, you know, there's the direct grooming that needs to be addressed, but again, a lot of that was outside of the server. There was the direct sexual comments towards minors. Obviously, that's a line. But like, what about memes that are just posted in there, just kind of haphazardly?
Well, in regards to like one of the victims being in there, I'm kind of like I agree that Teddy probably shouldn't have been here. But at the same time, I'm glad that it did because they're lying in front of their fucking faces. And if not lying, telling half truths and dancing around the question. So I don't care about the victims, yet you won't answer questions in their presence. You dance around them, or you lie and say that you didn't know the ages of anyone that were in there when you knew that Slimmers was 15.
Yeah, I mean, like ultimately, it makes them look worse to be lying in front of the victim. However, it's just not good practice, in my opinion.
Yeah,
like,
it's not good practice for sort of like a discussion like this. But I think at the end of the day, the fact that it did happen, it further contradicts the whole fucking the moral touting that they want to do.
Much of the stuff that Ellie had posted. How much of that is actually considered a problem? And that's something that people don't really ever like kind of people don't really make that kind
Hold
of
on.
distinction as to when things are ever like kind of people don't really make that and
Hold
much
on,
of the
hold on.
stuff
Give me
that
a
Ellie
second.
had posted. How much of that is actually considered a problem? And that's something that people don't really ever like kind of people don't really make that kind of distinction as to when things are. So I've had to go through and make a spreadsheet of just everything that even remotely could be construed as such. So Ellie's name is written in there at least twice. Nezzy's name is written in there quite a few times. Peaches' name is written in there a few times. My name is put in there at least once because of a conversation that I had with Fuchsia Brothers over what we wanted out of.
who cares?
All right,
Doodles.
I am taking notes, but like, yeah, I do appreciate the openness. Like, I'm trying just to understand the viewpoints right now because my goal here is ultimately just to talk about what objectively had happened, and I appreciate that. But like, I'm just letting you know, like, from a perspective of like the audience and stuff like that, there is going to be this inherent doubt about like how much is being shown. Like, that's why I'm here, because I'm not associated with you. I'm not associated with Akumu. I am middle. I am basically, I have no idea. I am a weirdo in this situation. But that's why I'm the middle. Because like, I will look at both sides objectively and say, that's bullshit. That's true. That needs to be noted. That needs to be discarded. That's my purpose. And I've already done that already. Like, I've noted like Peaches did try to defend Teddy, but then Peaches claimed like they didn't know Teddy is a weird contradiction because we have logs showing they did know Teddy. Like, enough to even talk about the grooming a little. Like, am I still connected to the call? Just making sure, because like my internet went out.
Yeah,
All
you're
right.
here.
Yeah,
You are.
I do apologize. But my goal ultimately here is just to talk about the situation. I'm not fighting for Akumu. I don't like Akumu. Feel free to call him out. I tried to call him out myself, but he won't get into call with me at all, so I can do so. He literally refuses. Like, even like you can ask like Fly, because they've talked to the person I used to talk to Akumu about, like, I've rarely talked to him at all, but the main reasons why I say I talk to him is just for like stuff like, hey, like, can you tell me what date this call happened? Like, the bare essentials. And even then he refuses to answer some of those questions. Like, it's pulling teeth.
Okay,
Is-
so what
is that
Locka's
true?
referring half truth, but Locka isn't fully aware. I don't like playing telephone. I hate playing telephone. So I get pretty frustrated having to play telephone. On top of the fact that I've told Locka this myself, I don't trust people from that community at all. So I avoid having conversations with them.
That's fair, yeah.
And then people want to play telephone, and particularly the people that have played telephone with me, and this will come up actually later in this call. There was a big miscommunication between me and Teddy because instead of speaking directly, telephone. So that's what Locka's referring to. What telephone is when someone in between you is communicating to somebody else what you're saying. Or it's one person communicating to the other person who then communicates to the other person. Have you ever, like, it's the game you play with when you're a kid. You whisper something in the ear and like the details change by the end of the circle. It's that. And I don't think it was intentional by any means. I just don't like doing it because 9 times out of 10 shit gets misconstrued.
Like, it's really pulling teeth.
Kumu is someone that we all can agree.
But if Locka wants to get on stream to discuss it, because considering I've offered Doodles this, and I certainly don't like Doodles, I will be fair, and if Locka wants to get on stream and have a chat, the ball's in their court. But, like, I'm hoping Doodles will, but that's probably not going to happen.
Agree in this call. It's hard to, if he doesn't want to tell you something, he's not going to tell you something, and
Yeah.
he's so hard to convince to you to talk to you.
Yeah, like
I think it even goes further. I think Akumu is being straight up dishonest.
Well, I do
Um,
agree with that because he's not doing this to help the victims. I've even noted that. But I'm only using parts that are like
Oh,
evidence I can show just up front. Like, that's the only reason I've ever sourced him, is like, this stuff is verifiable, but he just put it in a format
So-
I can just show. That's the only reason. Even then, I'm
Yeah,
like,
no.
I don't support him.
So the reason why I claim that Akumu is just
All right,
straight
here
up
we go.
dishonest
Here we go.
is not because of like what
I'm
he
waiting.
has shown or what he has talked about. It's how he frames it.
Oh,
And I've
yep,
been
same
telling
thing.
this to
Same thing as the video. Not that you can prove that I've lied. Not that I've been wrong on a piece of information and never corrected it. Nothing like that. No, it's how I framed it. All right, let's hear the. I think there's going to be an example.
to Fly and Teddy for a while. He literally starts his FCK video listing off every single person who had joined the chat as if it was some sort of Epstein list.
No, this is something that I someone else pointed out, and I'm going to give credit to them because this is not something that I've said at all. I've never compared the FCK to the Epstein list, and someone else pointed out that this is probably a Freudian slip. This is Doodles' guilt coming out of the woodworks, and because they're frantic. You can hear that they're frantic and nervous. I've never made that fucking comparison between the two. I haven't seen anyone else aside from Doodles make that comparison. So if we're going to talk about dishonest framing here, you're the one that's whether on purpose or by accident, comparing it to the fucking Epstein list.
Not going as far as to make any sort of like distinction between no distinction between the more guilty or less guilty parties.
Fair.
That's a lie. That's a flat out lie. And this is the same lie that was peddled in the video later on. I made the first off, I said that Toasty was one of the most guiltiest people in there. So on top of that, when I get into the most damning thing, the centerpiece, okay, of my video, I clarified who were the adults and who were the minors. Now, anyone with a fucking brain is going to blame the adults and not blame the minors. Anyone with a brain. So that in and of itself, me making that clarification that these individuals were adults, these individuals were minors, already tells people who's the most guilty in the whole situation, especially when I show people that they knew their ages. The fact that you want me to spell it out for my fucking audience. Oh, this person's guilty, instead of just showing them and letting them come to their own conclusion. That's the top thing here. In fact, Doodles said something like this similar in a comment. Maybe I can find it somewhere. I know I posted it. I'll show it to you all, because this gives you a direct look at what Doodles' complaint is in regards to this. And just what Doodles aims when they make their own videos. Hold on, where's it at? I know I posted it. I know I did. Okay, here it is. Let me pull the screenshot up. All right, I'm going to switch it real quick. Right here. I'm going to read it to you all. So aside from lying about my video to make the complaint that I never distinguished who was guilty or innocent, because I don't outright state this person's guilty, this person's innocent, though I did do that with Toasty, because I didn't list off the guilty parties, then the innocent parties, and I didn't spell it out like as if you all are fucking retarded, as if I have to treat you like your window lickers drooling on yourself. Like, okay. Then there's Doodles. Doodles says this, all right? It's not Akumu's job to let us know who is and isn't innocent. It is if he's going to be the whistleblower on this. Otherwise, everyone gets attacked equally, and it distracts from the actually problematic parties of the situation, i.e. ZZ and Toasty. Plus, he doesn't actually make that distinction. He just reads off some text and lets people come to whatever conclusion they want, regardless of if it's reasonable or responsible. You mean the responsible and reasonable conclusion that you all knew and didn't say anything? Oh, but that's inconvenient for you. That's why you complained about it in your video, saying that type of nuance is what is what you don't want on the situation. You don't like those questions, people asking you why you never told anyone, why you never came out about this whole thing. What Doodles is upset about is that I'm not spelling it out for you all and leading you to a specific conclusion. So 1 minute I'm leading you to a conclusion. The next minute I'm letting you all come to your own conclusions. Make it make sense. I'm dishonestly framing it, which means that I'm leading you all to a specific frame. But then the complaint is that I'm letting you come to your own conclusions. Does that make any fucking sense at all? Like, am I the retarded one here that just doesn't understand this, or is that a contradiction? He leads people, he does confirmation bias and leads people to an outcome that he already wants, but then says that I'm leading people to their own conclusions. I'm letting them pick for themselves. Which is it? But anyways, back to this. I thought that was something.
Because people like, say, LS Smart didn't even post in there.
I agree.
Yeah, and that's why I never showed anything from LS Mark. I only said he was in there. So like what the fuck is this point? What even is this point?
And that is something I'm going to be addressing, because there are people falsely claiming, like Ellis Mark knew in my comments, and I've had to tell them, no, that's not right. Ellis Mark was both 17 and not active at all. He was just invited in there and never interacted. Like, I understand fully about that perspective. But at the same time,
and I stated that he was 17, so no one's gonna fucking blame him. That's another dishonest thing here. No one's gonna blame the people that were underage. No one is.
Hey, Akumo.
So, Yeah, what's up?
Sorry, real quick. Am I able to get permissions to like bring comments up on screen?
Sure. You know what? Yeah, I'll let you handle that while
All right.
actually
that way you don't have to worry about it.
Ooh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. I don't think I
Damn.
Yeah. Bad news is I can't do that.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh well.
It is. It is. Hold on. Yeah, no, I
There was a comment someone said I wanted to highlight. Nobody says everybody in the call has to trash Akumu just so that they can be trusted by Doodles.
Oh yeah.
Doodles gang.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Gotta give Enla your password.
I will note to you that can come off as like it's not what you intend, and I don't believe that's what you intend, but when you're talking about something as serious as this, that can come off looking like deflection, especially since
It's
he's
100%
unfortunately the
deflection.
first one that broke this, which is horrific.
No,
So-
I know.
Yeah.
I know, but that is a distinction that does need to be made.
And it was made. I stated Ellis Mark was 17, you idiot. Like you claim that you say that you watched the video after this call. You say that you sat down and actually watched the video. Because initially you refused to do so, apparently. But then you say that you watched the video and yet you still make this claim in your own video. You still push the notion. And then you went as far as shooting yourself in the foot by playing the clip where I go over the people's ages. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Because people like Ellie here are getting harassed over what ultimately is rather maybe not entirely innocuous, but ultimately rather innocuous.
Knowing that minors were being shown porn is innocuous. I think that tells you everything that you all need to know.
No, that's fair
ultimately,
enough.
there's someone who
Like I was just gonna.
It's-
Oh, sorry. Go
yeah.
ahead.
it's like like whether or not it's deflection of me, I didn't even like I can verify that I did not
What?
post too
Okay,
much.
I don't. This is the second time I've seen this lie. What the fuck are you talking about? Have you told them about Kumo carving your username into his thigh to apologize? Are you fucking retarded? Like,
I
what
think
are
they're
you talking
trolling.
about?
I think they're just
Oh.
trolling.
No, this is the second time I've seen it, and it was said by someone else too. It wasn't just this guy. So I'm trying to figure out where that came from. Like, who is telling you all this?
In there that would even be seen as a problem. That's fine. But like people don't want to acknowledge like that, some that people in here or that people in these logs, that people in that who were in the FCK wouldn't.
Oh no, I think people Inte, I think people are taking your shit seriously because I've seen it be said in other comment sections. So I think people are taking what you said and like actually running with it, which is fucking
I would
hilarious.
not be surprised. They took the Kumo cult meme seriously, so
So I mean, good on you, man. You got these people just running with nothing. No, they did the same thing earlier. They tried to say that I was upset that Cass Warfox called out, that I was best friends with Cass Warfox. I have it on my Twitter. I don't know if you've seen it. I tried to tag Gilded, but this one random guy said that I was best friends with Cass Warfox, and that was the only reason I was upset with Lyle, because he called out Cass Warfox. Mind you, I've never fucking spoken with the guy, ever in my life. But yeah, we're best friends. You ever just have a best friend that you've never spoken with before? Apparently I do.
Instinctively know of every single person's age in there, like or that some of us didn't know of what was going on early on in the logs, because again I didn't join in until like March, after the chat had already stopped being kind of a fuck madame and Akumu chat, because I know that was like one of the big things that he's been centered on. This chat was not really like doing that by the time that I got in there in March. But again, the way that he
That's a lie. That's a fucking lie. March was when it ramped up. March was literally when it like that I became the centerpiece.
March of 2020, you're saying?
Yeah.
I can go fact check that for you.
Because remember, that's when the Ponder and Nezzy Monster videos dropped, and Fuchsia's. 3 videos dropped on me from people involved in this group. That same fucking month. So what are you talking about? A large majority of the conversation about me is in March. This is someone who saw the logs, by the way. This is someone who saw the logs. So this is an outright lie. There's no excuse that Doodles can provide here. There's none. Because Doodles saw the logs. And the majority conversation about me, is it not in fucking March?
Yeah, March 15th, 2020. Akumu is just so funny to mess with. Akumu is a clown. The views on my Akumu video are blowing up again. I saw Akumu starting shit with you. Akumu is no more, and this is all throughout March. At the end of the day, Akumu has no chance of retaliation.
Yeah, March 7th to March 12th was largely about me.
And there's plenty of mentions after that. Like, I think the last time you were mentioned was July of 2020.
That is such a stupid thing to lie about. But I'm guessing my working idea here is that they didn't think that, that Locka was smart enough or something like that. Because why would you lie about something so small? Because there's no excuse for this to not be a lie. There's no. I'm guessing because I think Locka was kind of playing dumb in this call. Because and that's why Doodles was willing to lie about this, because why else would you lie about something you yourself can see? You went through the logs to make an entire fucking sheet. You scrolled through the entire thing. So that you've been insisting that you're credible on this topic because you scrolled through the entire logs. Yet you're lying about the tiniest of details.
Frames it is incredibly dishonest because he acts like everyone in there had some sort of grudge and like specific conspired against him, when that's just ultimately not true.
A large majority of the main people in there that were active, the most active people in there, hated my fucking guts. They conspired to make multiple videos. They're the ones that gave Fuchsia. You can literally see these people giving Fuchsia evidence in March of 2020. You can see them do it. You can literally look at them watching them do it. What do you mean they didn't conspire against me? You guys conspire against me. How about sharing a Google document about Akumu reporting where they talk about how I need to be deplatformed? That's not conspiring, though.
It's hard for Doodle Tones to say, like, oh, well, I didn't know about those things when they combed through the entire server to make a spreadsheet of every single message. It's at this point, it's impossible for Doodle Tones to make the, oh, I didn't see those excuse.
Listen, we're talking about how he's so over and has no chance of retaliation, sharing documents that, call for him being deplatformed, talking about watching my Twitter feed, all this, but they weren't conspiring against me, sharing evidence with each other to make videos to fuck me over. No, but they weren't conspiring against me. That's a ridiculous claim on my end, guys. Okay, sure.
Fair enough. But there is some misinformation.
Oh, and the best part is, Doodles tries to walk back this claim in the video later on and say that they were conspiring against me. But why would you make this claim to begin with if you were already done with your sheet by this point? This was April. Why would you make this claim? Because it was to convince Locka. That's why Doodles lied. Doodles lied to convince Locka, because Locka had already expressed that they didn't like me. It was to sow seeds of doubt in regards to me, to make it look like I was lying to Locka, despite the fact that Doodles was flat out lying to Locka's fucking face. That's what this was.
That is floating around, but like, I don't agree with Akumu at all. I'll be upfront on that. Like, but the stuff I do want to talk about is some of the, like, unfortunately, the stuff that is unsettling. Like, he did a video confronting Toasty, talking about him sending porn to minors and stuff like that. And that video was made aware in some parts of the community, at least because Mad Libs commented on it and several others. And it's a question that becomes like it doesn't look good, and I'm just trying to find out like why was this not
Who
really
knew?
taken seriously, like because like regardless of how you feel about the guy, like I don't like him, but the fact that he had Toasty's admission in a video of that is the thing that disturbs me, and people looked at that and went, nah, that's ignore it. And it's a little disturbing.
I didn't. I was about to say, actually, I didn't look at that.
A random piece of autistic fucking trivia. I actually early on thought about changing my YouTube name to Apollo. And I'm only telling you this because I am addicted to irony. I have a problem.
Until I've had to look into everything about Akumu. But
Oh,
yeah, I
dear.
do know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's
the
my
thing with
perspective.
Akumu,
Wait a
on that
minute,
note-
pause.
Well, on that note,
Yeah, you were saying.
Doodletone says, I've had to look into everything about Akumu, but also hasn't seen Akumu's videos.
Yeah. I've had to look into
Interesting.
everything about me, but I haven't watched any of his videos. Also admitted in the video later on, the Doodletone's response, the big video that I covered already, that they haven't seen a single FCK episode except for the one on the server. So how the fuck did you look into everything about me? What, you watched the same old videos from the FCK? All right. They shouldn't be closed. At me on Twitter. At me on Twitter. I will follow you, and then you can message me. I'm not very good with using a lot of stuff. Like I know the bare minimum, but I don't know how to do like settings and stuff like that. Honestly, it makes me feel old, even though I'm not. I'm fucking 20 years old. It's sad. All right, let's keep going.
it's also, given the whole Madame situation, people were already kind of looking at him as rather disingenuous.
Mhm.
You should know that.
That
By that point, like,
but
by that point,
regardless
people were
of
already
how
kind of looking.
go ahead, sorry.
People were already looking at him as like this lying like kid who like was going to bat for Madame for ultimately white knighty reasons.
Well, whose
And
fault
maybe
is
that's
that,
not
Doodle?
correct.
Are we gonna address who did that? Who resulted in that at all? We're gonna have a conversation about like the people that resulted in that pushed that, despite the fact that like the whole white knight, he's in love with Madame, he's simping for her. I didn't know this bitch before any of this. But no, we're not gonna get into that, of course.
I don't know. I don't really care. It was never really my perspective of the guy, but that is how people were writing him off.
Yeah, and that's
My
kind of the problem I
perspective, I
have
said-
because like this wasn't just him claiming that in the video. He interviewed him in a call and had an admission with Toasty outright verbally saying that. That's the issue I'm having here.
Take the logs anywhere.
Oh, okay.
It's-
Akumu, you're roboting.
Oh, and
It's both you and the stream is roboting.
okay, so it's the way. Give me a sec.
Little bit of cute trivia for you guys while Akumu's busy. There's a thunderstorm at my place right now, and Mitzi's huddled up by my legs. My cat.
Is it better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. Yeah, this is a perfect point, by the way, Jay. If you guys want to know just how fucking delusional these people are, the art community banded together with the goal of taking down Madame, holding her accountable, fucking her over. They did this giant fucking crusade on her and really thought they did something, right? They told themselves they called her out. This is why I make fun of them for this shit. And they convinced themselves that they really did something. And she's a fucking millionaire now. Scammed people of thousands of dollars, tried to dox tried to dox a child. Okay, threatened another child with a lawsuit and is a fucking millionaire. These people live in a hug box. A hug box formed together by tiny or small little hug boxes, but at the end of the day, they remain loyal to the main one. Okay, the collective hug box. And they live in such a pocket version of reality that it's so fucking warped that they have no idea the actual like situation in and of itself. Right? They thought that they did something with Madame because Madame wasn't on YouTube anymore. You think that that's actually doing something because she's not on YouTube anymore. These people are so chronically online that someone not being on YouTube is like, oh my god, we really did something.
Yeah,
and she's a millionaire now.
Yeah, the reason that they didn't do anything and declared victory anyway is because they have this idea of like, I'm trying to find the best way to describe this, but the reason why Madame ended up becoming so successful despite this drama is because Madame is one of those people who does not care about integrity or being seen as a good person. Like, Madame came back under different names, I believe multiple different YouTube channels, and just started making pure YouTube short slop.
Madame is a fucking millionaire.
And she's a millionaire because of it, because she didn't care about reputation or integrity like these people do. She just cared about, getting the bag. And then she went and got the bag because she doesn't give a shit.
Oh yeah, she abused so if you guys know what the YouTube short shit, she basically did that. There's a guy that did it to a bunch of like streamers and shit. He's actually got an Instagram account. She just did that formula basically and milked the fuck out of YouTube shorts.
You basically just repost other people's content or movies and just put like a little VTuber reacting thing in the corner. You
can get like $40,000 a month.
Oh yeah, you can make a ton of money off of that if you do it right.
Especially if you have multiple channels doing it. But anyways, yeah, she's fucking like, these people don't realize they don't realize because they think that they've done something and they seem to have this disconnect with, okay, well, we've attacked the online persona, but like they don't realize that that's a persona. She doesn't give a fuck about like standards and whatnot by any stretch of the means.
And don't get me wrong, they take that approach with predators and groomers too, that because they're not in the public eye anymore, or they don't have their current platform, they must not be out there grooming children anymore. We did it, guys. We won.
And it's pure fucking delusion. And that's why I laugh about it. I fucking laugh about it. Like, I don't like that fact, like, personally, but I laugh about it because it's absolutely fucking hilarious. Because it goes to show that these people did absolutely nothing. That their big bad Ponder Sprocket did fucking nothing. That their big bad D'Angelo Wallace that they said that I should worry about if he ever did a video on me did absolutely fucking nothing. This is a small, very autistic, very retarded community. Okay, sure, it has thousands of people, but there's billions of people on this planet.
There was verbal admission from Toasty, regardless of how people felt about Akumu. I'm wondering why the community didn't take that seriously, since there was an admission. Like, that's kind of why I'm confused.
There's a chance.
Can I jump in real quick?
Go
many
ahead.
People just didn't see it.
Just like what Doodle says, there is when it comes to a video, that it's not something relevant here because
people saw it. Now, to give them some credit, not everyone saw it, but people saw it. It was around that time that I was getting comments of how I would never be able to, again, have an audience, that I should quit making videos, or when the FCK said that I illegally recorded the call to make the video look bad, even though I never did. This can keep going. People saw it. It's just they didn't like me. That's what this comes down to. Let's be real here.
It's clear that Doodles didn't see that video. Ellie definitely didn't see that video. So that's more of something you're going to have to find out with somebody else. It's just more of a claim that you can't claim that there's a possibility everybody knew. Yes, there's a possibility, but until you can actually get proof that everyone knew, can't say much or use that as an argument.
Fair enough.
But I didn't watch any Akumu video until until this situation went down. Prior to that, I've been avoiding Akumu because to me he was kind of an obnoxious twerp.
Okay.
So you've spoken on my videos, but you've never watched them up until now. Why would you admit that? Why would you admit that? Okay.
And does it
That's
help
it.
with the
I couldn't.
transphobia too?
Yeah, the
Transphobic.
blatant
Oh, yeah.
That
transphobia.
definitely.
Holy shit. But
That also didn't jive with me when he was
Dude,
like,
I'm
going
surprised
after
you
me
didn't bring that
on Twitter
up.
about it.
Out of everything you were talking about Akuma within the call before and this, I'm surprised you didn't even bring that up. I'm like, damn.
Because it's obvious. Because it's like he makes
Because it's
he's
irrelevant.
unabashedly about it. Like he has no problem being transphobic. The only thing is you can't call him a transphobe. But hey, I mean, Akuma, if we're calling a spade a spade.
Okay. You're a degenerate. You
Yeah,
like
but
diapers.
it's completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
Like whether or not he's transphobic. That has nothing to do with this situation at all.
I don't know what my socio-political beliefs have anything to do with the fact that you knew that kids were being shown porn and groomed and never said anything. Like you can play the semantics of when you found out, but at the end of the day, you've made it clear that you at one point knew, at least in 2020.
Do you notice how confident she suddenly gets when it's about, talking about how bad and transphobic you are?
Oh yeah, because it's a good scapegoat. Because they're very aware that that's a scapegoat. They've been using it as a scapegoat ever since 2020. Anytime I talked about any of the shit that they did, fuchsia, right? One of the first earliest ones to do it. I was being transphobic to fuchsia. Someone just did it recently. Actually, it was a guy that has been in my comments for a long time now. Funny enough, but anyways, it's because they use the socio-political shit as a scapegoat. They always have ever since. Anytime I've brought up anything to do with what they've done, either them lying, their hypocrisy. Oh, transphobe. Oh, transphobe. Oh, transphobe. They think that it somehow like takes precedent over being a lying cunt, being a degenerate, and all this other shit. Like it's an overblown gotcha. And that's what they think it is. It's like, oh, we're just gonna grasp onto this and throw it at you. It's deflection. And to give them credit, they're the masters of deflection. I'm going to be honest here. I have to give them some credit. They are very good at it. And like, so unless you're like aware, which is I'm making another episode in the series that breaks down their tactics specifically and how this community functions, because these people I have to give them credit. They're very good at deflecting. They are genuinely good at it. I can't lie.
Like,
I can't be transphobic because I don't hate trans people. Well, okay, dude.
but
That was the argument.
yeah, no.
Fair
For me,
enough.
I didn't really watch Akumu's. Hell, I didn't even watch when Akumu covered me when I was like in the Mad Libs video. I didn't even watch that video. I didn't care because Akumu to me was someone who did not want to approach a situation with any sort of good faith or like any sort of actual discussion going on. He wanted a fight. He wanted a war. He wanted to shut people down. He wanted to destroy them and destroy their credibility. And look at how look at how much has changed in the 4 years that has happened.
Yeah, you can't cite me lying. So if I'm destroying your credibility, if I am destroying your credibility by telling the truth, what does that say about you? Pay attention to your own fucking words. Like, pay attention to what you're saying. Because you can't tell you haven't cited where I've lied. You admitted in your most recent video on this that you can't prove I've lied. So if me being honest is ruining you people, what does that say about what you've done? Like that's the only way I can put it. Aside from the fact that you're taking an edgy, pretentious 16-year-old statements so fucking literal, as if that represents now. That isn't to say that I don't find enjoyment out of this. I think it's fucking hilarious that simply being honest makes these people like go nuts. But that said, my goal isn't that. All I want is just to show people how these people are. Oh yeah, well, I mean, the only comparison I can make between Keffels and Doodle Tones is self-victimization in order to get pity points for drama. Is constantly the victim and constantly victimizing themselves and their friends, such as right now. That's really the only comparison I can make so far. Oh, and being degenerates, but one's into farts, the other one's into diapers.
All right. Yeah. I
Like,
just thought I'd ask about that because, like, I did see several commentators in the section
no, I
acknowledge
didn't.
that video. That's why I was concerned.
Oh yeah, don't forget the
Because,
spam.
like, you even
What?
acknowledged a little bit
That's
earlier of Toasty's kind of concerning culture he made, and that's why I'm also asking. It's not me attacking you. I'm just trying to
well, that was
understand.
because yeah, that was as far as me saying that it was the culture that Toasty created. Again, that was because it was under the presumption that it was an 18+ server. When I heard that like there was there was children, I don't
No,
remember it
that's
being
false.
actually in
Hold on.
the Akuma.
That's
Well,
fucking
it's,
false, right?
Yeah, as
Hold
far
on.
You. I'm just trying to
well, that,
understand. Because, like, you
well,
even
that's
acknowledged a little bit
that's
earlier of Toasty's kind of concerning culture he made, and that's why I'm also asking. It's not me attacking you. I'm just trying to
well, that was
understand.
because yeah. That was as far as me saying that it was the culture that Toasty created. Again, that was because it was under the presumption that it was an 18+ server.
That's a lie. That's
That
a
is
lie.
absolutely a lie. Tell him
Um,
why. Tell him
So
why.
you can go to the Nezi call. This is recorded. Lying about something recorded, genius fucking move. So I said, I brought up the FCK server, the fact that porn was being spammed in there and being shown to minors. I specifically stated that it was being shown to minors. The response was, that was just kind of the environment Toasty Vanilla made. And I pressed on the fact that this was porn being shown to minors. This wasn't Doodle's response to, oh, well, only just the porn spam. It was the response to the fact that minors were being shown porn and they were blaming Toasty. You can go see the fucking clips yourselves. I have it recorded. This is a stupid lie.
when I heard that like there was there was children, I don't remember it being actually in the Akuma call itself. But if
It literally is. It literally is. It it actually is. Why are you lying about this? Why? It always comes down to the memory issues every time. Notice how they remember what they said, right? But they don't remember the specific part about the fact that minors were mentioned. The most damning thing about it, they remember the porn thing, but they don't remember the fact that I mentioned that minors were being shown porn. It's in the call.
it was there, I probably just wrote it off as this is in hindsight. Like people knew that there was children in there afterwards. I did not know that there were children at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, so even if you didn't know in the moment, okay, let's play the fucking semantics game real quick. Even if you didn't know in the moment that they were children and children are in there, you still found out at some point afterwards. And you yourself were on record stating that it was at some point in 2020 that you found out. Whether it be, fucking May or after Guy Benham's video came out. You still found out in 2020 and you still said nothing. And people want an answer to that. Like you keep Doodles keeps dancing around this and it
Okay. Well, I will note that. Thank you for telling me that. I just wanted to just figure that out. Thank you. Like, again,
Yeah,
I'm not here to
probab-
bust your balls. I'm really not, ma'am. I'm really trying.
No, I know.
I'm not here to bust your balls.
I know, and I'm trying to be as transparent and honest as I can be about this. But again, I've gotten some of my wires crossed, and you can disregard the timeline because I don't have it intact yet.
Fair enough.
I still have no idea why I left the Fruitcake Club initially. It could have been because of the Toby stuff, for all I know. I don't know. The general gist is when I say that it was the culture that Toasty created. Technically, I'm not wrong, but I was just under a different
They're just messing with you,
presumption
Locka.
than I guess what was the actual case, or not even I guess what actually was the case, because I didn't know. Because it's hard to know these things when you don't know anyone. And again, it's like one of the first things that can be seen directly when looking at the logs themselves.
So are you
That's
ever
something
gonna
that is
like
verifiable.
admit to the fact that you knew that Slurs was a minor or like
All right. Well, now we got that discussion out of the way. Let's talk about Ellie a bit, because like the main reason
What?
why I've had a problem was mainly like they blocked the victims to prevent them from having a conversation, and I found that behavior to be gross.
So,
Because that like you can't have
if we just pause
accountability
for a
in a productive
second.
conversation if you
Oh.
prevent any form of
Oh, hold on.
communication.
Hold on. What the
Yeah.
what did you just send me?
So these were just tossed into my server just now. And I don't know the context for them, but I figured I'd just
What?
toss them your
Holy
way.
shit. Oh my god, you're an idiot. Not you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for not calling me an idiot.
Oh my. All right, so yeah, I'm going to show this and we're going to read this.
All right.
I actually whoever gave you these, thank them immediately.
Their name is Trinket in my server.
You also gave me is this a screenshot between Locka and Doodles? What is this?
Well, you might want to ask Locka if that's okay to share. But that was also, I mean, it was just shared publicly, so it's already out there.
Okay. Locka, are you okay with me just showing this screenshot between you and Doodle?
Locka's in that chat too, so they would have seen it
Yeah.
be shared.
I'm just making sure beforehand. I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes here. Especially because Locka is the source of this call, so.
Locka just said welcome to hell in my server.
Because holy shit. Oh,
okay. Share anything.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go. All right. Holy. Wow. Okay. All right. So, how do I move this over? That's the question that. Okay, stop sharing. Well, we will go back to the call. Share screen. Share screen. Shit. Okay. All right. Is it working? All right.
Yeah, I can see it. It's a little blurry, but there we go. That's much better.
All right.
Do you want me to read it?
Kinda. My GERD is acting up, so if you don't mind.
All right. Tunes in. This is Doodle Tone saying this. Yesterday at 6:51 p.m. I think, or 5:51, whatever. Tunes in. Locka is talking about me knowing Slimmers' age. Clicks out. Oh, is this about? Oh, this must be about Locka's stream yesterday. Oh, by the way, it's cut off at the side there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it this way because the way the screenshot's taken and the way it
Okay, fair enough.
on here. So
We'll work together on this one.
hold on, maybe I can. Okay.
Oh, that's
right.
much better.
All right.
Susie says, I guess that discussion we had means nothing then. Like, I never claimed to not know Slimmers' age. I didn't know Teddy's and Mimi Diggs' ages until this situation started. But the thing with Slimmers was that Toasty told me they weren't in the chat by the point I was.
But no, you denied. You like Doodles. Literally, we heard this. I'm not fucking crazy. We heard Doodles say, "I didn't know any of the minors' ages."
You want me to continue?
Absolutely.
Someone named Naruko Cosplay 15 says, I feel like whatever you say to Locka goes through one ear and out the other. Susie responds, well, considering they're one of the sources people go to about the FCK, that's rather concerning. Dennis the Menace, I know this person. Dennis the Menace says, Locka is so dumb. Oh, hey, it's Trinket. Trinket says, what were they saying about it? Sorry, just for clarification, since I'm reading this as you know it, even if that wasn't the point, and him saying so, but I expect I'm missing a little context, so just to be sure. Oh, and also Locka wants to come in, so I can send. Is it all right if I send her a link?
Yeah.
Or the link? Okay. I'll do that in a second, Locka, after I'm done reading this. Susie says, like, I'll admit I wasn't the most clear that I could have been during our discussion, but Locka still has a chat we're in. And then in response to Trinket, she says, I didn't stick around long enough. I just hopped in and heard Locka talk about the FCK and how I knew Slimmers' age, and how, therefore, I should have known there was a problem. But when I was active in the FCK, Slimmers wasn't there. That's my point.
But you denied knowing anyone's ages. And also you don't admit in this call to knowing Slimmers was a minor. So like what even is this? Like this is nonsensical. You denied knowing. You said Doodles said, "Well, I didn't know any of the minors' ages." Then when we point out that you knew Slimmers' age, it's, well, yeah, I never denied knowing Slimmers' age. Really? Let's go to this one. Also, you can invite Locka, did you?
Yeah, I went ahead and did that. Naruko says, also, I kind of regret posting the live stream because I felt like you should know, Susie. Then again, it wasn't my place, and I'm sorry about that. Susie says, I ain't watching further. If Locka wants to listen to victim blamers and people who are literally...
Victim blamers, here we go.
And people who are literally grifting this situation, they can. I am, however, a little disappointed because we could have talked about this stuff further. Trinket says, have you talked to them since the first talk? If you realized you must have been unclear, just in case at least this really is just a matter of miscommunication, which happens to anyone, really. And then Susie sends the screenshot of their DMs and says, this was the most that I had said to them. And then that is the one that I sent you as well.
This right here is probably one of my favorites.
So this is on the same day as this call happened. Susie says, sorry, Locka, asked Nezzy. They don't feel comfortable with me sending the screenshots.
By the way, this is in reference to the screenshots that Doodles publicized. They probably didn't want to give them to Locka. Well, saying as Locka probably would have noticed the details in the fucking screenshots. Or because, well, there was contradicting information told to Locka in call. So.
Locka says, thanks for letting me know. Susie says, yeah, they're still not sure they can trust you, which, given the recent events and you two not knowing each other, we can probably both agree, fair. Locka says, okay. Susie says, also, it has just occurred to me that me saying Gal's video was what drove me out of the FCK was also post Ben the Looney, because that was literally what the video was about. So it had to be the Ben the Looney situation that drove me away from the FCK. And were I to rationalize that, I bet, though I cannot confirm, that my logic was, quote, this is going to be drama, I'm a dip so this doesn't become something I get dragged into. Because I was dealing with a serial doxer that year. The last thing I needed was to be dogpiled for whatever Toby and Ben were gonna cause. Though, in retrospect, that would be a little silly, since I only watched that conversation and didn't actually partake in it, so I don't know. That's my best guess. I know by the point of the Ben convo, I obviously wasn't super active, hence why I would think May/June was when I left. Again, not like I told anyone why, so I can't call back to any direct messages. But that's if I were to guess. I'll still keep looking for any further confirmation, though, and keep you posted. All right, yeah, and then back to this. So this was after the call. Those DMs were sent. Okay. I assume this is Susie saying, post our call, that is. Again, I horribly bungled the call we had, for sure. I mention as so, and apologize if I might have confused them within my video, but Locka should be aware that our line of contact is still open. Trinket says, was the Slimmer stuff in the call then? Susie says, maybe? I know I was asked why I didn't come out about it sooner, and that's when I started panicking.
Oh, I wonder. I wonder why.
Beyond that, I don't think I was asked directly about Slimmers. I know Ellie was, though. And Trinket says, okay, that might be why they got that wrong then. Especially if they managed to get the info you knew her age, but missed the details.
I think Locka's here. Hold on.
But missed the details on if you thought she was in the server or not. I like Dennis says, I don't like that Locka's Sona is a Sonic OC, considering the Sonic fandom also has a toxicity.
Okay,
all right.
Calm down.
I'm sorry. Out of all the things to focus on, the Sonic fandom stuff, and not the fact I pointed out that Doodles has a video that literally, what was it? The top 10 best 2019 and
Two
2020
videos.
list.
Yeah, 2 videos. Yeah.
Yeah, that point out Slimmers' age, and Doodles had to have watched him to put him on that list. That is not me being toxic. That's me pointing out the simple
Remember,
fact of the matter.
Doodles didn't know any minors' ages that were in the server, but then when you and I, especially you, because Doodles was aware that you just pointed that out, you point out that that Doodles is aware Slimmers is 15. Suddenly, oh my god, I feel betrayed. Locka could have come to me about it in DMs. I never said I didn't know Slimmers' age. Slimmers is one of the minors, you dipshit.
I know. And it gets worse because a lot of them are friends with each other because Doodles remarked in their video they were friends with Junkie, but Junkie knew that Teddy was groomed. So how the fuck did they not know about that? Because even his partner knew. I'm questioning so much because if they knew, like Junkie knew that Teddy was being groomed, like apparently Teddy told multiple people. So the fact that no one else knew about that is also suspicious considering they came out also publicly about that. So
With the Gabonum video. And here's the thing, Doodles is saying, well, it had to have been after the Gabonum video. Well, we know for a fact the Gabonum was in 2020.
Yeah.
So either way, you knew and still said nothing for 4 years. So we can play the semantic games of whether you knew in May or whether you knew at the end of 2020. But you still knew in 2020. You still have yet to provide an answer as to why you said nothing. And yet you're admitting that you started panicking when you were questioned. So we have Doodles on the record admitting to panicking when questioned why they never said anything.
Because they knew more than they let on. They were lying directly to my face. I had to hold my tongue because I literally I didn't want the victim in there, but the call wouldn't happen unless the victim was in there. I hated that. I really didn't want that, but that's what ended up happening. The victim really wanted to be in there too, and I'm like, God fucking damn it.
This is why I'd like to. I'd like to speak with Teddy, but I don't see that happening.
I'm saying that because they're not well. Don't do that. I'm sorry. Like, I'm just trying to keep out for their interest. They're not doing well, and they like what already happened with the call with them and Lio and Nezzy and Doodle. That was really bad. It fucked them up to an extent because it put them in this really messed up position where they were guilt tripped, and they like verbatim. This is what I was told: guilt tripped into trying to clear some of these people's names. And I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean? And like, I'm tired of this. I am very, very tired of this, that they keep saying they care about the victims, but yet they put the victims in this position where they're pressured into talking about this when they're not stable. There's a reason why I tell them the victims not to be a part of this.
And then also not being honest with them when they're wanting them in calls. So that's neat.
I hate it. I hate this. Like, that's why I'm like, I made this call public because what I saw in Doodle's video, they scream about nuance, but they're telling me an entirely different story. They're telling me they knew by the time they left the server that there were minors in the server being distributed porn. I ask them directly why. They keep dodging the subject. They keep going, well, this and this. Well, no, I asked you specifically, why didn't you tell Ponder? Like in this call, I do say at a later point, why didn't you tell Ponder then? And they go, I don't know. So that told me everything right then, but I couldn't say anything because if I reacted at a term, it could hurt the victim in the call, which I feel there's a part of me that feels like that was deliberate because if I acted out of term, that could harm the situation and that could make the victim have an issue as well. It was bad. This call was horrible, but I can't act out of term because if I act out of term, the call ends and I don't find out what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
It sucks. But continue with the video. It gets worse. There's more in there that I didn't even go over my stream. And I think this is a major problem when I keep asking the same questions and I'm getting different answers. So I want to hear, because you have some of this evidence, what actually occurred. Because I'm tired of hearing, well, this is what happened. I want the truth. Please tell me what actually happened, please.
In regards to what specifically are you asking about?
Well, mainly, for one, Doodle's involvement in all of this, because they keep changing how much they knew about the situation. Like you've heard in some parts of the call, they were like, well, I knew when I left, but I didn't know about this. But then they switch it to them knowing, yeah, like stuff like that.
Well, we'll
It's
probably never get the full details, and if we do, they won't own up to them, like Nezzy Monster, for example.
Ugh.
But with
I
that
really,
said,
I think it's really telling that they're like, I'm siding with the victim blamers. The thing is, I can disagree with you, but still acknowledge what you're saying is factual. Like apparently,
also,
they care about
when
nuance,
did
but
I
that's
ever
not.
blame a victim for being groomed? When have I ever done that?
I'm
I've
waiting for the evidence, to be quite
same
honest.
here. They love to make this accusation. They love to, and I called it. So first off, Doodle says I'm not going to accuse you or anyone else of victim blaming just for talking about the diaper fetish and making fun of it. But then repeatedly continues to accuse me of victim blaming for doing just that, when I've never blamed Doodles for being groomed by their groomer. That makes no sense.
Yeah. And it gets confusing for me because they say they care about the nuance of the situation, but in the video, Doodles remarks to me they knew there were minors being distributed porn by the time they left the FCK, but that's not noted in their video. They care about the nuance, but why is that not in the video? And also the context as well. They had 2 different accounts in the FCK. Why is that not noted then? Why is none of that noted? Like, if people care about nuance, why are details being left out? Because nuance can only happen when the full facts are on the table and being properly discussed. Why is all the facts being omitted? That's my problem. They want nuance, but they're not willing to tell exactly what's going on. They say they have the timeline, but when I ask them about the timeline, suddenly the timeline is wrong and doesn't exist. And this is the person writing Lyo's evidence for his video. That I find horrifically concerning, because if Doodles can't even get the basics right of when they left, what's that video going to look like? They can't even give me the basics. What does that tell you? Like, because personally to me, this video is going to be a train wreck. It's already bad enough they're asking somebody who was a part of that event to look at the evidence when, like, be honest, Akumu. If you were a part of a fucked up situation, you were told to research for it, would you just hand over the evidence that would indict you of doing any wrongdoing? Would you hand over that?
What do you mean?
Like, would you hand over evidence that possibly showed that you were in the wrong in some way in that situation? Would you show the evidence condemning you of doing something wrong?
If I made a mistake, yeah. I mean, for example, take my Ponder video, my part 1, and even my part 2 that's on its way. The things that I did, I own up to. Like, for example, part 2, there is a beautiful 6 minutes of absolute perfection where they correct me on my timeline mistake. And I play the full 6 minutes, although people will probably bitch about that. I play the full 6 minutes, and I own up to the fact that I was wrong. And in my part 1, I'm open on the parts where I was wrong and they correct me. Like, it's, and to be fair, those are different things. The stakes and the severity is different. But these people preach that they're, wanting to hold people accountable and that they're going to supposedly apply that to themselves. And then they are conveniently leaving out details. And then not thinking, here's the best part. If you really want to get an idea as to just how fucking stupid these guys are, they're trying to leave out details because they know those details are inconvenient, while at the same time not checking the shit that they're putting out in the public enough to the point that there's shit going through the cracks. So they're trying to keep a tight lid on it, but they're not good at it. So that's how we got the DMs between Nezzy Monster and Toasty. Doodles thinking that was a good idea to publicize.
But I'm asking in terms of Doodle tones, considering how much they're willing to change what they're saying to me.
Yeah.
Why would they be trustworthy to give over the evidence that possibly condemns them? Like,
because Doodle's reputation, and reputation's inconsistent with this community. This community relies upon reputation. That's why they love to go at credibility, because reputation and credibility are one and the same to these people.
I think it's. I mean, we'd like to think that if we were in a situation like that, that we would like, oh yeah, absolutely, I'd be transparent, I'd give you everything. But I think it's in human nature to like instinctively avoid things that make us look bad or even feel bad, or like want to forget them. I'm not saying that like that's what Doodles is going through. I'm just saying, well, like what Leia's saying, it's a conflict of interest. at
Yeah.
minimum. And that's why
That's
even if you could trust the person to be transparent, it's still not good practice
It's
to
why
have
people don't
people
trust the CIA investigating
to
themselves.
have to investigate yourself. That's not usually how it's done because of that
Yeah.
reason.
That's why I was asking, because I do think it's a conflict of interest, because if they want the true scope of what happened in the FCK, the most Doodle should do is give testimony and then have that cross-reference with the server, not
Yeah.
research the server. That's a bad idea, because let's say, like, they see something their friend did wrong. How can we fully trust what they're saying in that spreadsheet is exactly what happened in that server? Like, it's not their own interpretation.
Well, I mean, it's a
or
good
crop.
example of this is that, Doodles likes to take issue and likes to say I harassed Nezzy Monster, but always leaves out what Nezzy Monster did every time, every single time. So the question then becomes, actually, it's not even the question is then just answered. It's just answered as, yeah, Doodles is willing to conceal certain things if it makes their friends look bad. And if they're willing to do that for their friends, how far are they willing to go in regards to themselves?
And that's exactly my point. That's my main concern. The fact that there's an FCK video being made that is being used for evidence for Lio, I think that's troubling. Because why would you have the person that is in suspicion be in charge of the evidence? That's a conflict of it doesn't make sense. Like I've said this in my stream, it doesn't make sense that that's occurring, and I would think, like, at bare minimum, like, Doodles give testimony,
And
but
to
not.
add to your point, when I've cleared the accusations thrown at me myself, because no one else is willing to do so, people don't believe it because I had to go through the evidence myself. But when it comes to these people and far more damning claims and a track record far worse, suddenly, like Lyle's willing to give it a pass and say, yeah, these people can investigate themselves and help me come to the. Mind you, they're complaining that I supposedly dishonestly framed it because I have an end goal already in mind. Okay. But
Okay.
then are claiming that I'm leaving it open so that people can come to their own conclusions. And yet, why would these people not do that if they're working
I think
together?
I think the same reason. I think it's the same reason why Ponder and Lio feel that they are super confident in asking for the private contact information of minors. Well, I mean, people in general, but especially minors, is because in their eyes, they are the most moral people to be able to be trusted with that information. And I think it's the same thing here, where it's like they feel like they are the most moral and righteous people to be able to investigate themselves fairly. And that's just, a bias towards themselves.
I do find this entire situation very messed up, because, like, I've noticed it's always deflecting away from the kids. It's always something happens and it deflects away what happened to those kids. Some of these kids did come out trying to say they were groomed years ago, and the community fucking shut them down. Toasty forced some of these kids into silence. But that part doesn't get mentioned, that they did scream out to the community on a couple of occasions, but yet nothing was done about it. And they're saying, oh, I knew nothing about that. What do you mean you knew nothing about it? Junkie knew, and you were friends with him. How did no one conveniently know, but yet everyone knew? Because in, like, Minty Shit's video that I showed last night, they outright said the FCK, like, there were rumors of them grooming kids. This video's been up since September 29th of 2020. What do you mean the community didn't know? There were videos talking about it, not just from Akumu, but from other sources. I don't get how that's possible. How did everyone just selectively choose to ignore that, when even Minty showed in that video there was another server that had a Slimmers NSFW chat that Toasty owned? I
No,
don't
and just to
understand.
even further add to this, as to how these people kept this shit secret, when you look to the Toby situation, it wasn't until Minty Shit or my video talking about Toasty, not Toasty, Toby, that people knew exactly, that this was especially spawned from the FCK and knew more details about it. Very little was known about what actually spawned this aside from a dispute. There was no specifics really given. And then they disappeared out of the situation just like that. As fast as they were in it to create it, they disappeared out of it. Behind the scenes, though, they were partially still involved and planning on doing various videos on the subject. For example, like Junkie's video, I think on Omni or whatever.
Yeah, that weird one. Oh my god.
So,
But
and then also they reached out specifically to Guybenham. Mad Libs did so that I'm trying to keep up with this. Yeah, Rin. Fuck, my mind's boggled here. Rin
take your time.
wouldn't mention the details, certain details. Mad Libs didn't want mentioned in the video. So it's
They're constructing a narrative even from the get-go.
yeah. Well, I mean they always sort of have. So
That's true. Like, even I can attest from like the old ArtCC days. There's a lot these people are able to cover up simply because of their credibility and their reach. And I find it concerning.
reputation. It's the reputation because they view reputation and credibility as one of the same. Those are one of the same, which is completely asinine because someone can be a massive fucking liar and have a fantastic reputation.
Yep. And the problem is, due to that, if these people do something wrong, who really can call them out at that stage? Because this community runs off of that. But if someone small like me comes and goes, hey, this guy is doing this, this, and this, unless that person has a terrible reputation like Junkie, I would be discredited immediately. And I think the only reason I'm being listened to on the Junkie half, because he knew that some of the victims were being groomed because he was told directly, is because he got canceled a few months ago for his shit that happened with the ArtCC people, where he backstabbed them by sharing, I think, like, what was it? A chat log with Heaton, and then Heaton got accused of sharing something they weren't supposed to, but Junkie actually gave them permission to do so, if I recall correctly. Like, it was that got him ultimately shit canned, because apparently that ruined Heaton's career, which to me, I think that's telling of a community that if you share something that you weren't supposed to, your entire career can get fucked. And like, I get not sharing something you're not supposed to, but I find that weird that an entire community can turn on you just for one perceived incident. And it's not even something that big. Like, they didn't groom a kid. They didn't rob anybody. They didn't stab anyone in the butt, as far as I know. But immediately they get shit canned. And now it's become, I don't know how to describe this, but this community is very secular in its beliefs. It's like a cult. I hate saying that, but it's very cult-like. They have these leaders, and anything that goes against them, you can't call out anything. Because the second you do, you go against them. Because right now, I already know, just because I am in this call.
Oh yeah, just because you've hopped on the stream,
my credibility's fucked. It's credibility's fucked because I'm willing to talk to both sides. I've said this up front before. I'm willing to talk to both. But the problem is, if people aren't being honest with me, I'm going to say something. But the community doesn't like that because they form cliques. And if you're not in that clique, there's a problem with you. And I think that's why they targeted you. Initially, because, well, you were just a kid troll that was making fun of them, and it pissed them off. Anything that approaches their ego fucks them up. I'm not saying everything that happened in that situation between you guys was good, but some things I noticed were justified simply because you were a bad person. Like, I saw the Fuchsia Butters video where they're talking about your dad's pullout game. I saw the comments Miss Zizi left you that were talking about filling your boy pussy, that fucked up thing I had to read on stream. Yeah, that. But that is completely justified, and that's not even mentioned in Doodles' video of that kind of harassment you went through.
Not that it's justified, but it's definitely downplayed. Like in Lyo's video, he just says, "Oh, specifically some comments that Ms. Zizi made."
Yeah, and I'm the only one that's like, me and like Akumu showed them, but I showed them on my stream, and people were horrified because people didn't know that's what was told to him. So, and now I got people looking at me weird because I say like Akumu was affected in all this, and he deserves to be heard, at least on that perspective. And I'm being told now he's like a victim blamer, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
I find someone that I've blamed. They keep claiming this, but they can't provide an example.
Locka, you wouldn't be the first person to describe them as cult-like. In fact, plenty of people have at this point, including myself and Kumo. and Vlad, Gilded Poo. But Lio, his counter to that point is quite stellar. He says it's not a cult because if it was, he would be making money from it.
But he is.
Yeah.
But he is objectively his Patreon. What the fuck is he talking about? Ad revenue, motherfucker. Yeah, you are. If that's the only reasoning, like, no, that's not how that shit works. I'm sorry, I'm angry at this community already because I come from a previous iteration. That basically got away with this shit. I ended up disabled because of it, and nothing was done. I tried to come out about it, nothing was done. And now I'm seeing it repeat again with this. And I'm fucking infuriated because I'm hearing the same excuses I was told when I was younger, when I was victimized by the RCC. With these victims who are in a much worse position because a lot of these kids were groomed. And everyone wants to talk about, like, you know, Akumu being a dick in his videos, which we can address that later. I think a kid being groomed kind of matters more than Akumu calling somebody a fucking, the R slur, how they like to talk.
Oh, we've got
the
doxing.
slurs.
Oh.
What? What?
We gotta. Well, I think
I got it. Don't worry.
Doxing. What?
Yeah, someone was randomly throwing an address in there. I don't know who or why.
No, there's a couple of accounts that float around from stream to stream covering Lio that do that.
And
it's best to just ignore it and move on.
All right. But I'm finding this all troubling because the community is just repeating what happened back in my era, where these big figures get the say over the entire narrative. They cannot do any wrong. And then it comes out they victimize a lot of fucking people. And by the time you say anything, like, normally it's too late. In this case, it's been 4 years. And it's horrifying because, like, this wasn't an issue for 4 years for them, even though Teddy's been speaking out for years. Multiple victims have been speaking out for years. And now it's only been taken seriously because it got outside the circle. Because if it just stayed with Akumu, I don't think it would have gone anywhere. But
no,
then
it would have been
picked
100% ignored.
Yeah, and then Enla picked it up. Then Omnia picked it up. I picked it up. And then it spread.
Are we talking about the Rosa call?
Yeah, the Rosa call.
Yeah.
Because
we have to. I always say this, but we have to give
the Rosa call.
No, but we have to give thanks to Neora, the schizo Fox Mafia person, because the only way I even found that was because it was in Neora's Google Doc calling out Lio Convoy, and then people in my Discord were like, "You should cover this video," and then I did, and then it was archived, and then Omnia found out about it. So yeah.
All these incidents kind of go hand in hand together to an extent because there's people that are involved in all of these situations. Like, I find it very troubling that there are multiple, like, one of the admins for the FCK, Hal, his former friend of mine, he was in Senate in the February 28th call talking about the commissions directly to Lio. He's one of the people that had full access to the server, and that most likely is the one that Toasty is referring to in the chat log with Nezzy to shut down the Slimmers NSFW chat because he was an admin and he was the one that like, you know, they're not friends. They're only like kind of friendly because Junkie's friends with Toasty, which I don't believe that, considering that in our chat logs, like I showed this last night, they invited me to a game of Among Us and I had no idea who most of those people were, calling those people their friends. I find that kind of telling that a lot of the people who are like these problem figures in this situation are also they're flocking to the Senate and Lio and all these people, and nothing's being done, nothing's being said. And it's disturbing me because these people objectively knew shit was going on. Junkie is Hal's fucking boyfriend. They've been together for 8 fucking years. I can tell you this. They tell each other almost fucking everything. There's no way that they didn't fucking know because like, Junkie tells him about fucking a lot of shit. And now it's like this person who knew a child was groomed, did nothing about it, is sitting in the Senate with no repercussions.
Yeah, yeah.
None.
Well, it well, because here's the thing, and that's one thing that I've tried to press on is that I don't even judge him for the Rosa call. I'm not going to, because better yet, why do that when I can just expect consistency? So all he has to do, Why is it Fuchsia's call was privately held? Not hold on, yeah, that's odd. Why would you
Yeah, the
privately
Fuchsias.
hold the call with Fuchsia instead of publicly? Why does Fuchsia
Yeah,
get special treatment, but not the other people that you've went after? Ammo, whose server wasn't as bad as Fuchsia's, was public. What, why was that? That's odd.
I'm questioning everything because it's this inconsistency. Because the reason why, like, the Rosa call is being mentioned is because, like, Rosa's entire thing was she
So,
sat on this predator for months, not being removed from the
Clef,
server.
to answer your question, Doodles
Yeah.
said something along the lines of, I'm sorry that you were harassed. I don't believe I was really involved in that. Which is, I don't know why Doodles would think that I would want an apology for what like the rest of the FCK members did from them. That's a little odd because the truth is they barely
Up
were.
there's some doxing again.
Yeah, let me just. Oh, hold on, and you're gone. Okay, but yeah, no, you're right. Like, yeah, Doodles apologized to the video and was like, yeah, it sucks that you went through all that, and it's like you're not responsible for that, really. I mean, sure, the FCC don't like me, but that's not your fault. They didn't like me before you. So, like, I don't know why you would think that I would, like, that's what I'm after. Like, I'm glad that you now recognize that, what happened. But
It's like too little, too late at this stage.
well, that too, like fucking 4 years way too late. And secondly, that's not even the point that I was making. I wasn't demanding an apology at all. I was saying it's hilarious that Nezzy Monster wants to tout herself as a victim because either I've made it sure that people know about what she did, or people are upset with her over her involvement in the FCK, and so she wants to kill herself. Like that's my point, is that I find it asinine that me being persistent in reminding her what she did and continued to lie about and telling people was such a problem, such traumatic harassment, and people knowing about her involvement in the FCK makes her want to commit suicide, when none of that has to do with her being lied about or falsely accused in the slightest. But I was lied about and falsely accused to the point that I had thousands of people like saying all kinds of shit to me, all kinds of shit for the last 4 years. I wasn't looking for sympathy there. I was making a point that it's absolutely silly of her of all people in this, to want to go and play the victim card.
We should probably resume the video because there's a
Yeah.
lot more that you haven't gone through, and I want to hear your end on this because I do want to get all ends on this because I know Doodles wasn't truthful in that call, and I want to see just from multiple perspectives because you were a part of the situation for over 4 years, so you can genuinely tell me
Who the fuck
to
is
an extent.
JYDs? I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off here, but they're trying to like dox this person named JYD's real name. Who is JYD? I don't know anyone like that.
Akumu, it's best just not to give it any attention and just block it.
Fair enough, but I feel like if you're gonna try and dox someone, at least do it to like someone relevant, like you're whatever.
Don't suggest that, for the love of fuck.
I'm just saying it makes more
Don't do
sense.
that.
I'm just saying it makes more sense than some random person that I don't even know.
Don't do the actually, man. Just let it die. Resume the video.
Yeah, we should get back to the video, Akumu.
Resume. I want to discuss that a little bit because that was kind of upsetting to see because I read through the statements and I'm more than ready to talk about that.
Hey, Locka, could you mute your microphone?
Yeah,
There is a little bit of
Ellie's
echo.
been getting like a lot of death and rape threats from this.
Oh dear God!
Like,
may I read some of them for you?
Sure.
You don't need to read them. I believe you wholeheartedly. I believe you. Like, I believe you.
Well, I've been very quiet and I want to talk about it because people have threatened to call my work to try and get me fired. People have called me a pedophile. I know nobody that I can trust. I don't know who is out here sending these things to me. I have people from the Fox Mafia following me, watching me. I'm fucking paranoid. I blocked people because I don't know who's doing this in good faith or not. I'm scared. I was scared.
And you have
That's
every
why I
right to
blocked
be.
these people. But it's like, I don't know these people. I don't know Teddy. I don't know Mimi Diggs. I don't know these people. I don't know who's doing this shit in good faith or not.
Okay.
Okay.
But can I ask a question then? Then why was I blocked?
Because I saw you in DMs with Akumu. And here's the thing.
Oh, okay.
I'll put that on
We weren't in DMs. That's the thing, though. We didn't have correspondence like that, so I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about.
It's later. I think it's later said and cleared up. But even if we were, why does that result in you getting blocked? Your whole thing is, okay, I'm gonna block you because you've spoken with someone I don't like. Like, that's so it's immature. It's immature. It'd be like me blocking all the people that have spoken with Lio because I don't like Lio. It's silly. It's ridiculous.
Oh my god, that would take 47 years to block all those people.
That I probably
Jesus
should have
Christ.
asked, hey, why are you in DMs with Akumu and all that? But Akumu has harassed and
here
been
we go.
stalking my friends for literal years.
Keeping up with what your friends publicly did in front of everybody, but have denied and lied about is not stalking. Like, your idea, I've done nothing, and I've specifically made sure to not try and affect any of these people's personal lives, and I don't want their personal information or anything like that.
They've made this claim about a lot of people. Like, I'm like the only person carrying this on my shoulders. But the Hey, It's Cosmic situation, the Senate call with that, one of their main accusations about Hey, It's Cosmic is that she's a stalker. But really, all she did was like vanity search her own name and see what people were saying about her behind her back. But that's not stalking. Like,
looking at what someone is publicly saying,
or even privately, privately
like
saying
privately
about
in
you.
a server,
Mhm.
it's not stalking. Stalking would be like if I was out there, trying to find every personal piece of information that about Nezzy Monster out there across the entirety of the internet. I'm focusing on a specific small subset community and what's said in this community. I've done nothing to go after her personal life. Her conflating her personal life with fucking YouTube is her being chronically online. That has nothing to do with stalking. And if we're gonna play that game and say that that's stalking, by that logic, the Art CC would have been stalking me. If we're really gonna go to that level. But of course, I'm not gonna do that because, well, I'm just not stupid.
I didn't want to take any chances of anything going back to him, any type of conversation. And I'm not gonna lie, Locka, we don't know each other like that. Like, we're cool and all.
You have to worry about
but
getting
we don't
back
know
to
each other that close. I don't know if you were still in contact.
Oh, hold on. Oh.
I just find that entire conversation just weird as hell. It's pretty much guilt by association, and we weren't even an association. How the fuck does that work? Like,
you were willing to listen to Akumu. That's enough for them.
But they blocked the victims too. That's the thing. They even admitted that they blocked all the victims, and it's still a question of like, okay, if you thought I was associated with Akumu, that's one thing, but why the victims?
What's this?
Kind of one of those things.
Like, I don't know why it was being weird. That was really odd.
Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry, guys. We're just restarting it.
I was giving the page a quick refresh because for some reason it
statement
got stuck.
But okay, that I'll trust you on that one. I'm it's kind of one of those things of like, if this is the message you wanted to have sent out there, it didn't read as a fear, unfortunately. it read like you were trying to run away from the situation. And I do apologize for that because I couldn't get in contact with you. You blocked everybody. You blocked me before the first statement. So I couldn't read it initially. And when you made that apology, it didn't come, it came off more so like PR because of that. And I'm not saying that's what it was, but that's what it read like because unfortunately the behavior surrounding the addressment. Like that's why I said it was gross because that's what it read like. It looked like I'm addressing everyone I'm sorry, but I'm blocking everyone I'm trying to get this addressment to or saying sorry to. That's what it read
Okay.
like.
Again, the first post we made about my first statement.
Okay.
Oh, just really quickly, because I just realized something. To add to the whole stalking claim, Nezzy flat out admitted to watching my Twitter account up until it was suspended. So if we're going to go there, we can go there.
Okay. Teddy was not blocked. Teddy was the only person out of the victims that I blocked. And I had not blocked Teddy at that point. I blocked Teddy after I had gotten the second Instagram DM, which was the death threat.
Okay. Well, why only Teddy then and not the others?
Because I didn't know what other victims were there. I hadn't been that intimate with with who was a victim and who wasn't. Teddy was the one I knew for sure was a victim.
You have to also understand none of the other victims, other than recently
fuck.
Fuji, spoke out.
Sorry, you jump scared,
Sorry, I
you jump
jumped
scared
scared.
me. You haven't been here for like a hot minute, so when I heard your voice that mute you down a little bit, that shit scared me. Also, to add with Teddy, now you know the context behind Ellie's whole thing, and if you think about it, it makes sense why Ellie was so rushed on everything, because once again they were getting death threats, they didn't know what was going down. It all sprung onto somebody, and imagine being in Ellie's shoes, having tons of stuff being sprung onto them, having people give them death threats, all in a small time frame of 2 to 3 days. And
Like
just
on
makes
the
sense
video.
with the context altogether that it's nothing malicious that Ellie was trying to do.
I also had somebody use my full first name.
Yikes!
How do I,
I feel that.
My personal information over this?
Okay, someone knows Ellie a little bit too much. So is there someone out there that is
Yeah, because if they have that information, are you sure this is not like an associate, like a close one?
I don't know. I don't know.
People
That's
thought
the
it
thing
was
with Ellie.
Keyblade.
Say they don't know.
Pause. People can get people's docs off of their emails. So if you put your email anywhere,
Well,
that's
and here's the thing:
possibility.
I may have I've not been that secretive necessarily about my full first name. You can get my first full name would be Elizabeth, but the fact of the matter is that I don't go by Elizabeth online like that.
Okay.
Okay,
That
so
makes
the
more sense.
information is out there. Okay, so it's not okay.
And even then,
Yeah,
it's a
Because I
scare tactic.
I was getting worried like there was gonna be like from like no one's supposed to know that information and we find out it's a close associate.
No,
Like that was
it's
kind of like a
not
worry.
necessarily that. No, it's not. Here's the thing. I've talked about my first name being Elizabeth. I've said it a couple times. That's not the problem. I don't go by Elizabeth online. I go by Ellie.
Why do you
So
keep
people
repeating your
saying,
legal
I'm gonna
full first
What if I
name?
contacted your work and got you fired, Elizabeth?
But also, can you pause?
Like-
Can you pause it for a
Mhm.
second?
Yeah.
It's a little
It's not that hard to gather, oh, your name's Ellie? Well, your full name must be Elizabeth. It's not fucking rocket science to just guess.
That and how many people are named Elizabeth? Like that's a
well
kind of
as
common
you
name.
heard she also mentioned she has it out there. So it's out there so someone could have just found it in an old post possibly. Because
Also,
I don't go by that online, but she's admitted she posted that somewhere.
another thing that doesn't make sense, and I get that if she's being honest and maybe she was panicking and maybe it all just is irrational, but coming from a logical standpoint, like, you know, if you don't know who's doing the harassment and they're using burner accounts and other ways to circumvent blocks and stuff, how would banning their suspected main accounts do anything to stop the harassment?
Better question is why go after Teddy for that? Like out of all the victims,
Yeah,
some of
why
the other
make it a problem for Teddy?
Yeah, because there's other victims that have been made public. Like that they did a charity live stream before this. So there's 3 of them that have been made known, including Slimmers. So why was Teddy blocked, not Slimmers, who's been public about this? Like multiple videos have mentioned them. Why specifically Teddy and me too? Because like why would you go after someone that's trying to talk about the FCK and just want to help the victims? Why would I harass you? Like, if you suspected it was me, why would I go after you suggesting that at all? Because wouldn't that just fucking ruin?
Oh, the
Like-
doxer guy. He gave his rationalization. He said, if you know what's good for you, you'd stop posting about Lio. I'm sick of you. You know what? I'm going to make a new video about Lio just because of you.
Well, at least the username is accurate. Gay. Sorry, but it's weird. This rationale, even from the logic she's giving, doesn't make sense. Because if it's just like I don't know who to trust, why are you blocking specific people then? There would be multiple blocks. Slimmers is public, and it's one of the most public. They're one of the most unfortunately public victims in this matter. They're not blocked. It was just specifically Teddy. And
It's a very odd thing to do, yeah, just to block Teddy of all.
yeah, and then I'm blocked too, and it's like we are not cool like that. Me and Ellie used to be on pretty decent terms before this. That's why I'm like,
sorry, I'm like paying attention to a lot of different things, so I might be a little behind. But didn't Ellie say that they blocked every victim but Teddy? Or is it the other way around?
The other way around. They blocked just Teddy.
Okay,
they didn't block the other because they didn't know about the other victims. But to me, it's just like, but if you're aware enough that Teddy's a victim in the FCK, wouldn't that mean you're aware that there's others too? Like that doesn't make sense when you think about that. Because Slimmers, his name is like out in the public when it comes to the FCK stuff.
Although
it doesn't make sense, but we're never really going to get.
Although Slimmers was not going by that name anymore at that point, they were going by Hoji, which is now known, because she decided to make it known. But it's possible that, I mean, while Slimmers could have been known to be a victim, she just didn't know her actual Twitter because she was going under a different name. It's a possibility.
Let's keep going.
Yeah,
I don't think
this is just pedantic speculation at this point.
Well, this was April 4th. When Slimmers made that statement, it was prior to this. Is why I said that when they came out publicly talking about the FCK.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, continue, because I do want to see what's scary. Yeah, I understand fully what you're trying to say.
That is a scare tactic.
These people are making accounts and then deleting them before, trying to just pop in and out. Like, that's fucking terrified. I don't know who's starting this. I don't know who these people are. Like, again, I only knew that Teddy was a victim, and because I knew who was running the FCK leaks, and I don't trust gals just as far as I can throw them. How the fuck am I supposed to know Teddy's intentions? And again, Teddy and I talked shit out. Cool, awesome, cool person, right? But like at the time, I didn't know them, and I don't know what's going back to Akumu because I don't trust Akumu as far as I can throw him. You know, I'm
and to
over
also
here
add that
actively fearing for my life.
Also, to add with Ellie's thing too.
One thing. So, Cody, I do have a better mic. And you know what? I'm only mentioning this because I will ask chat. I do have a better mic and I can whip it out. And like, I'll compare the two in a short little video to see which you guys like the most. And what sounds, but I prefer the headset. And I'll probably still keep using the headset. That said, if you guys want to know what I sound like with that mic instead of this headset, because there is somewhat of a difference, I can do like a quick comparison thing if you want. Because this isn't the only person to ask. But anyways, back to the video.
Because me and Teddy has expressed this publicly about there's no such thing. There is such thing, but there is a thing called it's not a
There's
perfect
no
victim.
such thing as a
There's
perfect
victims
victim.
out there that suck. Yeah, victims out there suck. So point of view of LA looking at Teddy, they don't know Teddy that well. Teddy can be a victim while also being a shitty person trying to go after LA for many of shit.
Yep.
So wait a second.
You
Isn't
know,
Teddy
I'm
in
in
the call right now?
You are.
Yes.
But, you know, like
They're
I
talking
saw that
about this
Akumu
about Teddy
during
to
the
Teddy.
conversation,
Yep.
and I know that Akumu, if I may be blunt, is fucking crazy. He's persistent and crazy, and I do not know what the hell he's gonna do. So how do I know, like, I can talk to Locka? In my head at the time, I was like, if I talk to Locka, how do I know anything I'm gonna say isn't gonna go back to him? How do I know he's not?
You
'cause
know,
he's
Kuma, could you
actually
pause it for
honest.
just a second?
How do
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
he's
'cause
not gonna?
clearly, I'm so crazy when my only rules just don't lie or lie.
You know what this means, Ellie? It means you're being paranoid and you're frantic, and you should take some time off the internet for a little bit, okay? If you're this up, like if you're this stressed out and frantic, log off. Take some time offline. Spend some time with your family.
Insane in the membrane. Oh yeah.
I love how
Made me
everyone
really-
went silent after that. That was funny as fuck. Their response. Oh, but I do.
Alright. Mhm.
Go ahead, dude.
You go ahead.
But I do find this kind of weird because it's just like I get you don't trust anyone, but why block people? Because if you think it's them, blocking them, wouldn't that like make them more likely to do it because you're showing like it's affecting you enough to react to it?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's better to just let it play out.
Yep, I'm shutting the fuck up. Let's get going.
Spin this in a way that's going to harm me and my friends. You know,
What?
you have to understand.
How would I? In what way have? First off, okay, explain to me how I've spent it, and how would I spin it? Like you people consistently keep putting shit out that is just not good for you. I don't have
Like,
to.
and again,
Okay, to make my point here, I don't have to spin it. You do it for me.
I should have talked to you. I should have asked you, but I also in that same breath, like I don't know how close you two are. I just know, okay, you two are comfortable enough being in DMs with one another. Great, you know what I mean? Like that's
But just tweeting someone on Twitter is not like comfortability. Every one of you have tweeted someone on Twitter that you didn't like at some point.
it
Like
wasn't a tweet, it was a DM on Discord.
DM on Discord.
Also,
I've never DM'd him on
Yes.
Discord. Where is that? Hold
It
on.
was a Kumu posted it himself.
You mean the DMs I had with Lio?
Yeah.
No.
But which DMs?
God, it's been fucking forever. I didn't keep it, but there was a conversation that Akuma posted of you and him being in DMs with each other on Discord.
I don't have him on Discord. I can screen share right now. I don't have him on Discord. Like
You
I
might
don't.
have mistaken something, Nelly.
I think you might be mistaking Locka talking to Lio.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
then Kukumu
And
using
then
that
Ukuma's
screenshot.
using that.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
because like the reason why they have that is because I didn't give that to Akuma. I asked a question to the intermediary, like, why is Lio in my DM?
Remember, I'm a stalker, but they were watching my Twitter. Okay.
DMs? And then I was like, oh, can I go ask about this? I'm like, sure. And the next thing I know, it's on Twitter. And I'm like, oh no.
Yep.
Oh no.
Well, I maybe I am, but from what I remember in that moment, I saw Akumu and you in Discord DMs, and I noped out of there.
We've never talked in DMs. I can show that right now. Like I do not
I'm-
have them.
I'll back Locka up on this. Akuma refuses to talk to any of us because he's self-centered and doesn't want people actually finding out anything.
What?
What doesn't he want people to find out?
What?
It's why I'm asking questions. I don't know what they're talking about. Like I thought that's why I could ask.
So
Like
he's
what are
actually
they talking
been
about?
Hold on.
using Rin as like a messenger or like DMing back and forth with people he actually is in DMs with.
No. What the fuck are you? What?
And it's
Well,
really
even then-
frustrating because he wouldn't let me into the FCK to get evidence.
I
and
had
got
to.
really pissy about. Yeah.
No. That's okay. I know what's happening here. So this is what I was referring to when I said that there was a miscommunication because people want to constantly do telephone. So, and Teddy is one of those individuals. So here's what happened. I see an account randomly appear on Twitter of that looked like a ripoff of FCK leaks, and I was like, okay, well, that's interesting. And then, actually, no, better yet, I'm going to give you the full story. I'm going to give you the full fucking scoop here. We're going to go all the way back to 2023. I'm going to give you the full scoop here so that you can have an understanding as to the disconnect between me and Teddy. So, 2023, Nezzy Monster and Doodle Tones go to Teddy. Nezzy Monster does an apology, conveniently a few days before the Senate call, and then they do calls to align their stories for the Senate call. It was around this time that Teddy began defending Nezzy Monster, going as far as downplaying the FCK. And in fact, at one point, this is what led her to leave the group chat we had, I started listing everything that the FCK did just in regards to me. I hadn't even gotten into the more damning shit, because she was like, she said, well, they didn't take you that seriously. You were just a joke. Okay, well, photoshopping evidence on someone is a little bit more than they're just a joke you don't take seriously. So, planning hit pieces is a little bit more than someone you don't take seriously. So I started getting into the details of my experience with the FCK, and she just left the group chat. And then wanted me to help her talk about, I think it was Dudist and Silver is what she wanted. She wanted my help to talk about them, to give my experience with them, to back her up. So so my whole thing was, okay, you want to side with the people who used you to try and come at me, who took your words and twisted them so they could come at me by, attacking the people that were around me, who had previously already falsely accused me, who weren't being honest to begin with. And you're going to side with them, but then you want my help, but you're not willing to help me. You don't want to help me when it comes to the stuff with the FCK. Okay, whatever. So fast forward to now, essentially, 2024. And what Teddy is vaguely referring to, an account randomly appears. And this account was like just like an FCK leaks second. It was like a 2.0, a 2.0 version of the FCK leaks. And I was like, okay, well, that's odd. And then I find out, I inferred it because Rin messaged me saying, hey, can I invite Teddy? Which I thought already was odd, because we were inviting whoever wanted to get their own copies of the screenshots. So why I was being asked was just odd. But I put two and two together. I immediately put two and two together. And I was like, okay, this is Teddy. Now, I never said don't invite Teddy. I never, ever said anything along the lines of don't invite Teddy to the FCK. I could care less if she was in there. My worry was, okay, didn't want to help me talk about the FCK, wanted to side with them in 2023, but now you want to talk about the FCK. That was the thing that made me raise an eyebrow. That was literally all I said, was I found it odd that she didn't want to talk about it then and wanted to side with them, but in this situation now wants to make an account that's just like the FCK leaks account, when from the get-go this could have been done earlier than that with the help that she could have provided. That was my only point. That was the only thing I said. I never said anything about don't invite Teddy to the FCK.
Okay. I think that was a game of telephone, because that's not what
that's what I
Rin
mean by
told.
I hate the game of
Yeah.
telephone, because I
Rin
said nothing along those lines.
Yeah, because Rin said a different story. And in fact, I actually told Rin to ask you to get like, is it okay if Teddy makes that account? Because Teddy wanted to do that. Did Rin ever inform you like I told them to do?
So no, there was no I was never informed of. Hold on, let me actually
Fucking
go.
kidding me?
So I wasn't informed of the account idea. I was just questioned about, Teddy being invited, and I was like a little thrown off by it, because why are you asking me who you can and can't invite? We've invited Locka and Inla and other people to get their own screenshots. Why would I have a problem with that?
Oh my fuck. So yeah, this was a game of telephone because I actually asked them about it because they wanted to show their own screenshots just in case, what eventually ended up happening, which was the FCK Twitter account got taken down. Like they were worried something like that would happen, so they wanted to have their own, like, just in case something happened. Oh god, Rin. Oh god, because I actually do remember outright telling them,
Yeah, so
"Hey,
here's what
go
I said.
go
Here's what I said right
Oh,
here.
go
I can
ahead.
actually read this to you all.
Go ahead.
March, I think this is March 24th. Teddy wants to be reinvited to the FCK so she can gather evidence. That's the only thing I said. Um, so I said, not a fan of Teddy ripping off your account. It's one thing to share her experience. Glad she finally is. It's another to rip off your account and just want to rehash the work you and I already did. Because it seemed like that's what the account was going to do, was just doing the exact same thing we did. And it's like, okay, why don't you just sign into the account? Like, why don't you use the same account and both of you like work? Like, that was my idea, was both of you just use the same account. Why make the same, two different same accounts? That threw me off.
Are you saying that Teddy should have used the same account that was in the FCK at the time?
No, the same FCK leaks accounts, that it wouldn't be
Oh, I
confusing for
see.
people.
Okay.
That was that, like, I was like, that was my, like, the thing that I was trying to get at. And then I said, and then like, she could have talked about this in 2023. I said, when she could have done so in 2023 and refused to, because she did. She sided with them and then left the group chat when I started getting into my own experience with it. So yeah, this was just a game of fucked up telephone where, like, I never said anything. Yeah, not once in here did I say anything in regards
Yeah, like,
to
if
not inviting
Rin
Teddy.
ever comes back, I gotta have a talk with them because that's a different story from what they told
Yeah,
us.
I won't
Not only
lie.
that, but I was sick with pneumonia at the time.
Mhm.
So if this actually, this will explain why I didn't want to do, like, at first I wasn't I wasn't interested in talking. But then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I have some energy. So then I was like, you know what? A call is best. I can do it right now. I can try to. Um, and then they just wanted to do a group chat. And again, I'm not very trusting of Teddy to begin with. Nothing, like, I don't really hold anything against Teddy aside from, like, that one thing that rubbed me the wrong way. Just not very trusting um, of people that are in this community. And Teddy's not trusting of me either. So it's a two-way street. Like, but yeah, that's it. There's nothing in these DMs that could possibly suggest that I never wanted Teddy invited to the FCK.
All right, thanks for the clarification. I do appreciate that. I just wanted to ask because Rin told us a different story on that. They said that you didn't feel comfortable inviting them in there, so I was like, you know what, I'll invite Teddy in there because Teddy, like, they wanted to also, try to help Teddy overcome some of the anxiety as well. I told them that wasn't great, but they did it anyway. Didn't turn out well. You know how that goes. But I ask because I don't like telephone either. That's why I'm just like, just put me in the skull, please, for the love of God.
Yeah, the whole thing with Rin was so, like, messy, and I had been warning Rin, like, when they started this, like, you sure you want to get into this? Like, you were being paranoid early, because, like, Rin came to me initially, wanting to give me information on their backstory with, like, Lio and stuff, and they were just like, no, please don't tell anybody, I don't want to get involved. I don't want to get involved. And then suddenly they wanted to get involved. And I was like, you sure you want to get involved? I didn't want to tell them what to do. So I just said, like, are you sure? Because,
Yeah,
like,
I
you're
did
going
the
to get
same thing.
involved and you're going to get named most likely. And they're like, oh, I'll stay anonymous. And then they started using the FCK Leaks account as, like, a personal account. And then
Yeah.
it just got out of control. And then they added us both to a group chat, and we just didn't know each other, and we were just like, the hell is going on here?
Yeah, and it was like them going full panic mode too. Because I actually
yeah.
remember when they told, like, when I reached out, like, the FCK account talked to me, and like, they admitted to me they were Rin.
You thought
I
it was
remem-
me. You thought it was me.
I thought it, yeah, I did, because I was just like, because I didn't think Rin would be dumb enough to do that. I'm sorry, that's not to diss Rin, but I literally remember telling them when they left the internet the first time, like before then, please stay out of dramas. Please, for the love of
Yeah,
God, it's not good for
you
your
know-
I
health.
do
You know
have
what's
a
funny about
role in
that?
this, and essentially that I thought Ren could handle it, and I know that I know that I
I
wanted
blame you.
Yeah,
the
I
idea
blame
was
you
to have
blame you.
someone that was another party that could get screenshots and then would do the account.
You
And I
asked the
didn't want
most
to.
mentally unstable
Well, hold
person in
on.
the
No, no.
commentary
Ren came
community.
to me about it. Ren came to me about it with the idea. And I thought it was a wonderful idea. And I didn't want to say, you know what, I'm going to take this idea and have someone else do it. I didn't like, we're friends.
Yeah, that
and I
would
don't want to
seem
be
kind of
a dick.
shitty. I agree.
That's
I
that's
agree.
not what they told me. They said you came to them.
Oh no.
No, I told
God.
them. No, here's what happened. I told them about the FCK. That is it. I'd never brought the idea of doing the leak account. So Ren came to me and said, after I told them about the FCK stuff, they were like, obviously astounded by it, and then brought the idea up because there was another Twitter account that had done something similar with another group chat or something that was like exposed. I can't remember the name of it, and like what it was, but it was a Twitter account that someone made that like gradually, like released shit. Okay.
Mhm.
And they're like, do something like in regards to that. And I was like, you know what, maybe. And at first, didn't want Ren behind the account. And I was like, I don't know. Can you handle this? Do you think you'd be able to handle the stress? And at first, Ren was doing okay, and
The
then
confidence in that okay.
started to cave under pressure. And I was like, look, if you have any issues, come to me about it. I will help. Vent to me.
Wait, did Rin delete their account? Because I can't find my DMs with them anymore.
Yeah,
Uh,
the
yeah,
account's
they
been
did.
deleted.
Well, I
Yeah.
should still have the DMs. Oh no, did I close them like I shouldn't have.
So while it wasn't my idea to do like that kind of account thing, I didn't want to say, "Oh, yeah, you're offering such a great, fantastic idea. Let me take it and give it to somebody else to do." That
Well, I'm a
didn't.
fucking idiot if I close those DMs then.
I definitely
Casual
wanted to have
and
someone
L.
else get
Yeah,
screenshots.
what's funny about the DMs between you and the FCK Leaks Twitter account is that Rin came to me about it, and I was like, "What the fuck? Why do they think it's me?" And
I'm
then,
dumb as fuck.
well, no, well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. They asked me, "Should I keep pretending it's you?" And I said, "No, you can't keep pretending it's me.
Oh my god! Sorry.
No, you can't keep pretending it's
Why?
me, you idiot."
Rin
I didn't
Rin
call
is
him an
a
idiot,
special
but
boy. He's a very
I
special
was
boy.
like, this is your mess. You got to handle it. Like, I'm not gonna babysit you, Rin. You got to deal with this. This is your mess. And they were like, and I was just like, just say you're not me. Just say you're not me. That's all you had to say. And they were like, okay, it's Galbanum. It's all me. I did it. And I was like, what are you doing? Like,
I remember my I remember my first response was, "Why, you fucking idiot?" It was literally, "Why? No, you weren't supposed to go back into drama. You said you stopped." It was like it felt like I was
Yeah.
talking to a crack addict. It literally felt like I was
Yeah,
talking to a crack addict.
the original idea was just to keep it, to the FCK stuff, and if like I was like,
I think-
be very
yeah.
careful with like the opinions you provide. Stick to
Like,
like what is factual.
Yeah, Rin only had one job, and that was to post the screenshots, keep the facts straight, try to control misinformation as best as possible, and that's it. That was the only thing that they had to do, and they couldn't do that. And I think what happened is that they let it get to their head a little bit, where they kind
I
of got a
coulda
hero
told you that.
complex from it.
Either that or just like gradually started to.
Well, no, they were in my DMs, like literally like doing the hero thing. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
Like,
that's
I'm
it's also
helping people. I'm
because
not saving people, but like I'm helping the victims. Like this is my mission
Yeah.
now. And I was just like,
Well,
okay, all right.
everyone.
What you want to do?
This is why I'm just like, Kumu, that was fucking that was bad because it is known that Rin is mentally unwell. Like,
I mean, I
very
don't
mentally
blame
unwell.
Akuma for not knowing that because I didn't really know that either, to be honest.
That's why you guys really should have looked into them because they have a long history. Even I can tell from personal experience. Like, Rin, when they're not stable, tends to do a lot of questionable things. This is like
I
the
have
least
noticed.
questionable, like out of everything they've done. Like, I have a history with them that like they went to Senate calling me a gaslighting abuser to Lumio Arts. Like, they admitted that to me, and I was like, oh.
all right.
They're like, yeah, they flip flop with me a lot. That's why I'm like, oh, you you chose Rin. Rin.
Well, I
can
knew if
go-
I was behind the FCK Leaks account, everyone would go, "Oh my God, it's." And actually, people initially thought it was me. Initially, like the first like 2 or 3 days, I think. Yeah.
and then it
And
got too unhinged.
yeah, then it got and I was like, and I actually like made a tweet, and I was like, guys, it's not me. We have two different takes. Obviously, we both want to talk about this, but like we have two different stances on this. Um, so, but I knew if it was me, and I knew if I didn't have anyone else gather screenshots from the FCK server, that they were just gonna say, oh well, since I'm the only source, is gonna be it was photoshopped. It was probably photoshopped or I doctored it or something.
Well, while
So
we're on the subject of the FCK, the leak account, I do find it quite very questionable why they needed to know who was behind that account. Like, it
yeah,
shouldn't have
yeah.
mattered. It shouldn't have mattered.
It
What
really
should have mattered
shouldn't
was the
have.
information.
And here's the thing too. This is something that I called. This is something that I called pretty early on, which was the second they found out that it was Ren behind the account, they like the SCC crowd immediately took to Twitter. Heaton, Boone, and I
Yeah,
think
they all
Efron
posted at once.
at the same time these Twitter
yeah.
threads about it, and then deleted them all at once. And I was like, you know what? They're probably saving this for Lyle's video. Guess what? Lyle's video.
Yeah, and there's stuff in like Doodles video about it too, and I'm just sitting here going, I know they have a history, they're not stable, but this stuff can be discussed, after the FCK stuff, considering how severe this is. Because like I have a laundry list of issues with Ren. Like I have a fucking history with them because Ren, due to their unstability, can flip on you in a dime. And they've done that to me at least 4 times. They've made like 3 separate Google Docs calling me every name under the sun. I have some of them saved. They are hilarious. I'm sorry. I have to laugh when they say I am a gaslighting abuser because I said like I'm busy. I can't be on Discord right now. I got to go with my family somewhere. And it's like, what are we dating? What what Rin, what? But yeah, you guys really should have looked into Rin because Rin has an extensively problem history that they're not stable. Even I can attest to that. That's why I was so weirded out that they were the FCK leaks, and I literally went, "No, no! For the love of God, this is a bad idea.
Yeah,
This is horrible."
That's the L on my part.
Yeah, that's a fucking L. Fuck you. Why'd you
I mean,
do
I couldn't have picked like Kumo because people would have just said, "Oh my God, Kumo," or Kumo being close to me. Inlo was already helping me with the videos, so then it was a horrible decision on my part. Simple. It was a bad decision.
You had the least problematic person would have been Enla.
True.
Oh dear God!
You know
dude,
that
I'm
if
sorry.
there's ever
I'm
another
gonna
group chat
grill you on
Inla, you
that.
can do the account.
I'm gonna grill you on that. I'm sorry. Like I don't know you personally. I'm gonna grill you on that. That was fucking bad.
It's like Nil is now running the FCK Leaks account, and
No, what? No.
No, if you go to the account, it's actually sticking to like
You didn't
dropping information.
make that choice, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
No, Nil decided to pick up that mantle on his own.
No.
And
I like
No,
Nil, but he's
no,
actually brain damaged.
no. Neil had already tried to commit suicide. No, don't make Neil on that account.
I didn't. Nil
Get that bitch off of there. This is a horrid idea. Oh, I'm sorry. I still have the fucking. I was around when the suicide thing happened, and everyone was literally crying and panicking when they tried to kill themselves. It was bad. Like
no, Nil's doing good. I did not decide
Nil's
Nil
fine.
take up the mantle. Nil's fine. He's doing good, and he's actually keeping it to just dropping information like recordings and shit.
Yeah, it's no secret that he has like a bit of a hate boner for Lio right now because of the stuff that Lio said about him.
Well, that'll be interesting.
That's no secret. It's in my Discord. But
oh God.
I think he's doing fine right now. He does get a little crazy sometimes. I think yesterday he came in, or not the other day, but like last week, he came into my Discord saying that he was on meth when he really wasn't. He says crazy shit all the time. So
it's just the FCK League Part 2 owner. Oh no.
Okay,
no.
let's get back to the video.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
He got
And
really
even then,
pissy about it.
using Ren
Well,
doesn't
then
even work for him because he still doesn't always answer every Ren's questions all the time.
Then I'll relent.
I
That's
do.
okay.
I
I'm
do
wrong, if I'm
apologize
wrong,
for
I'm
any
wrong.
misunderstanding, but me and him are not on good terms. Like, he refuses outright to talk to me entirely. I have to talk to him through Rin, like entirely. And even then, it's like he refuses to answer a lot of my questions sometimes.
I think that's a sign to not use Akumu as a source.
Well, I'm not going to. The only times I've used it is essentially for stuff that's like public and has been like, yes, this is a real thing that happened. Yes, this was like a real video. Because the only times I've ever used it is just like to show like what was publicly stated from like Toasty's end, Fuchsia on some occasions, and that, and like I think, and just like getting those
I too.
videos of people saying like, oh yes, Slimmers was 15, because those videos got taken down because unfortunately like Peaches deleted their channel. Well, they didn't delete it; they rebranded, and I it's a weird thing going on.
Did
But
they rebrand or?
from what I
It
heard,
doesn't matter.
yeah, it doesn't matter at this point. But the video wasn't accessible, so that's the only reason why I've ever used it as a source. Is like the information is no longer accessible, or it's just like I can get like a quick summary of like, because he had a video that was like a summary of like all the people saying like, yes, Slimmers is 15, yes, Slimmers is 15. So it's like this person knew this person was 15, this one did, this one did, this one did. It was just like a quick summary.
Oh, hold on.
But
Okay, this is slightly off topic, but Alexander, are you saying that you remember me from when I joined as a Noodle Cup Boy account? Because I was only in there under that very briefly before Nezzy yeeted me out, so I couldn't reply to her anymore. But anyways, back to this.
because a lot of those videos are gone, because like I know Mad Libs I think's taken down some of them. Nezzy hasn't. Nezzy's like one of the few that hasn't. I know like Peaches is gone. Like a lot of the videos that I needed were gone. So it's like, oh shit. You know, like you Doodles, have you been in that position where it's like, oh shit, I gotta use this video because it's the only source showing these videos ever existed? You been in that position?
More times than I can care to count.
Yeah, that's the main reason, because it's like, oh shit, this is the only evidence this video existed. That's mainly why. Like everything else is like stuff like I've shown Toasty's videos on my stream. Like the first one I showed was a video where Toasty's talking about cum, and then he shows like he talks about cum for straight she talks about cum for 5 minutes straight. And
Yeah, we saw that.
the horror.
That's another thing.
And then another video he posted.
Fucking Sergey. Oh my god. I remember you. It just clicked. Well, it's been a while. I hope life's been well for you.
Sorry, she posted porn in her video at the end of the Fuchsia Butter and her collab. Sorry, I'm still trying to get the pronouns right. I do apologize. But essentially, like it was like this stuff I can get because like the videos are still available. They're unlisted, but I managed to get them. But like any other time, everything else, though, it's like, oh crud, I can't get this evidence anymore. It's been deleted. Shit. But yeah, like everything in this situation, like me talking to him has been solely just to get evidence that no longer exists, or to verify like some of the stuff that he's shown. And even then, like I can't get verification always. Like that's kind of an issue as well, which is why I'm in the FCK server just reading it, because like if you ever have to talk to Rin, they'll even remark like, yeah, they didn't just trust me sending me, because I didn't just trust them just sending me like their screens of the FCK. I told them I want to see the screens for myself. Like I want to be in the server. I want to see them directly because I don't trust these screens. I want to make sure they're not doctored. And they like, because I don't trust that these screens from them weren't doctored either. That's why I'm in that server sitting there, because I wanted to see what was actually said in context. Like that's why I'm sitting in there, and that's why I'm reading the entire server as it stands, because I'm not here to play sides. I just want to talk about the objective truth and show like this is the conversation that happened this day. This is what was said. This is who said it. This is why it was said. Yada yada yada. And so far, like only 5 days in, Toasty's already posted porn and edited a picture of herself, put tits on herself, and sent it to people that were
Oh, Locka? That wasn't edited by Toasty. That was made by Slimmers.
God. Why?
Yeah,
Why?
the Toasty with the breasts with the toasts over the
Yep,
nipples.
that was Slimmers. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Slimmers. And
God.
that's not even the worst. Did you
Nope.
see the flat out porn that Slimmers drew?
Slimmers
Yeah,
drew.
the blowjob stuff.
Mhm.
I've
Yeah,
seen
for
some
those
of
who
that.
don't know, Slimmers drew porn of her own character, a minor character, giving a blowjob.
And these people encouraged that.
Mhm.
Yeah, they did. They had an entire chat, the Slimmers NSFW chat, that got locked down because Ben the Looney was going to expose the server, and they got wind of it. Even I agreed. Like, they didn't lock down that chat because porn bad. No, they locked down that chat for an optics move. Because
When you say 3 or 4 days after someone's threatening to release a particular thing about it, and you say that you should delete it because it could become an issue, not that it's already an issue, I think that's pretty revealing about what you think and how you view it.
Yeah, and it's concerning to an extent how much of it was encouraged. It's why so many of them didn't speak on the matter. It's like, I felt uncomfortable, but you saw them encouraging Slimmers in that chat before it was locked, drawing this porn. Why was nothing ever brought to the public then? Like, you knew that Toasty encouraged this culture. Exactly. Oh, God damn it.
yeah,
Endless comment
yeah.
threw me off. But Nezzy and Locka sound similar. Damn it. I'm sorry.
But it's a really
questionable.
fucking absurd thing. And the fact that nothing was really set up until it risked the group, it's obvious that optics were the focus there. But yeah, no, that was the drawing. It wasn't an edit by Toasty. That was drawn by Slimmers.
Oh,
So I thought
God.
I'd let you know that since we're here.
And he was spreading that. That's even worse.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, that's not even the worst. So there's also the drawing that Inla just told you about, but there's another drawing that Slimmers had drawn that Toasty loved to
Toasty
share
was bread.
around.
Yeah, the one with the bread on the tits.
No, one worse than that.
Was
Of
it the
him.
dick in the ass one?
Oh yeah, yeah. That was also drawn by Slimmers. Yeah.
I hate the fact I know exactly. There's so many.
Was it the
so
dick in
many.
the ass one? Oh my
Yes, because I talked about it on my first stream because some of these images Toasty did share around YouTube, and the Toasty with the bread on the tits one, he showed in a video in a collaboration with Fuchsia Butters in their honorable fan art mentions in their collab video. God help us all.
Inla is Ellie, Locka is Nessie, Aku's Medic.
Do not make me Nessie. I will kill you.
All right, let's keep going.
17 and 15 years old in that server 5 days in, which is it's concerning. That's my purpose in the situation mainly, but but I am talking about I was going to talk about the statements in the next one, because I did want to discuss clear up some misinformation, because I wasn't gonna say Ellie was this monster. I was gonna just show what did Ellie actually say, what was the context, what are they apologizing for. Ellie, out of all of them, is the only one I wasn't really gonna say anything bad really about. I was just gonna say, well, this is what was said. It may not be appropriate, but that was about it.
Well, okay, so then I have a question. Why are you going around saying I knew what was going on that server?
Well, because I'm going to pull up some of the context for this. Because when you were talking to them in several different parts, they were talking, well, very inappropriately. In your first day here, when you jump in, Slimmers, not that far below at 7:54, starts talking about porn. I heard, yes, I love porn. Yum yum slips. I love butt. And this was, you joined the server, started at 6:57, so that was just not that long after you just joined the server and the conversation started with these inappropriate conversations. And then there were other points in the server that more inappropriate conversations started to happen, which let me jump to those so I can understand. Like, this is what I wanted to talk about, is like there was inappropriate conversations going on in front of you, and like there are some issues with that, because then I see these memes where you're sending this Elmo and stuff, like not at some point after Slimmers is posting art that's censored. I can tell it's censored, but it's like 854, which is like this cat girl from this demon thing that's like right below you posting at 850. I hold on, I can sprint screen this, but like there was like weird stuff going on around those conversations right in front of you. Like this is like posted right below some of your images. Like that's why I'm looking around, because that's why I'm saying like there was these conversations and stuff. Like that's just like like one of the images that was like posted right below like some of your art. And then like there was more right underneath it. It's like Toasty Vanilla right underneath that. Don't forget to pay your tribute to our shrine. What the fuck? What do you mean? The P in my mouth, our shrine. Give me a roll, pay tribute. And then it keeps going, pay your tribute, peasant. And then right underneath that, there's a person named Mirage that says you're watching porn, girl has big boobs, girl on camera tit job, video ends before you come. And that was in that same chat, like just right below that image. Like this conversation was actively, it doesn't look good. It looks very bad. And there's more like this when I look through the logs themselves of the conversations in context.
I'm gonna 2 times speed this, okay? Not 2 times, but almost 2 times. What's the this bingo? Let's see how it.
And what happened right below and even right underneath your own messages. Like, because that cat picture, is like, does the screen show like Toasty saying like pay tribute? Yep, right there. And then the like there's, and then I'll show like right after Toasty tells you, you added a reaction to the shrine. Then like this person starts talking about having this thing, it's like you watching porn tit job thing right underneath. Like I'm having.
I don't remember most of what. I mean, I'm not saying that these don't exist. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't have an explanation.
Yeah, that's what I was mainly going to talk about, because like this.
No. Can you pause? Can you pause for a second?
Like you added a reaction.
My autism just sprung up.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, that's a lie, because just like a minute ago, before Locka started to explain all of this, Ellie said, "No, I remember this stuff."
Oh, hold on. We're gonna go back a little bit. Remember this timestamp, 1:15.
I could be wrong, but that's what I heard, and that's what I remember.
Happen, which let me jump to those so I can understand. Like this is what I wanted to. Well, very inappropriately, like checking for Ellie out of all of them.
Wow, that's a lot of yapping, Locka. I'm gonna be honest
Locka.
Autism.
You are a yapper.
I'm sorry. It's the only one
Yes,
I wasn't
I am.
really gonna say anything bad really about. I was just gonna say to show like what did Ellie actually say. What was the context? Wasn't gonna say like Ellie was want to discuss like talk about the situation mainly. This information. What was the context? Bad really about. I was just gonna say
I could probably just go back
this
in the
is what I
live
said.
stream.
It may not be a background saying I knew what was going on that server.
Okay.
Well,
I'll look
because
for it.
I'm going to pull up some of the context for this. Because when you were talking to them in several different parts, they were talking, well, very inappropriately. Like in your first day here, when you jump in, like Slimmers, like not that far below at 7:54 starts talking about porn.
Okay, yeah, you find it.
It's
all right, I'll
different
look
if
for
it. Was
it.
like if you were in the position that Jar was in, I would be like, oh yeah, like because Jar didn't interact at all. Like he was in there and he's like, oh, this chat's dead. The fuck, like. Yeah, I'm not going to say Jar participated because it's very obvious he didn't. You did, to an extent. And there is some awareness in that.
I do want.
And I'm not trying to say you're evil, but that is something that does need to be talked about.
Okay, let's let Ellie talk now.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. So, obviously, I realized that there was more of what I was doing than I initially was aware of myself. I will say I want to start this off by saying what I for sure do not know. I did not know that Toasty was grooming minors. I did not know that he was being inappropriate with them in DMs and such and doing what he was doing to Mimi Diggs. I did not.
That's a lie. That's that at best, if we're going to be charitable. Okay, if we're going to be charitable, that's a half truth. And I'm going to show you all why. So to preface this, and I've sort of said this in videos already, but some of you may have not watched the videos. So that's fine. I'll still get into the detail regardless. Now, I want you to note that Ellie was in there for what, like a day is what's claimed, that Ellie was just in there for a day. If you didn't know there was anything wrong with the server, why were you only in there for a day? And I want to state this question and then show you something because where is it at? Fuck. Oh my God, where the fuck is it? There it is. All right. I don't watch any. Okay. All right. Well, I'll still show you regardless. I know
Okay, so it's after Locka talks about the Elmo picture and the cat picture, and
Timestamp?
she says, "I remember exactly what you're talking about." I don't have the
Oh,
timestamp because
okay.
it's not on screen, but
Okay.
it's a little after where we were. But it's all right.
Okay. I think I found it. Yes, I did. I found my. All right.
Oh, I can find the timestamp in the live stream.
Yeah.
Okay, the timestamp in your live stream. Oh no, it's hard when it's about 4:20. God damn it! I hate it when it does
Okay.
this.
So here's the screenshot. One of the screenshots that Doodle Tones provided, and if you scroll down here, this is as Nezzy Monster is getting onto Toasty for sexual harassment and sending the Sandy cock for. And it admits to sending, porn to Teddy. So, and also the Mad Libs Futanari image. Right here she says, and I want to preface this another thing too. Ellie Momeli used to be named Micro Mavi. And right here, Nezzy Monster says, which led to Mavi blocking you for a period of time. So this notion that they had no idea about, the what was it that was just said moments ago? Hold on.
They said they had no idea about Toasty grooming anybody or the inappropriate behaviors.
Yeah, the inappropriate behavior. The idea that they had no idea of the inappropriate behavior is completely contradicted by the DMs that Nezzy gave us. Because
Yeah.
why else would Nezzy make the claim, right? Why else would Nezzy make the claim privately in the DMs that Mavi blocked Toasty for a period of time whilst literally saying that this led to Mavi Ellie Momeli, blocking Toasty for a period of time? There'd be no incentive to lie about that because it's in the DMs privately.
Well, I'm fairly certain I've come to the same conclusions because Mavi didn't tell me the full truth in the matter because they're
Yeah.
saying I was only in there for a day, but then I see Nezzy's messages saying they blocked Toasty for this inappropriate behavior that was going on where Toasty was distributing porn and all this kind of stuff. Like,
they knew a bit more than they're letting on.
I know. And that's why I'm also upset. I don't understand why lie about something, especially since they were going to make these chat logs public. Did they not know what was in them?
I'm thinking that because these people are so frantic and they were rushing, they didn't fully think of they may have read them and just didn't think of what these messages actually fully showed. You know what I mean? Like they skimmed quickly over it and didn't realize, oh wait, we're claiming that Ellie didn't know a whole lot, but yet, not noticing this detail that shows that she knew enough to block Toasty.
Lio does it too, where he'll show a screenshot to disprove a very specific thing. Or he'll show a screenshot showing that Peaches, says retard, right? But but forgets the fact that the screenshot also proves something else, like they're talking about a certain thing when apparently they said it wasn't being talked about at that point. But they do that a lot. I just think it's just very poor reading comprehension and also confirmation bias.
I was there for less than a month.
Less than a month. Okay.
Okay.
Understandable, but you still participated in that behavior, and that's the problem.
Am I done?
Sorry.
The voice. Don't raise voice.
Am I done?
Okay, but I'm being as respectful.
God, the
as possible to you. I would like that
Senatisms.
same respect.
Senatisms. Yeah.
Okay.
No one's raising their voice. It's just you.
Yes, but I'm not even getting a chance to explain myself before Locke is interjecting.
Okay, well, Locka, stop doing that.
They're so defensive. I wonder why.
It's very obvious that yes, I was interacting with these kinds of conversations. And that was wrong of me. I should not have done that. I will also say there's nothing I can do about that at the current time.
You could own up to it.
I apologize.
Fully.
And whatever I can do, I'll do what I can from what the victims want from me. And only the victims. What the victims want from me, I will do what the victims want.
But you're not being honest with them in this call. See, this is the thing that that actually somewhat pisses me off. How are you going to sit here in a call with one of them? Hold on. You know what? I want to see where this goes.
What would you like me to do?
Locka?
I'm not a victim. They said only from the victim, so that's a statement towards Teddy.
Sorry?
Teddy and the other victims.
What would you in particular like me to do?
Just
I'm gonna
putting
be
the
very
victim on the
honest with you.
spot.
I think by acknowledging the things you did, you've already done as much as you need to do. At least from my perspective, you were only in there for a day. How were you supposed to know anything further was going on? And really, that's
Can you pause for a second? I'm sorry.
accountability-
This really irks me. She's putting the victim on the spot right now.
Not only that, but
even if she
how
didn't
can
intend to, but it's very aggressive.
No,
And
it's
very
obvious that.
Well, what do you want me to do?
No,
then?
it's on purpose. It's on purpose that she's putting Teddy on the spot. What she's doing is saying, well, I've been open, and it's up to you for for you to make the decision on what you want me to do.
Yeah, especially after going for a very long time, going into this is I'm scared for my life. What else do you want me to do? It's really putting pressure on the victim.
Sitting in a call, going on and on and on and on about how you're scared for your life and this harassment, even though it has absolutely nothing to do with Teddy, telling her about it, going on about it. And then you're going to say, well, I've been open and whatnot, and now I want you to make the decision on what you want me to do. And here's the fucking gall. The gall to sit here and say, because it's obviously, it's the way the setup is structured is, how do I explain this? How are you going to sit there and say, okay, I'm open, I'm telling you what I've done and my involvement, and you're aware of it, but you're not actually aware of it because I'm leaving certain things out, and you don't know that I blocked Toasty because I knew certain things, because I doubt Teddy knew that.
I won't
So
say
I want you to decide.
I won't say it's victim blaming. It's not
victim blaming. It's manipulation, is what I would say.
It's emotional manipulation for sure.
Because, I want you to make this decision based on the information you have, but I'm specifically not being entirely open with you so that, you'll make this decision with what very little I've given you.
Yeah, it just feels very scummy.
And not only that, this also makes the blocking thing worse with Teddy, because you say you're trying to take accountability, but at the same time you're blocking them because you think they're a part of this harassment campaign towards you, but you only block them specifically. Now you want them to tell you specifically what they want out of the situation on the spot when they don't even have enough time to process half the call that's just been said. That's not fair to them at all. But keep watching. Trust me, it doesn't get any better. It's getting worse.
I think anybody wishes. The worst things I am saving for Toasty and Zizi. So, because I
Yeah,
think
those
that
two
they,
definitely. Those two are definitely the worst.
they're
Yes.
really bad.
Yep.
So we also
I-
have to talk to the other victims about this though as well today. We're gonna have to get them updated because they also have a say in this as well.
I
I
would also like. Oh, go ahead.
Especially with this new information as well that we're just seeing because we only know. I didn't even know this part was there was more to it. So we're still gonna have to update the other victims about it and
wasn't-
therefore get their
I was
reaction.
busy eating, so a lot of the time I was not present for some of the things that were being said. So,
Well, I'm lucky I'm here.
Rip and Pep.
let's.
But
I tell the victims, but I'm going to be honest with you. I think all that the victims want is for more people to know about this and more people to be more educated on what happened in the server because everyone's talking about hopeless fucking peaches because
Yeah.
they found out about the FCK stuff and that was really annoying.
if you want me, again, this isn't me putting myself necessarily on the slab, but Locka's right in one way or another. I shouldn't block the victims from Twitter.
Mhm.
I shouldn't have done that. As much as I was, afraid and whatnot. Bad optics. I can own that.
You'll own that it's bad optics.
But,
Okay,
if this
great.
means
Bad
that I shouldn't
optics
have
are.
a
Oh
platform
god, I
for
forgot
myself,
that.
then I can do that.
I'll
No,
own
I
the
don't
bad
think that you don't
optics.
deserve
I
a
told you
platform.
these people only
Alright.
care about
What I'm,
optics.
what I'm saying is that I'm willing to do what I can.
But I'm not. I'm willing to do what I can, and I want you to
Wait, I got a
decide what
question,
you want me to
Locka.
do.
What did I do?
But I'm not going to be honest with you.
Am I
Can
in
have a
trouble?
platform at the end of the day?
No, because I just realized something.
What did I do?
Because even wording alone, because that's another thing. If you're going to call out, even with Ellie, right? Because you said that Ellie did know. That wording alone is also bad because once again, when you say they knew what was going down, you make it sound like they knew about the grooming, the other stuff like that. When you make wording like that, it makes people believe that Ellie knew about the kids getting groomed behind the scenes. There's one.
Even if, okay, Ellie didn't know about the grooming, still 100% knew about the porn spam and thought that that was a-okay.
Thing with inappropriacy, and there's another thing with grooming. If
Okay.
you need to watch your wording.
Yes, and I will correct that in the next stream as well if that is the case.
Here's another thing. Why actually this Leia said something here that like hits a part of my brain. It's like, why are they doing these calls in private? Why would they not want the whole thing is to make these, this more known and to hash out any sort of like possible confusion and misinformation. So wouldn't it have been better for this call to be public to begin with?
Yeah, that's why I publicized it, because if no lies were said in this call shouldn't be a problem. If this is what they are saying is true, this should be public, because this is going to be public either way, right? Why would this be wrong? Not like I made it known I was noting the entire call as well, but just this entire thing, like the wordings thing, you know how autistically I have to word everything where it's like I'm going on rambles? That's why I do it. Because you just heard when I don't do that, that's exactly what happens. That entire ramble you heard before, that's why it happened. I have to be so fucking specific, because if I'm not, you just heard what I got accused of. I got accused of basically giving the inference that Ellie knew of the grooming. I have made it clear that she was aware of the inappropriate actions in the FCK chat. She was seeing the chat log was inappropriate. She didn't say anything about it. She didn't try to stop the inappropriate, like she was seeing porn being distributed and shown around minors. She didn't do anything about it, and she participated in the culture. If I don't autistically word myself, you know how they're going to spin that? They're going to say like, oh, so Ellie did know of the grooming. When is that what I just said?
No.
Exactly.
So I get what you're saying.
I have to be a yapper because this is why. But I never mentioned Ellie on the stream. That's the thing. So I'm not.
You mentioned the tweet.
On the tweet?
Oh no, a tweet.
All I said
That's
was
what I
like the behavior was gross. Like if that is incorrect wording, I will correct that.
Let me read what you said verbatim.
Okay.
Let me read out to what you said verbatim.
Let me just look at the tweet. Hold on one moment.
Someone screenshot the tweet and just put it in the chat so we can all see it.
I got it.
Like, because I was saying like it's still wrong.
Hey, I fucking told you all, don't threaten or harass anyone. Someone did. Now they are doing the very thing I warned about. This was a FCK member who knew and even blocked me and the fucking victims when their first statement came out. She's gross, but this isn't either. Stop.
Okay, that could be read wrong. I do apologize. I can fix that.
That's why
Blocking
I
someone
have been
that your
as
statement
angry as I
supposed to
have
be
been with
for is
you,
a little odd.
because now people are probably thinking that I knew about ZZ and Toasty's porn spamming, which I wasn't even in the server when that
Hold on.
happened. I didn't know Toasty was a sex pest. I didn't know Toasty.
Didn't
You hear that?
didn't she just admit to knowing about the porn spam but not the grooming?
Yeah, how do you not know that Toasty is a sex pest if they're if they're spamming porn constantly? That's the definition of a sex pest.
It's a slip because they're probably thinking about the blocking of Toasty, but they
Yeah.
don't.
And
It's a
how do you
slip.
not know that he's a sex pest if you blocked him because of him acting like a sex pest? That's stated in Nezzy's DMs. So unless unless that's a lie now too, and there's why would she lie about that in a private area? Like, keep your fucking story straight. Jesus Christ.
was this, that, and the third. I didn't know any of that.
All
Did I
right,
interact
let
with
me-
some of it? Obviously shown by what's been here. Yeah, I did. And I'm sorry. There isn't much I can do about it unless the victims want something else. Whatever the victims want, I will do what I can within my power to do that.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying
But
to.
I cannot do anything about that now.
Okay.
This is what I mean by these people respond to shit that they're not. No one's saying. No one's saying you should do something like you should go into the fucking invent a time machine, go in the past and stop it. No one's saying anything like that remotely of, oh, like no one's suggesting you can stop what already happened. It's ridiculous. People just want you to admit if you knew about it.
Yeah, the main criticism has always been from day one, not that they didn't do anything about it at the time, but that they spent these 4 years keeping it hush hush and not saying anything about it. That's the main criticism.
Reasonably can't ask me to do something about what I did back then now. If I could change what I did, I would, but I can't. And I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not asking you.
I'm
to do
sorry that I participated. I'm sorry that I participated in to the extent that I did. But what I don't appreciate is people saying I did something when I didn't. Calling me a pedophile, threatening to get to ruin my chances of income, rapes and death threats.
You know, I didn't appreciate
I
those
think
things
people
from the
just need to
FCK,
understand that
but
we can have both things. We can have accountability of one's actions and understanding of it, and also correcting people's misinformation of that individual at the same time.
Well, I'll also correct the porn spamming a bit as well, because there was a bit of it in the chat as well. I'm looking at, but you may have missed it. But I will correct it.
I don't remember that at all.
Well, there's
as well as I actually do remember when I joined the server, I didn't say anything in there for a minute. I didn't look at it for a minute because I was eating dinner.
All right, that's fair.
When I was added to that server,
yeah,
I distinctly remember.
But yeah, I'm just going to show the conversation that was happening around that time, some of the images that were being posted, because I'm just adding like why I'm pointing that out a little, because there was stuff going on.
Okay, 10:03 p.m. So this was around 2020. I was working at. I'm looking at the image the barrage said, in particular.
Okay, that was only that was just what was the latest post that you posted? That was not that long after the memes. So let's see. What was the last post?
What was the last post I made?
The last one, which was at I have scoliosis. Have fun, bitches. 9:13. A little bit before that.
So at that point, I was
to work.
Well, no, actually, at that time, I was working as a manager, and I had to get up at 6 a.m. I went to bed at that point.
All right.
And this matters.
Fair enough.
How?
When I said bye, bitches, that was me going to bed because I had told myself that I needed to start going to bed before 9:30 every night.
Yeah, because like not long after that, some of the spamming started. That
I did not see that in the slightest.
Pause for a second. I'll give you that credit.
Oh, sure. What's up?
They don't remember back then. How did they know that when they were working in the sleep schedule around that exact time for that exact day, but they don't remember the day they were in that server?
That's a good fucking point.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing with Nessie. I don't remember anything about back then, but I remember you specifically said this very thing
Peaches did the same thing in her apology Twitter.
So you can remember you were a manager and you had to get up at a certain time, and that's around this certain time, around that certain day, around that certain point in your life, but you can't remember that server, any discussions that went on in it coincidentally, but you can remember the reason why you left. Good job.
It's
I love
because
that.
they think that giving those extraneous details will help prove their case. But what they don't realize is that it proves that their memory of the time is pretty clear when it's about things that are non-accusatory like that. Very selective memory.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, if this was 2020, I was working as a manager.
all right. Fair enough. And when did you when did you leave and why? I just want to ask that just to figure that one out because I don't
So,
know the purpose or
I can
why.
give you a why. I can't give you a when. I can maybe give you a when. I wasn't there for even a month. I left because I wasn't active. I leave servers I'm not active in.
Fair enough, because like the last message was on the 4th, and you were saying you were getting pizza, and
Yep. I didn't really know anybody in there. I didn't really feel comfortable talking with really anybody in there like that. So I knew I was going to be active in there, so I left.
fair enough, because like before the last message, a little bit before, because I scrolled up at 4:52, there is a picture of a like crop porn, but you might have not seen that. But yeah,
I didn't see that.
yeah, because like let's see, your last message was at 6:57, and that like there was eggplant spamming at 5:42, cum or dick at 5:34. There was some hold on, Linus sex tips is crying at what's it 5:23. A little bit crop.
Gamers only no mic, wasn't it?
Yeah, crop porn at 4:52 p.m. Slimmers needs to destroy this one. By the way, I found a good picture of Toasty, and it's like a cropped anime porn picture. Like,
It's
I'll show you
very,
the,
very
like, this, like,
convenient
some of
that
the stuff I'm seeing.
Ellie was able to
The
perfectly
one I was
dodge
in
all
for
of this
sure.
porn.
I was in a VC.
While
That
in
was
server.
that happened
And I was
regularly.
looking at the
by
VC
the way.
page.
Masterful, in
A
fact.
almost daily
Well,
occurrence.
fair enough. I'm just talking
Impressive.
about this because this was the last chat you were in. I just scrolled up and saw that, and let me just scroll down just to verify anything else, just to make sure. 7:59, not long after the message. I will never forget what my mom was doing with snakes. That could be a meme, so that one's going to be disregarded. Germany reviving Hitler, World War III. That's like
Yeah,
N word.
I usually, yeah, I don't know anything. The slurs were new to me when I found out about that, like way later. I didn't know anything about slurs being said around.
But yeah,
But-
like most likely you probably
So,
might have missed
we-
it.
we-
I'll give you that grace. You might have missed it. I'm just looking around because like I'm just making sure like if we're gonna have discussion, like if you're gonna say like, oh, I didn't see any of that, I'm just gonna look around the chat just to see like, is there a possibility you didn't see that? So this is
So
just me.
usually if I'm in a
Question,
Go ahead.
just a quick question while you're in there. So yeah, the Ben Looney conversation that was in the NSFW chat, yeah? Or do you have access to it? Because I want to check something. I want to check about when that was.
The NSFW chat of Slimmers.
I guess I just want to see if the Ben Looney conversation was available. The reason I want to ask that is because I was there for that, and if we can pinpoint that, I can probably tell you exactly why I left.
Okay.
Weird
Because I
that
think I might
we're not
remember
talking
the
about
timeline.
this right now,
I just need
Doodles.
one more clarification.
I'm trying to find
But,
Ben because I'm just trying to find Ben.
It's
Like
interesting
they
that
linked
she
his
couldn't
Kiwi
wait
Farms page in
until
here,
her
so
line
I
of
could probably
questioning
find
was
it.
done.
And there's more porn. Holy shit. But sorry about that. I see Ben posting in here. Okay, Ben post. Trent, Ben. Sorry, like I'm trying to find like that conversation because I do know you guys had a falling out because like I showed the Fuchsia Butters video where they were like, yeah, this was porn, like this was drawn CP, this shouldn't be here.
Yeah, I'm looking back at the Minty video and seeing Toasty talk like on the one hand talk about how bad it was that Ben Looney like posted that, but also saying it's like, oh, we're not going to call you a creep for doing it. It's like that might be the reason. I just want to double check on when that was, because June might be not when I left, actually.
It probably is closer to July because I see him still posting in July on here. So it was probably July of 2020 because on the 28th they're posting his Kiwi Farms thread. So I think it's sometime in July.
Yeah,
What
okay,
the
so
fuck?
that might be it then. That would have to be it, because I probably left after the Ben Looney stuff.
Pause.
I remember that conversation, and yeah, that would have been it.
But,
Alrighty. But yeah, it's probably around July because I see the Kiwi Farms being
Akumo?
posted then, and Ben's last post
Yeah.
was tired of
pause?
angry reviewers on.
Locka wanted to say something.
You notice the timeline? They're asking me about the timeline, yet Doodles made a thread on April 3rd saying they left the FCK in May. But now they're saying they're left because of Ben the Looney, and Ben the Looney situation happened in July. Why?
That's a good. Yeah.
That's weird, isn't it?
So which is it? You left in. Well, actually, it's flip flopped 3 times now.
Yeah.
Because first, you're in the Twitter thread. It was I left because I left in May, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then in this, first it was I left in this call. First it was I left in May because I found out that Toasty was a creep. Then it was, oh no, I left later after Guy Badum's video because I found out Toasty was a creep. And now it's switched to I left because of Ben the Looney.
Yeah, and the dates keep changing because in their April 3rd thread that I have saved, they said they left the FCK in May. Then they made an update saying they left in June. And now it's possibly July. If they're the one making the timeline, why does the reason and time frame keep shifting? Like, you notice that is going on right now? The timeline keeps shifting and the reasoning keeps shifting. It went from I left because of like Ben, like Toasty's culture. Now it's like I left because of the Ben the Looney stuff. What is going on? Do you understand why?
What are you asking me? Or is that a rhetorical question?
I'm asking you because do you possibly know why they're doing the timeline shift, like why they're making their timeline shift so much, especially with the reasoning at all?
No,
Like,
not really.
It's really just because the previous timeline didn't add up, so they have to make a new one.
well, I find that weird that they keep shifting that timeline when I'm talking to them, but in their videos, they say, well, we've already got the timeline. We got it. Like, this is what happened. This is what happened. But when I ask about it, it's not concrete, even though they apparently had a timeline ready by April 3rd. Because, again, they made an entire FCK addressment saying about their time in the server. And they posted that publicly. This was like a day before our call. This is weird. I keep going. It gets weirder. On July 6th of 2020.
Yeah,
But
fair
yeah,
enough.
I hope this was a
If
productive
I may.
conversation. Like I hope I didn't come off as combative or anything. I do apologize if I did. I'm just trying to figure stuff out.
I would also like to mention something that I had it popped into my brain. I don't know if this actually means anything, but I don't know, might as well. So at 2020, I had not gotten, so I have a screen tablet. I promise this is going somewhere.
Okay.
I did not have a screen tablet in 2020 because I had the last tablet I had broke. I only had one monitor as well, and I would be in VCs. Might be a chance that while I was working on artwork, because I work on artwork in VCs, I wasn't seeing what was going down while I was there in VCs.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm guessing you're about to post that screen. I'll wait.
What's the screen?
Ellie, what the
I thought
fuck are
said
you
were gonna
talking
post the screen
about?
for it. My bad. I must have misheard. I do
No,
apologize.
no. What I'm saying is that when I would work on art and VCs, at the time I had a Wacom tablet, like the standard Wacom tablets, and I only had one monitor. So if I was in a VC, Discord was not what I was looking at.
No, this makes no sense. I mean, this
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
prove
Okay,
anything.
I see what you mean. You couldn't switch out to look at the messages
What?
during the call because of the device you were using.
Yes.
This
I would
is
also like to
literal
point that out.
scrambling.
Oh, so
Okay,
this is the
making
excuse
note
for
of
not
that.
knowing about the porn
necessarily
spam.
Yes.
everything I'm doing.
Oh
What I'm
my
saying is that there
God.
might that
Listen,
like
I may have been in
maybe
call
the
while
reason
it's
why I don't
happening,
remember most of the stuff of my
but
involvement
I was
within
just
that, or what
drawing.
was
How do
going
you
around,
remember
because
that?
I
Actually,
literally
how
wasn't
the
looking at it.
fuck do you remember
Alright.
that
Fair
of
enough.
all things?
Is there any way to verify that around this time just to make sure that timeline matches up?
With
No.
me having a Wacom tablet.
Yeah, there's no way to verify that.
I don't think I could. I
What do you mean there's
easily
no way to
could.
verify that?
I
You've
don't
got
think I ever talked about that
That's what I said.
ever.
you don't have the
Alright,
Wacom
I just
tablets
thought I
still?
would try to ask if just to give further like um reassurance to the timeline of that. It's just basically to show like back up more claims further. It's just basically asking for like more.
I would
clear-
have no way of verifying that, and I'm
Fair enough.
sorry. That makes me not believable, but
Oh, I wasn't saying
know
that.
for a fact.
Oh, I was asking them could they
no. But
get
what
the
I am saying, I mean, I get
Wacom
why you're
tablet to
asking,
show
but
they can do
there is
that's
no
the
way I
case.
can verify
It
that.
actually makes you less
enough. I'll make a
verifiable
note
or
of that,
credible
just-
because you're scrambling to
I
find
make
any
notes just in
excuse
case like someone
possible.
brings it up in conversation. I explain it. It's basically me clearing up misinformation. I've had to do this a few times already, but yeah. Well,
I'll
thanks.
say
Oh, sorry.
I actually. Let me see. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, no. I got nothing for you. I thought I could find something. I got nothing for you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right.
So
Okay. Was this a productive conversation for everybody?
No, I feel like I botched it up at the beginning because I was so competitive.
Hey, it happens. You're talking to a new person. It's all good. As you can tell, I'm not really going to judge you for that. I'm not here to box you. But yeah, thanks for being willing to talk to us about this matter. I've gotten a lot of notes. So now I'm if I have any more questions, I'll run it by you guys to see if you can like if I look into this this stuff because I will cross check everything because just to make sure everything is as it is because things can be misremembered on occasion. And I'll cross reference anything I find that maybe like a little eyebrow raising because I do that. But I hope this was productive for everybody. I feel this was eye-opening to some things because I was not aware of certain things going on. Like I wasn't aware of like Doodles not knowing this server had minors. I was not aware of that. They weren't aware everyone was an 18 until like a later point. So I'll make note of that.
Yeah, it's just a matter of figuring out when I realized that and when I left.
Yeah,
because I'll admit the main reason why I can remember a lot of the stuff that I have or that I can tell you now is because I have a lot of it kind of just in front of me. This is why I try to archive as much as I feasibly can. So if I don't have those archives, a lot of the time my wires do sometimes get a little crossed. I do have to wind up looking a little further into things. That's why I don't have my timeline just on hand like that because if I didn't post for like an entire month of being in there, I'm not going to remember shit.
All right. Well, thanks for be willing to come and talk to me today. I hope this conversation was decent. I didn't come off as a dickhole. I hope I didn't. I do apologize if I did. Still trying to get over the little bit of a language barrier. I do apologize, but I hope everyone is having a great day though, regardless.
real quick.
Oh, okay.
Locka.
What'd I do?
I'm sorry for blocking you. And I'm sorry that I didn't ask you before I did.
Oh, I thought that was Fly. I'm sorry.
Huh?
My bad.
Nah, I'm on my own business over here. I'm in the corner. Don't mind me.
Forgive me. I was like, wait, what did I do, Fly? But
No,
it's okay. It's all right. Look, I'm used
cool?
to being blocked out of nowhere for weird reasons. Like I don't take it personally.
I mean, we cool?
Like you're fine. I don't hold it against anybody. I'm just trying to find out what's going on here, and I will. Like the next stream was going to address people harassing you because I do not approve of that happening either way because that is still fucked. Like I got sent some of the messages, so like,
No, I was asking if like we good.
Yeah, I had no beef with you to
That's
begin with. I was just
interesting.
more so like not happy with like
Could you
behavior
pause for a
towards the
second?
victims. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting
on.
that she tries to like kind of nudge Locka a little bit by being like, "Are we good? Are we good? Like we're good now, right?" And Locka's like, "Well, I don't hold the blocking against you." And she goes, "No, but are we good? Like, I think that's them
notice
trying
that?
to be like, okay, but if you have any problems with us in the future, we're gonna say that you were a liar in this call. You know?
Mhm.
You see why I made notes of everything and all this? You see why? Because they've been acting like this when I looked around the FCK, all of them have done this squirrely reaction to me. Every single one.
Exactly, Clef. We're friends now, Locka. You can't criticize us now. And Doodle was in that chat that we saw the screenshots of, being like, well, I guess that talk meant nothing if they're gonna
That
keep
talk-
criticizing me. But it's like, that's not how it works. Like, just because you're willing, and I think that's why they get this weird association with, if you talk to somebody, that means you're cool with them, or that means you have no issue with them. And I think that just sort of shows how cagey and like how like not territorial, but just how like clicky they are.
Tribalistic.
Yeah, tribalistic, where it's like, oh, well, you came and call and talked with us and got our side of the story. That means you must be on our side and that you like us and we're friends now. It's like, no. But they're really trying to get you to say that here.
I do find it funny because on April 28th, they in the Senate, they said I'm an unreliable person, and now they're just acting.
That's just Ephraim, fucking Ephraim.
Ephraim, but
Because
Ellie
I
was the
can't
one that
think
brought
of
up
a
the
more
junkie call in
trustworthy
that.
source than fucking Locka.
Yeah, it's like that call meant nothing. The call literally has you admitting to multiple things, Doodle. And I said in this call, you heard it, I'm going to cross-check everything that was said. I'm not just going to take your word on it. I'm going to cross-check it. And I did. The shit you have said doesn't add up. Even from because I'm here just to look at other people's perspectives from other sides of this. They don't see this adding up either. So this is not me gaslighting myself thinking I'm the crazy one here. No, what you're saying doesn't add up. The evidence doesn't add up. The situation doesn't match your statements from both my end, his end, Enla's end, and other people's ends. If it's not matching up with multiple ends, there's a problem with your statement. This conversation is not any less valid because I'm questioning it. The point of this conversation was to ask those questions to figure out what the truth is. And the truth of the matter is there is stuff that's been left out, and there's stuff you've admitted here you haven't disclosed in your videos publicly that are major pieces of information. Like you admitted you knew when you left the FCK, minors were being given porn. That's still not addressed. Why? Feel free to continue the video. It's weird.
And like I said, I've rectified that specific part.
Yeah. So yeah, as long as the victims are okay with it, I'm okay with it. I'm here to help them. I'm not here for some grudge match. That that's my goal. So yeah, should we adjourn the call, or anything else need to be talked about, or
Well, wait, before we adjourn this call, once again, if you guys have even more questions, don't go through me. I get the whole telephone, but now that you guys have each other here, ask each other things.
Yeah, we can
If
keep
you
this,
guys have
we can
anything,
keep this
ask
chat open.
Yeah.
I kind of want to just make a prerequisite. Nothing against you, Locka, because I know you're going over these in videos and whatever. What?
Sorry, that's my autism. Go ahead. I just had a moment. Sorry.
No, I thought a cat was meowing. I thought my cat was meowing.
No, that was me derping. I'm sorry.
No, I thought my cat went through puberty. I hope you don't mind. I'm probably not going to watch your streams of the FCK stuff.
No, you don't have to. I don't expect you to.
Well, I know it, but I didn't know if you wanted me on there because I know you had Junkie on there.
Well, I had him on there because he's done a lot of fucked up shit. He's inexcusable.
Right. And no. I'm not saying he's not. I didn't know if at any point you were trying to want me on there, and I'm not gonna lie, I might not want to.
No.
I'm
not gonna have
It's a little weird to preemptively
after I do what the
state
victims
that.
want me to do, I would like to move on.
That's fair enough.
Yeah,
You're
no.
free to.
Yeah.
If the
Also,
victims
the whole
want
junkie
me-
thing was different.
Well, yeah, that was the first thing that popped into my head.
Yeah.
If
That
the
fucker
victims
knew.
if the victims want me to not have a platform anymore, I will go.
You're going to be open with them first. They can make a decision.
Whatever they need me to do, I can do within the best of my ability.
Oh, so she literally did say that, didn't she?
Yeah.
I was. That's again. I'm sorry. I wasn't aware. that I was more involved than I initially thought, and there are some things I can explain with.
I didn't know
Like the whole
how
thing with me
involved
having
I
to go to
was.
sleep and getting up early.
I wasn't aware of
You know,
how
anything
involved I
happened
was.
after my last message was not. I didn't know that. I wasn't there for very long because I didn't know anybody. No, and I don't know. I would like to think I would not have let a lot of that stuff slide if I had seen most of it, or if most of not any of it. You know, like the picture of Toasty with anime boobs. I don't know what the fuck that was about.
Yeah, like, but hey, like if what you're doing is good by the victims, that's all I care about, because I just want what they want best for the situation. If they think what best is just to take accountability and move forward, then that's all you need to do. I'm not going to push it any further. And my goal is not cancellation. It's just helping these people get the results they want. And if that's what they want, that's what I'm going, like, that's the only thing I'm going to ask. That's it.
And again, I don't have in contact with the victims other than Teddy here, so.
All right.
Well, I wonder whose fault that
Uh,
is.
I would probably have to ask around for the other ones, like if they share the same sentiment, just to verify everything. Because, just to make sure like everyone's on the same page with that, or like, does anyone else have an issue?
Yeah. Well,
Oh, we're going
I
on
could tell you
5
that, like,
hours. Oh,
this
fuck.
stuff surrounding Nezzy is like not. There are things that you guys are definitely missing in regards to Nezzy Monster.
Oh, those wonderful DMs that you gave us?
Because Nezzy had previously chewed out Toasty for the behavior.
Oh,
there
yeah.
was so when Toasty was in Nezzy's chat,
You mean the public server?
Toasty had once again posted porn in there, and Nezzy directly went to Toasty and was like, "Hey, delete that. I don't want porn in my server." So
You mean the public
Yeah,
server?
there was like more of a boundary there.
Yeah.
Because it was public.
That's why I was
around
asking. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Around the time that Toasty was making a new chat, the Fanboy Hooters chat, Nezzy was like, "Hey, you should probably set roles in there, roles and rules in there."
Interesting
Another public
emphasis.
server?
Interesting emphasis on my server.
Well, there was obviously there was the situation where Nezzy got the porn chat pulled, and then like the last,
Which was because of optics.
yeah, one of the last conversations that they had was like a really big, like it's just like paragraphs and paragraphs of text, but like from Nezzy, basically grilling Toasty for sending Teddy like NSFW,
No.
like
No.
talking NSFW with Teddy.
That's a lie.
There was like
That's a lie. So
Doodles doesn't realize that this makes Nezzy look worse in the long run.
But
Yep.
but also Doodles is lying right here. So
Yeah, this is what I was told the chat log was.
The conversation, I got a whole video dedicated to it. The conversation wasn't really about the Teddy shit. The Teddy shit came like pretty much at the ass end of it. It was initially about the constant shit that he was getting up to with the group and the sexual harassment and the futa porn image. That's what it started at. And her comparing him to like V Omega and whatnot. The thing with Teddy didn't come until later on the conversation, and she didn't press it any further once he said that Teddy was okay with him sending her porn. She didn't really press it. So this is a misrepresentation of that conversation.
the whole conversation surrounding like some porn that Toasty commissioned of one of the people in there without that individual's permission.
About, yes.
It's just like a whole, hey, this is why what you should, or what you're doing is fucked up. Like there was like a whole grilling session in their DMs about it.
Yeah, that's why I asked Nezzy for their DMs.
Funny
I
though,
wanted to...
because this doesn't change the point that she still never came out about this publicly. Like, you're not addressing anything here, because the main point is that these people knew and didn't address anything. You're saying, like, okay, everyone is saying, everyone and their fucking mother, right, that's upset with these people, is saying, you all knew and never told anyone. And their response is, yes, we knew, and some of us tried to say something to Toasty. But they're not addressing the fact that they didn't tell everyone, when they have no problem making everyone else's business public, to dunk on them, which is fine. Okay. But you get a pass, your friends get a pass. Like, what's the switch up here? Not even addressing that at all.
I wanted to see that conversation, because Like, I just want to verify everything that's being stated is what occurred, because if they have the direct messages of that, then like we can just show like, yeah, Nezzy put a clear boundary, which is why I asked like, can they give them to me? And I haven't gotten a response back yet.
I have the screenshots, but right now Nezzy is asleep, or Nezzy's not online at the very least. So
You have to get permission. I
we'll try
understand.
to get those. Yeah, so I'll try to get those to you. I'll ask Nezzy if it's okay.
Oh, thank you so
Otherwise,
much.
you're gonna have
As
to
well
Thank
as
you
I
so
can speak for
try to-
Nezzy real quick. I can speak for Nezzy real quick. They didn't know how to get to Toasty's DMs for a minute.
Yeah, I had to help them get back into the DMs.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like, I haven't pressured them to get back to me fast. I just asked them for it, I think like 2 days ago. And I've just been waiting for a response from them, because I am trying to interview them through like the Twitter DMs just to figure out some things as well on their end, like, oh, well, how, like, what was exactly said, do you remember, like, what was the grilling about, like, can we see what was exchanged. It's just me trying to make sure everything is exactly what's written on the tin.
Yeah, as someone who does have the DMs, again, I will ask Nezzy if I can pass them to you, but I can assure you
They
there
blocked
was
me after
definitely a
Doodles
clear
asked.
boundary set, and
What'd you say?
Eventually, Nezzy just got tired.
What?
They blocked me after Doodles asked. Nezzy Monster
Nezzy blocked
blocked me.
you? That's a
Nezzy
little
Monster-
weird.
Yeah, I know. Nezzy Monster blocked me after Doodles asked and said, I don't think you're a reliable source, and blocked me right after Doodles asked.
Interesting.
What does that mean? You're not a reliable source. The source is coming from Nezzy.
I know, right? It's
Nezzy
funny.
is the source.
Yeah, Nezzy's the source. I know. But they said I'm not a reliable source, and then they blocked me. Right after, like, and this was after Doodles, like, you saw the chat log with Doodles saying, like, they alerted Nezzy, and Nezzy says, like, oh, they don't trust you. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then Nezzy sends me that message and blocks me. I'm just like, why the block though? That's so weird. You're starting to notice there's a lot of weird things going on around here, and it's getting worse, because now I'm questioning, like, okay, why not give me the messages if you're going to say them publicly either way? And now I know why, because they were trying to get the narrative ready, because I read the messages on stream without, Doodle's narrative over it, and I read them as they were, and it's very apparent it wasn't to help the FCK victims. It was in defense of Mad Libs, mostly about the Fuda picture that Toasty made of them.
Yeah.
That's what it was. And I noted that.
I mean, they misrepresented the DMs with you to
Oh, yeah,
further
entirely.
convince you.
Yeah, because you heard, they were like, oh, this is what the chat said. And now that I finally read the chat on stream, that is not what that chat was. That chat mentions Teddy, but it was immediately dropped, just like you said, because I saw that chat log too, and I read that, and I have the same conclusion about that. They dropped it the second they said Teddy and Toasty consented to it, without even verifying that Teddy consented to it. They just took Toasty's word on that. So it's even more concerning.
Well,
Keep
let's
going.
get through this. Yeah.
Of Toasty breaking that boundary. Was the long and short of it.
Fair enough. But
I will try to get. Yeah, I will try to. As I said, I will talk to Nezzy and see if I can send this your way.
fair enough. Is there anything else that needs to be stated before we head on out?
Do you? So, I guess this is a question for everybody. Who was it? Was it just Akumu that was saying that one picture I made for Slimmer like gross?
I don't know who exactly it was, to be honest with you, but I know someone pointed it out and said, "Oh, that's kind of weird that two adults, like an adult and a child, swapping clothes." I don't know
Someone
who
out
it
there
was.
said it.
I don't.
Someone out there said it.
I don't
Doesn't
know
seem like
who
anyone
that
here did it.
was. Like, I don't know who that was. Like,
I
the only thing
I
I've
still
ever
don't
talked
know
about
who
is like
that was.
Toasty showing porn in their YouTube videos, and I censored that. Like, that's the only thing I've done for like anything
Do you,
regards to that.
do you know what I'm talking about when I say that, Locka?
I don't think so. Hold on.
Okay.
I might be mistaken completely,
fuck.
but somebody has said it, and it was really weird.
This was the picture that they're talking about. I drew a picture of me and Slimmer swapping clothes.
I don't know. I have not heard that conversation before. I don't think that's weird. Like, that's a normal clothes swap meme. That's like a common thing.
I just
And also,
didn't
there's
know.
context to it under it even.
Yeah, like
No.
I would not suggest that
someone
that's
said it-
inappropriate at all. That's a normal thing. Like it would only be inappropriate if it's like you drew like Slimmers in a provocative outfit, but it's like it's not. It's a regular outfit.
I didn't know if
Someone
you
said
knew.
it, and I played it up. So
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know
let's
who
not go
said
around
it.
this. If someone out there said it, someone out there said it, we're not gonna know. We're not gonna know. Someone out there did say
I can
it.
clear
Someone
that
out
up on stream that this isn't isn't inappropriate because I'm doing that for Dumbsville because people are thinking like Dumbsville like had a greater hand when it's like no. When I addressed Dumbsville, I was talking about him being aware of like Fuchsia Butters posting porn in their server and using the excuse like oh they have big titties so they're adults. Like you know that
Yeah, this
behavior
This is the thing, though. Sorry, no, you continue.
No,
Fine.
yeah, you're fine. But yeah, I'll definitely bring this. If that's an argument, I haven't heard that argument. That's fucking weird. But if that's a real argument, I will bring that up on stream and go, hey, this isn't porn. This is not inappropriate in any way. Don't spread that. What the fuck? Like that's
Yeah,
weird.
I don't know who it was.
I heard about that like today. This is the first I've heard about it today.
Like find out who said that. That's fucking weird.
I
have
don't
no idea.
I'm asking you. I have no idea.
I don't know who it
No
is.
one
This
knows.
is the first time I'm
No one
hearing of it.
knows.
Couldn't tell you, Broski. Couldn't tell you. Yeah, I didn't think. I thought this was like nothing. And then Teddy said, "Oh yeah, like somebody was trying to say that this was like inappropriate." I'm like, "Huh? Equally me."
I haven't
Illumi?
like talked about like I haven't even talked about this image at all. Like I haven't said anything about this, so I don't know. Because like I'm like still in the madam part of the server when reading on stream. Because like that oh god, I'm going through that toxic nightmare. But yeah, I haven't talked about this. I don't get it. Like I don't see the argument.
I don't know if you knew or not. I don't know if you knew about it. That's why I asked if you knew if you knew anyone who was saying it. But
I don't.
yeah.
I do apologize. I'm not a good resource on that. I
So
don't
could you
keep
could you
up
pause
with,
for a
like,
second?
people making claims like that. But I don't-
So let me get this straight. There's this thing that I heard someone say. I don't know who said it. I don't know in what context. I don't know where I got this information from, but I'm about to make it your problem.
Yep. Yeah, and they do this like when I've asked about the FCK a lot. It's like, oh, do you know anything about this? Like, as you saw, Doodles is asking me to look up when they left in the FCK server, and it's like, why are you asking me to do that?
You have the logs. You comb through the entire server yourself for your sheet.
I know it's very strange that they're asking me to do this. I don't know the purpose. Like they just admitted they apparently got this information from Teddy. Why not ask Teddy where they got it? Why are you asking me?
Yeah, Teddy's in the call. You've already
Yeah, I
like
know.
you've already put Teddy on the spot once. Why not do it again? Might as well.
I don't understand that. Like, especially asking me about that claim because I was like, okay, even if I heard about that claim, what the fuck am I supposed to do about it? Like, wouldn't that be the problem for the person that made the claim? Wouldn't you want to confront them about it? Why are you asking
you
me?
have to publicly disavow every single little thing, or else people are gonna think that you support it. Obviously.
Then everyone wonders why I'm so pedantic about things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sorry for being a yapper. I didn't get a message. But this is why I'm such a yapper, because unfortunately, that's why. They do this weird shit that it eventually conditions you that you have to literally clarify everything because, oh, you didn't clarify that. You support that shit. Now you kind of see why I'm so autistically inclined to explain everything in detail.
Yeah, I was at first, but then I stopped fucking caring, and it's so liberating when you stop caring. Trust me.
I don't know. Again, this is literally the first I'm hearing. I heard about it today. I didn't know if you knew. I don't know if anybody else knew about like who was saying that in particular, because that's a strange claim for this specific image as well.
Well, I'm gonna make a note for that to clear that up then, because since we're gonna be talking about like the statement, I may as well just note like, hey, this is not porn or anything. Don't claim it is. Like I probably say more stuff than that, but I'm
They
gonna
weren't saying it
note.
was porn. They were just saying it was like inappropriate.
I don't. Oh my goodness, inappropriate.
I don't know.
I don't.
I don't know.
God, people are weird. I'm done with this fucking community. I swear to God. Sorry.
As well as people, I think it was Akuma was trying to say it was a part of the Art CC, which no.
In the
not.
past, you were a
I
part of the
never was.
community, but that like you left in like what
What?
2018?
No. I was never part of the Art CC.
were you part of the regular one though? Because like you're
I'm
on.
part of the SCC.
Yes, the
Oh
regular
my
one. That's
god,
Slideshow
tomato
community.
fucking tomato. We got Dumb and Dumber. Okay, like the SCC is basically just the art CC, but instead of having art gameplay, because they use the same arguments, but instead of having art in the background, they both usually have stills. But the difference is instead of having art in the background, they have random fucking shit in the background. So sure, we can play semantics and say, oh well, you don't have art in your background. But at the end of the day, you all make the same exact arguments, watch the same exact people, and you're both disingenuous.
yes, that one.
No.
I think that this call, unless anyone needs me, is done because I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all out. we're done for today.
Well, no, real quick. The CC and the SCC are two very different areas.
Yeah, you tell yourself that.
Yeah, the SCC is a much more niche. The SCC is a much more niche community that focuses on like video critiques and stuff like that. We're all just a bunch of nerds that talk about
You use the same dog shit arguments. You watch the same people.
about our,
Don't
I guess
speak
our
to me the
personal
book,
interests.
wench. Yep.
So
I was there when it
that's
was
kind of
written.
long ago for the art CC, and that was just incorrect. I've never once associated myself in the art CC.
I have also never associated with the RTC, and I've made videos about it, but Akumu still associates.
What do you mean? You've never associated with the art CC?
Who said that? Who said that?
Doodles.
Me as part of.
No. Go back.
I have
Please
also
go
never
back.
associated with the RTC, and I've made videos about it, but Akumu still associates me as part of.
You're best friends with fucking Ponder Sprocket. You were in a group chat filled with art commentators.
No, come on.
I've never associated with the art CC. Just all my friends are art CC people. I was in an art CC group chat. My best closest friend, who's constantly defended my weird fetish shit, is an art CC person. But listen, I've never associated with the art CC. It just so happens that I watch them. They watch me. I'm friends with them. Okay.
The only reason I even knew about Doodle Tones at all is because of Ponder Sprocket's videos. Doodles was in them almost all the time. And apparently, if not featured in them, they were she's collaborated with Ponder on a video or two.
She has. Not only that, she is an art commentator because she draws art and commentates. That's literally the only requirements for art commentary is to draw art while you commentate, and she still does that. That's why I didn't say anything, but I've been in this community for over 18 years. They're talking to me like I don't know. I was there when the book was written. I was there here when you guys first joined the community. Shut up. You're not trying, like they're trying to say, oh, I'm a slideshow commentary.
It's trying to draw this arbitrary fucking line, thinking that it actually helps, when in reality, okay, sure, you're two communities that do the same shit. Why does that make it any better?
Keep going.
You might have to mute your mic.
That's part of that community, so shrug.
It could just be because of your associations. I think that's probably why. Because like some people, like we all talk to someone in the art CC, so I think that might be why.
Yeah, I made videos clarifying that I'm not the.
Fair enough. I don't really know how to talk about that subject because it's like that's such a weird thing to argue at all, because it's just like it's like it's okay.
Well, it shows that he has complete disregard as to who it is he's even talking about.
No, it's because I can see past the fucking arbitrary line that you want to draw. You do the same shit, use the same arguments. Anytime you all can't fucking prove someone lied after you kept insisting that I've been lying, that I've been dishonest, you say that
No. Akumu, just stop. It shows how dishonest you are. It really does.
You know, that's fair. That's fair. But
I'm probably not gonna watch your stream.
Fair enough.
If you do talk about, I
mentioned it for a third time. All right.
I haven't been well since people have been sending me DMs.
Well. Fair enough. I will make note of that as well. You're not a part of that community, but all right. I think this is adjourned for today. Have a lovely night, everybody.
Okay, I gotta say, Locka, your speaking mannerisms are a little bit pretentious.
I don't know how to speak any differently. I'm sorry.
It's the autism, I know.
You also
I'm
see
sorry.
This meeting is adjourned.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to be professional. I don't know how to do anything
It's not
else.
a professional space. You don't have to worry about that.
I'm trying to
What?
be respectful.
What a Weasley little
little
liar,
liar,
dude.
Just this call was bad. Like I have
Hey,
been
we made
thinking
it.
about this call while I was in the hospital and going to funerals and shit. It's plagued my every thought. Like literally, I went to a funeral. One of my family members got hospitalized. I got hospitalized because my body just fucked up really bad. I have not stopped thinking about this call. I have been looking into it even when I was sick. It plagues my every waking thought.
You know what they're gonna say, right? You know what they're gonna say. You heard that right,
Obsessive?
folks. Locka prioritizes internet drama over funerals for family. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, yes, because I was clearly talking about this call during the funeral, not just in the back of my mind when, I was outside of the funeral at any point. No.
I think that this call, especially, I mean, as long as this stream is, I think that this breakdown shines further light on how far these people are willing to go to either lie or just provide half truths. And like, for example, a good example of a half truth would be like, oh well, the DMs were Toasty getting on to Nezzy getting on a Toasty for sending porn to Nezzy, not Nezzy, fucking Teddy. But that's not really what those DMs were about. It was brought up in those DMs very briefly, but that's not like in truth what those DMs were about. Or lying about tiny things like, oh, I've never associated with the Art CC. I'm trying to wrap. I don't know. The only thing I can think of that would like make these people, particularly Doodles, lie about such small things that can easily be fact checked would be either they think that you're really fucking stupid, or no. I think that's. I think I
It's because
honestly.
they think I'm really fucking stupid, Akuma. Let's
Yeah.
just be honest. Everyone thinks I'm stupid because that's the front I put on, which to an extent, yes, I am dumb. But some of that is not fully me being dumb. It's me, I don't. I actually prefer when people don't trust me because the weirdest thing is that's when they're the most honest with me. And as you saw in that call, because they didn't trust me, they told me a lot. And I didn't have to do anything. I was just asking basic questions, and they're already contradicting themselves and freaking out. I'm not trying to manipulate them. I didn't do anything. Did you hear me once in that call basically try to, twist them into any kind of direction?
No, in fact, I think you did a wonderful job because it felt more like a deposition than anything. Let's be honest, which is a good thing, by the way.
It's all good. I do have an English barrier. I do apologize, but I do try my best. I am autistic as fuck, but I am conditioned by this community since I've been here for 18 years that I yap, and I do
18?
apologize for the 18 years. I've been here since the age of 6.
Nah.
Yes. I've been in the
What?
art commentary
What?
community since I was
Okay,
6 years old.
we need
I'm
to
not
unpack
joking.
that.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Stop the
Yes.
bus. What?
Come here. Yeah, I've been in the art commentary community since the age of 6. I've been in the community since 2004, early 2005.
And you were
Like,
doing commentaries at 6?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yes.
No.
I'm not lying. Yeah, I was.
No, this is the
Yes.
one part I'm not saying you're a liar,
yeah.
but I refuse to believe you.
This was back on the Something Awful forums, the origin of where the CC actually came from before we came to YouTube. Literally, it was this like edgy website. This is where the commentary community originated from. And yes, I was a 6-year-old kid on that website. I shouldn't have been on that website, but shit parents.
Okay, well, I mean, that I don't doubt.
Yeah, I was like, I can tell you the origin of the art commentary community, CC. I remember when the slideshow commentary came into being. I can tell you when Doodles started. That's how long I've been here. I remember when Doodles started. I remember.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been here a long time, and that's how I know how a lot of these things go, and it's why I don't trust a lot of people. I'm the last of the what they call the old guard. I like because I was here when Richitsu Rises was a thing. I was here when Boomstick was a thing and started the fucking slideshow thing because I think they used a Pikachu avatar. I can tell you the entire history of this place. I've been here since I was 6. I was raised in this fucking community. It's
That
why I'm so
explains so
autistically
much.
inclined.
Yeah.
I was born
Yeah.
in the ACC.
I will die here. Just kidding.
You think darkness is your ally?
Oh yes.
Like the
Don't
Vane
tell
line.
me the book. I was there for when it was written. But yeah, I've been here a long time. Locka's not my original account. I don't remember my original. It's
That's
been
fair.
that long.
You were 6.
Okay.
It's been like what? Actually, it's 20 years because I'm 26. I turned 27 this year, so I've been here for 20 years. I've been here a while. But yeah, this is not good. I can tell you how this is probably going to go. They're probably, because I'm in this call, going to take quotes out of context. They're going to twist it. They're going to say like, "Oh, Locka had bad intentions."
Locka's
gonna-
crazy, dude. Locka's deranged.
Yeah. I know how this place goes because nothing has changed, so they go by the same playbook they've always done. And I'm just saying it repeat here. They're going to say, because I'm in this call talking to you, asking about like, okay, how much of this is true? How much of your perspective on this? And they're going to think like, oh, because I'm talking to you, I'm not going to try to verify anything said in this call. They're just going to think I'm just taking it at face value when I'm not. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to cross-reference it like I did with the Doodles call to see if everything is true. But they're going to assume the worst intent because guilt by association is one of the worst problems in this community. And now my credibility most likely is shot entirely because I'm talking and asking questions, just even light ones, is enough to get me discredited. I can make a commentary community bingo card. That's how much I know what's going to happen is going to happen. I'm sorry. I know this place so well that I know it's going to happen. But honestly, at this point, I don't care. I don't care at this point. The victims have been fucked over. They need to be addressed, and no one's addressing them. They're focusing on Lio shit more than these kids that were objectively harmed. They like say, think of the victims. Have they set up charity streams to actually help these victims?
Peaches did once for Crystal Flame, and then never
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, and the other two, apparently there were 3 of them, and the other 2 went directly into Peaches' pocket.
Now, Lio claims that the income that he makes from his channel goes to people who quote unquote need it, but has never proven any transactions of that money actually going to victims of anything.
You know, if these people are so inclined, right, to do shit like this, there are websites where they can show like the funding and where it goes and stuff that you can set up.
Yep.
So that would provide further trust in regards to that, but they don't do that. Instead, they just say that they do it, and it's silly. I'm gonna go cook. I'm gonna get off here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cook.
Yep.
I'm hungry. My brain is
Run.
fried.
Please run. It's all good. Just have a great day. I'm
When am
sorry
I
for
going to
if
become a
I
VTuber?
spurred out at all.
Do you guys want me to get a VTuber model?
No.
Is that what you guys want me to?
No, please.
There are
What?
offers. People have offered to make me one. I'll think about it. I will
What-
think
what-
about it.
What did he say?
VTuber model.
No, you fucking weeb. No.
I just got out. You can't go back in. I can't go back there. I can't go back.
Oh god, you're causing Enla to have Vietnam War flashbacks. What have you done? What have you done, dude?
The effort, the work. You have to sit up straight the entire stream.
You have to actually emote. I know that must be
Yeah.
difficult. I'm sorry. You have to actually have emotions.
No, if you do anything, get a PNG. It's so much easier. It's so much better.
No,
I-
I don't. I like the idea of a more, because I can do really retarded shit with it, like an avatar that moves.
So
Okay.
you basically want to be like, what was that guy that looks like Sans from Undertale? That's a freaking Coomer. You basically want to be like that guy.
Okay, hold on, I need to send you something.
Yeah, Nuxtaku.
This'll be you. Hold on. You need to put this up on stream.
Oh, God.
There you
A
go.
VR chat model? Jesus Christ, no.
If you do that, I swear to God, I will come after your kneecaps. Don't.
Okay, I will show the chat. I haven't watched this yet, but I'll show it.
Oh, Lord. I get to see cringe firsthand. This is going to be fun.
And then after this, I'm getting off here.
This is not a funny meme. This is a warning.
This is a warning.
Do the dab on the furry haters? Sure.
What just happened?
I need to fucking sue you.
He fell.
I wouldn't be moving like that.
It's
I
me
wouldn't be
every
moving
time.
like that.
All right, I'm out.
Why-
I'm out of here.
All right,
Everybody,
be gone, furry.
like the stream. I'm not a furry. Like the stream.
Be gone.
Subscribe to Kumo. Subscribe
me?
to a Kumo here.
Excuse me?
And I'll see you later. Bye bye.
All right, see you later, Locka.
Bye.
All right, guys. Yeah, that's the end of the stream. I'm fucking cooked. Okay, I'm about to go cook. I am cooked. I'm fucking brain dead. I hope this was at least entertaining for you all, at least some fucking background noise that was past the time. I hope some information came out about it that you thought was useful. And I promise future streams are going to be more interesting. If you guys were there and watched my Kai stream, I bullet pointed the stream and had everything sort of almost set up, so I would just bounce around from different bullet points, and had some stuff like set up to show you all. The next streams will be like that, and they'll probably be around an hour, 2 hours long. Streams like this are exhausting, somewhat fun, but mostly. And yes, remember, Inla's a furry. Remember that. Don't let her trick you. Don't let her gaslight you into denial of, oh, I'm not a furry. I'm not a furry. Inla's a furry. Remember that. What else? Pillage your local villages. What else? I'm trying to think here. And watch the whole thing. Listen, if you want to watch the whole 5 hours, I'm not going to complain. I don't recommend it, but I'm not going to complain. And hopefully, again, something useful came out of this, some information about it, and it shines some more light. I think some good stuff came out of it. Personally, I the whole stuff of, oh, the story flip-flopping of, oh, well, I knew, oh, but I didn't, but I did. I thought that was pretty funny. Are you going to make a video on this call? Probably not. Not enough woman bashing. All right, next stream there'll be more woman bashing. I'll be sure of it. But no, I probably won't do a video on this. I do have 3 videos in the works. Hope one of them will probably come out this month. I'm aiming for all 3. So, and I'm excited to show you all the part 2 to ponder. That is the one that I'm putting a lot of focus on. So, with everything said, future streams probably will be shorter than this. After the FCK series is finished, I'll be doing a stream to discuss it. This stream will be set up and with a specific date and time. And not only that, but it'll essentially be my FCK stream, where after all the videos are done, I'll be talking about just the FCK as a whole from like 2019, 2020 onwards. And in that, I'll be offering and extending essentially an invitation to anyone from the FCK or anyone that wants to come on, especially their audience members. They're fucking hilarious. um, to come on if they'd like to argue, if they'd like to discuss, if they have any questions. If you all have any questions and would like to come on, and I'll be entertaining the chat too. It'll mainly be a conversation between me and you all, and our favorite bits about the FCK, and then that'll be essentially it. After that stream, I'll be moving on from it. That's after the series, though. Once I finish the series, we'll do the stream. Anyone can come on, even Doodles, Ponder. If they want to come on, we can gladly hash it out publicly right then and there. Nezzy Monster, especially, Fuchsia Butter, even Mad Libs. Um, they're all welcome. Oh, hold on. Let me entertain you all real quick. What was with this? Fucking you're Catboy. No, I don't know. No, there's nothing Catboy related here. Okay. What is your question, Wingle Order? Oh God, here we go. A Kumu Catboy arc. Answer mine. What was your question, Jay? Hold on, let me go up. I don't see it. I see what the fuck. I don't see your question. Send it again. How I escaped Catboy Ranch. Um, that is let's see here. How did I escape Catboy Ranch? Well, I'd say probably probably when the server was deleted, since apparently I was there. Team Kendrick or team, I don't know nearly enough to even make a decision on that, but from what I've seen, probably Kendrick. Future video? What do you mean? Question mark. Doomer arc win? Oh yeah, the world's coming to an end, folks. It's coming to an end. Absolutely. You gotta get prepared. Get yourselves a bunker. It's coming to the end. So I have a couple of things planned. Maybe some schizo conspiracy theories. Way later down the line. A couple of deep dives into politics, like identity politics, and what else? Older sort of politics, history as well is something I kind of want to get into. In Glitter, who the fuck is Glitter? Did I watch Gilded in Glitter argue in Gilded Pooh's latest video? Oh, hold on. I think I know what you're talking about. That fucking hilarious debate with the dude seething. Yeah, I watched it. That was pretty funny. Do you think they still might be watching you after everything? Usually people who interact with this community never really get out. They'll probably keep coming at me. I'm gonna be honest with you. They'll probably keep coming at me. Supposedly there's gonna be a hit piece on me in the future, from what I've heard. And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. We can do a round two if absolutely necessary, sure. But I wouldn't be shocked. I like at all. These people just can't accept it. The very reason this series exists is because they couldn't fucking accept it. It's just how this community is. And it's sad that it's kind of had to reach this point, but at the same time, I'm kind of happy that it did in a way. Not with the FCK server. Dear God, no. Fuck no. I honestly wish that cesspool didn't exist. But the fact that it, despite all the negative, the bad, the good thing is, at the very least, people can see how this community is and understand that everything should be questioned. And I feel like that's something that I hopefully brought to the table. And whenever, because they inevitably, most likely, will come up with some fucking hit piece of whatever else, we'll see where it goes. But yeah, I don't think they'll ever stop. This community just Like, how do I put this? A lot of them, I don't really know how to any other way to put it aside from vendetta. Worse than I thought it was. No, same here. Same here. I had no, like, when, even though I had a couple of ideas as to like what it was, nothing compared to actually seeing it in real time. Oh yeah, they're very fucking stubborn. They're very fucking stubborn from their content creators to their audience. They have a very stubborn audience, and if they're not stubborn, they're very naive and gullible. It did make their community more relevant, but at the same time, very few people are going to trust them. And that's the main fucking point. Anything that these individuals say needs to be fucking questioned and looked at under a massive fucking magnifying glass. Because if you, in their track record, they have been wrong about how many people, countless fucking times, and it just taken as fact. And then not only that, but they conflate reputation with credibility. They see them as one and the same, despite the fact that someone can lie out their fucking ass in that community and be worshipped. Their channel will be a golden latrine worshipped. It's silly to me. The autistic contradictory community, yeah. I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say I'm confident in another prediction aside from, like, I'm willing to bet there will be a hit piece at some point. If it's not within this year, probably. I'm telling you right now, there's going to be something coming out from this community to sort of strike back. And it's probably going to be trying to rehash, as usual, the same shit I've already talked about in the series. So at most, I'll probably just, when it comes out, just do a stream on it. Because I don't think a video would be necessary, since it's just going to be rehashing the FCK shit. Unless, of course, they try and dig into my Twitter antics lately to try and do some more bullshit with that. That'd be funny. Yeah, no, they definitely probably will target everyone talking about the FCK. If anything that happened in 2020 is to go to show, these people literally were mocked on Twitter and set out to fuck with me for a year over it. Okay, so they have very low self-esteem and can't take a joke. So being wronged in their eyes, which is just like me talking objectively about what happened, something will happen. Something will happen. And if not them, it'll probably be someone on their behalf later. Like, if I'm still around, hopefully I'm not. 2, 3, maybe 4 years from now, someone from that community, if it still fucking exists, will crawl its way into my doorstep. I'm willing to bet you right now I'm gonna eat these words. I'm gonna be exactly right 2, 3 years from now, if I'm still around. One of them's gonna shamble on up to my doorstep and try and kick it again over the same shit. But we'll see. We'll see how well that ages and if I'm still around. I haven't seen much of the Stardust Call. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Aside from occasionally editing, I haven't been doing a whole lot. Oh, and then pissing off people on Twitter. Like, that's really it in terms of my recent online activity. My priority is literally been writing and drawing recently in my personal life. Oh yeah, no, this is you're right, by the way, here. 100%. If I didn't get other people to get their own copies of the screenshots and join the FCK server, or if I even gave another worrying thing, if I gave Lyle the FCK and handed it off to him, things would be vastly different right now. This would be an even messier situation. When did you? I first got into Medicare, believe it or not, because these people compared me to him. Same thing for Darkscythe. Like they compared me to Darkscythe. That's how I learned about Darkscythe. It was actually Mr. and Mario that compared me to Darkscythe. So then I was like, I went and looked him up real quick. And same thing for Medicare, was people compared me to Medicare. So actually, it was the SCC that did around the same time that the Mr. and Mario comparison was made. And they were going on about how Medicare moved on and Darkscythe moved on. So why am I still bringing it up? Why am I finding it funny to prod at? And I have all that shit saved. But that's how I found out about Medicare. Yeah. I think it's just edgy, sarcastic edgelords give them fucking Vietnam flashbacks. And that's why they accuse me of stalking. It's because I'm all around them. Like I'm all around in the trees. Yeah, I draw. Yeah. Okay, I'm dragging this on even further. I'm fucking cooked and need to eat. Yeah. I mean, Darkscythe came back briefly, and there's videos on it to like, you know, come at me, trying to present it as though like he made me into like what I am, and that he was sorry to the SCC for it. Which, if we're going to be that autistic, right? You know, comic book this shit. My origin story here. If these people would have just like taken the fucking joke and let it be, we would not be here right now. But yeah, I'm gonna go, guys. I'm gonna cook. Probably something to do with. I want something Italian, like pasta related. So I got a couple recipes, but if not, I'll try something new. But good night, guys. I hope you guys had a wonderful fucking day. I hope I entertained. I hope something productive came out of this, at the very least, and you got some laughs out of it. Because out of all that fucking retardation, that is the shining grace. So for me, it's 8 o'clock, so it's nighttime. It's approaching night. Yeah, of course, guys. And but next streams are probably going to be a little bit shorter than this, much shorter, and a little bit more thought out. Good night, guys. Hope you guys had a wonderful day and a wonderful night. Talk to you later.